Hello everyone. Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. This is the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 EU side of the Weiss Schwarz tournament. This is the final week of the BRO season, and we've saved arguably the best for last. My name is Ben, and I'm joined here by Leon and Nando. How are you fellas doing this morning?
Great, Ben. What about you, Leon?
Yeah, me too. I'm doing great. I'm really just again being back here, watching all these players compete. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, exactly. The three of us were here last time at the last BRO for Weiss Schwarz, and we saw some really exciting games and interesting mat decks being played. And I think I speak for everyone when I say that the format has evolved, has changed. We have a few new decks in the contention, in the running, and I'm really excited to see what comes out on top. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think personally, with Mushoku Tensei having come out, the BSF season was also on the way, right? And this deck has had a lot of success. There's also Hololive, there's Tokyo Revengers, there's so many new sets that are really strong, Danmachi as well. What do you think, Nando?
Well, Hololive was definitely a huge release for Weiss, both in IP as well as the decks it brought. Usually when a set releases, it only brings one, maybe two decks, if anything, but Hololive hit the field with like almost 3 decks that are viable straight out of the gate, and then like even more rogue decks. So that's always exciting to see what people bring. I'm definitely expecting maybe a top out of Hololive, but there's, as you said, Leon, there's many smaller sets that have released. One of my favorites being Tokyo Revengers, and I'm definitely expecting a top out of that as well.
Yep, we just come off the back of AO Swiss. They've just finished up. Their top 8 has been confirmed, and it's pretty much exactly what you would expect out of the Weiss meta game if you've been following that throughout Springfest and recently. But of course, here we're in EU, anything can happen. People are playing all sorts of decks. So before we jump into the games, let's go over some housekeeping and take a look at some of the information for what you'll be seeing today. Starting off with today's format. So BRO is a 2-day event. So here we are, August 20th. We are on day 1, which is going to be the Swiss rounds. There are going to be 7 rounds of Swiss. We've got just under 100 players, and we'll be doing 40-minute rounds. So Bushiroad have listened to our feedback from Springfest, and the round timer has been extended, which I'm sure everyone's going to be grateful for. And then tomorrow, day 2, same time, same place, we'll be doing the top 8, which will be up to 45 minutes. Still doing a best of 1, but instead of being Swiss, it'll be single elimination as people vie for the top places. But now, let's take a pause over to Leon, who's going to be telling us about BRO as a whole, like what we can be looking at.
Yeah, right. So, Ban said that today we're gonna have the Swiss rounds. They're gonna start at 10 a.m. CET, so for the European players, you're gonna notice, you're gonna need to add 1 hour to this, because you have the summertime. And then tomorrow at the same place, same time, we're gonna have the top 8. All these players that made it into the top 8, we're gonna battle it out for the crown. So, while we're talking about the crown, maybe Nando will show us the prizes.
Thank you, Leon. Now for the prizes, we of course have some amazing Bro exclusive stamp cards this time. It's the Declaration of War Climax from the soon-to-be released Attack on Titan English original set. Of course, all players will be receiving a certificate for their placement into top 4, with 3rd place getting 1 copy of set stand promo and a copy, or a booster box of set AOT set that is soon to be released. 2nd place will be getting 2 copies of the promo as well as a booster display, and the grand prize for the champion is of course a full play set of the Climax, which of course is 4 copies, as well as a booster box of AOT. And I'm sure they'll be glad to have those 4 Climaxes, which are ready to be played in their latest deck. And
yeah. The combo doesn't even have revealed yet, right?
No, we've not seen the card that it goes with yet. But I'm looking forward to the reveals for that. We've had some pretty exciting and interesting, shall we say, reveals for Attack on Titan thus far. The set's looking pretty good, so this is definitely a well-timed prize card for sure. Yep, but for now, let's talk about AOT for a bit, because we've just come off the back of AOT being one of the best decks in the game for the longest period of time. It only changed just before the pandemic. We started getting other decks like Konosuba, Hololive in the last year or 2. And you said that you're expecting a lot of Tokyo Revengers, a lot of Danmachi, a lot of Mushoku Tensei. I think it's very interesting to see how decks have evolved in the last few years of Weiss, where they've gone from being very utility based, very effective, low to the ground, into a big finisher, where now we're seeing a lot more power scaling in the mid game, especially like Bang Dream, which is aiming to stick big bodies. How do you think this evolution of the game has affected how people build and play their decks?
Well,
Yeah, so
go ahead, Leon.
okay, thanks you. So what we saw when AOT was in the dominant position, right, was already that people started to either just don't care about their board at all, or build their decks in a way that made them so they would just present big walls. Like, for example, Sword Art Online started trying more standby builds. Standby as a whole got released, which was able to put up a fight against AOT. And I think we've seen that evolution go further with all the new sets, like you said. For the longest time, Standby has been really strong, but then Danmachi has just come out, Book Revenge just came out, and I think those two sets really play well into Standby. And I think, Nando, you can tell us something about that, right?
Well, first of all, I want to point out, as you guys have mentioned, Attack on Titan has been such an iconic set. Many people have been building around it for as long as I can remember, especially before the current season, where the latest sets that have been released, such as Standby Mushoku and whatnot, are definitely shaking things up a bit. Like, they're still approaching a similar game plan that Attack on Titan had, where they deny reverses, except this time they're actually doing it by winning board instead of just removing the cells from the board, which is similar, but there's still quite a difference. It's a bit less frustrating and a bit more counterplay, which does allow people to actually play on reverse combos, which they haven't been able to do in, I think, the last 3 years before Bro, where we saw new decks being played for like the first time in English Weiss. So one thing I do want to point out, especially with the latest Attack on Titan set being released soon, is that with the return of BCS, the return of Attack on Titan is like something special to me as well. Like, it's almost as if it never went away. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I definitely know that feeling. And, speaking of BCS, just remind everyone, the dates and locations for a bunch of BCS venues in Europe have now been announced and revealed last week. So if you haven't started planning your travel already, now's the time to do so. And I'm sure all three of us will be there, so we'll see you. We'll see you there as well. But of course, BCS is in the future. For today, we're still looking at BRO. And for those of you who are maybe new to Weiss Schwarz, or maybe like a bit out of the game, we have a very nice format video to tell you exactly what the game is about and what you're going to be watching today. So we're going to cut to that, and then we'll jump back to me and Leon for round one. So we'll see you all in just a few minutes. All right, we hope you found that interesting. It's definitely a good way of introducing you to the game. Weiss Schwarz is a very complicated game. I know a lot of people maybe struggle in like the first game or two, so hopefully that helped to alleviate some of the questions you may have had. And for those of you who are familiar with Weiss, again, it's always just nice to refresh the rules. But for now, round one is just about to start. All the players are at their tables, and I think we have the deck on stream ready. So for round one, we're going to be showing you Bang Dream versus Hololive. These are two decks I think we would agree are definitely up there. Maybe not say the best decks, but two decks that we wouldn't be surprised to win. But at the same time, I think you'll agree with me, Leon, in that these are two unconventional builds, as we would say, right? Like, when you see a Bang Dream versus Hololive, you have two very specific combos in mind. Like, you kind of imagine what the decks are going to look like, and these are not that. Yeah. So, I think, should we just jump into the deck list? I think we should jump into the deck list, right?
Yeah, let's just do.
Yep, so I think first we're going to be looking at Avis. I think some of you may know her in the community as Taya. She is the person who runs the Weiss Tea Time blog, very well-known content creator in the community. So it's good to see her, get her off on stream, show her off, give her a bit of a shout out. So she's going to be playing Bang Dream. So let's have a look at this. And so, yeah, this is Choice Door Bang Dream, which, when you hear Bang Dream in the current day and age, you usually think Choice Gate with Morphonica, right? But no, here we see Taya is playing the door combo with the Rimi. What do you make of this?
Yeah, so if you get to know Taya for a bit, she basically is always scheming for the next good deck to build, and in her words, that's like a chaotic deck. But I think I actually really like this combo. The choice combo at level 1 allows her to mill her deck quite a bit. That's usually something decks struggle with. Normally you would see an 8 pants build, right? That also just gets a little bit of selectivity, but with this deck you can just speed through your deck. reach the second deck as soon as possible and just fill your hand up while you do it. I think this is really great. Also, the level 3 is just a really good choice for trying to actually finish your opponent.
Yeah, like the combo is when it attacks, if you have the door combo in play, you can pay 1 and discard the reverser level 0 Sire. Sorry, the when it's reversed, top 3 add 1 Sire, which is already a good card to begin with, and it's deal 1 damage twice. So it kind of reads like Marine from Hololive, except now you have all of the efficient engine of Bang Dream to go with it in the form of the level 3 Arisa, the 2/1 Bread event, the level 0 Eukinus Clock Searcher, and so on and so forth. So yeah, no, I think it's definitely something that may have gone under the radar, but I can definitely see where she's going with this. I believe in it. But of course, she's not the only person in this game. We do have her opponent to look at. So we're going to be seeing Ufmi from the US, and he's going to be playing Hololive. Now, Ufmi actually just made top 8 of the AO stream. So, shout out to this absolute beast of a man who decided to go, nope, I'm not content with just top 8ing in AO. I'm going to stay up and play in AU as well.
Yeah.
So he's going to be playing Gate Door Hololive. And again, when you say Hololive, you expect a Coronet level 1 combo or Kanata level, Stock Soul combo into Marion. But Ufmi here has chosen to go with the memory engine in the form of Botan, which is something that I think this is one of my first times actually seeing it being played.
Yeah, that's true. That's the same for me as well. But, seeing this card just gives me a special feeling. As an old SAO player, I really like this sort of profile. What I just said is basically old SAO players might know the card Zekken, that on attack can pay a cost and then search 2. And this is not the same. So this Botan basically needs to reverse its battle opponent and then is able to search 2 cards, 2 characters, I might add. Puts 1 into the waiting room and 1 into hand. So you can set up both things. And it also plays the Marine that you would expect from a normal Hololive build. Which of course then allows with the climax to maybe salvage the other card you milled or do other shenanigans.
Yeah, it's and again, just with Bang Dream, he has access to a lot of Hololive's very powerful utility options in the form of, say, the level 0 Aqua, the drop search Miko, the discard 1 top 4 Fubuki. And again, he's got lots of utility at level 1 as well, in the form of the Mel 1/0, which can gain a stock on attack, and the Polka, which can make a board out of nothing. And again, they're playing both Taya and Ufmi are playing very similar top ends, where it's just on attack, burn 2. It's not a lot, but they're all very slot and cost effective or efficient. So it's very easy to get there, and they don't have to worry too much about setting up their end game, which I really like the sound of. But enough of talking from us. I think the players are ready, so let's jump into the game. Oh, I think we're just waiting to set up. So yeah, so while we wait for the players to do a little bit last setup, let's talk a bit more. Who do you think is favorite at an initial glance here? Like just from looking at these lists, what do you think?
So at an initial glance, I like the Bang Dream list a little bit more. Both sets, just like you said, right? They have an insane amount of utility. Both sets, Bang Dream and Hololive, just have these great 0 lineups, the level 1 lineups as well. There's so much stuff you can do. But I like the finisher from Bang Dream a bit more because, well, basically every time, dealing 2 times 1 is better than dealing 1 times 2. So I think Taya has a slight edge over Ufmi here, but when you look at level 0, that's probably where Ufmi has the upper hand. Because Hololive's level 0 is just really hard to contest for most decks, because they're just so strong all across the board.
Yeah, you've got the Aqua, which is 3/5 in the middle, and you've got the Miko, which is just 3/5 printed, and you have so many tools to get over the opponent's board, which I think is something that Bang Dream doesn't really contest the board, right? It just makes zeros and it goes through its deck and goes from there. But I think the players are now indeed ready, so we'll be able to jump back into the game and see how it goes. So we see here, I think these names are reversed, but I would imagine that Avis with the Bang Dream deck is playing with the Bang Dream mat, and Ufmi with the Hololive playmat is playing the Hololive deck. So just to remind everyone that it is going to be Ufmi on the left and Avis on the right, contrary to what you see at the top of the screen. And I think they're just seeing who is going to be going first or second.
Maybe it's also just the biggest smoke screen of all time. And
They're
Taeya's
playing
just
with each other's
actively
supplies.
yeah, they're just actively disguising as the other player.
Some huge brain stuff. So there we go. We got the names fixed, and now the names correspond to the right cameras. I was going to give a quick shout out to Ufmi there. He's playing with the IMA playmat. She's happens to be my personal favorite from Hololive, so a little bit of bias, but I'll definitely be rooting for him in this game.
All right, let's see who goes first here. What we see the players do here is one thing that is usually being done online is Taya plays 2 cards here, or Avis plays 2 cards here, and one of them is rested, one of them is standing, and then one of the cards is saying going first, the other card is saying going second. So she's probably letting her opponent decide which card to pick to let them decide whether they will go first or second.
Yeah, since you can't do things like rock, paper, scissors effectively, or sometimes rolling a dice might not be fair, this is one of the better ways of doing it. And you can see also Avis has the 3 piles. You saw Ufmi having it earlier. Since you can't, since we don't have the ability to reach our hands through the monitor and touch people through the internet, this is the best way we have of cutting the opponent's deck.
Yeah.
So Ufmi there resolving an early mulligan. You see he discards the event and a climax.
Also clocking. I think Avis stream might be cut off, freezing a bit. We do see the Minato coming down, the Aqua that you talked about.
Yep, and this is one of the reasons that I think Hololive is favored over Bang Dream, which is that it has a much more powerful going first turn. You have so many good going first cards in the form of the Aqua, you've got so many oversizes. Even though the Miko and the Luna both have on-play effects, they are big bodies just on-play raw printed, which makes them very hard for your opponents to reverse in the early game. Whereas with Bang Dream, its turn 1 plays are a lot less impactful, especially looking at Avis's deck list, where she's not running, say, the Toko runner, the Nanashi runner, or she's not running the Futaba discard to stock. So because of that, Ufmi has a lot stronger, quote-unquote, turn 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, fielding a 3.5k turn 1 is just really good, right? No matter what set you play.
Yep.
Alright, so
I think we'll just wait for Avis's camera to catch up. But it looked like Avis attacked into Ufmi and he just cancelled off the top. So this looks like Ufmi's second turn here.
Yeah. Right. So he did have stock, we just can't see it too well. So he's gonna use the Miko.
Yep, searching for his level 1 combo, pretty standard play. I think the benefit here is, like we said, the Miko is just 3.5k printed, which makes it really good both on turn 1 and going second, because you can get the filter and also get a reliable reverse.
Yeah, so putting the card on the screen right now. One thing I want to say is just, I really love the artworks that Hololive has. I think it's one of the most, one of the more beautiful sets, I think.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast between, say, the CG from the Holo Graffiti series versus these custom printed, made artworks from the illustrators.
Yeah, and especially when we later take a look at the climaxes, maybe, those are really great as well. All these different artists coming together, forming this set is great.
So down comes a second Aqua. So this one won't get the 3k power for being in the middle, but it still has the when it's sent to waiting room effect to add 2 cards to his hand, which is, given that he's cancelled early, it'll also help him get to level 1 faster. And again, like you mentioned, it's just about going through the deck as fast as possible and compressing and thinning out, which is quite nice.
Yeah, I mean,
so it'd be nice to see exactly what sort of board he's looking to take down here from Avis' side. Again, we'll just wait for that camera to catch up, but he's just going to be attacking, just gaining some stock and setting up. And that's one of the big strong advantages of Hololive is that it's so good at playing almost a solitaire game. It can just build its pieces, set up its engine, and just keep going without really kind of almost disregarding what its opponent is doing.
Yeah, and then being able to attack 3 times at level 0 in your second turn already is just strong for any deck, and especially for Hololive that can just do so much with all that stock. What do you think? Did Avis reach level 1 of that?
in a way, I kind of want her to reach level 1 because given that you know that Hololive is playing an on reverse combo, you might want to try and set up the Toko changer early because it's a one. They're two 1-0s that change out back and forth, and the one that changes during your opponent's turn, which is Morphonica Toko, that gives your board power and also gives you a bit of consistency, and that can maybe help Avis dodge some of the on reverses from Ufmi.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, I'm just also hearing a note from a friend of mine, which is that it turns out Ufmi is also a content creator alongside Avis. So, if we gave Avis a shout out for Weiss Tea Time, we're gonna give Ufmi a quick shout out for, I think the name is Honest Weiss Schwarz. So yeah, we have round 1 clash of the content creators.
Ooh, the content clash.
There we go. So it's definitely all on the line here.
That's true. I mean, this basically means that you get more publicity if you win more rounds, right?
So, yeah, exactly.
You definitely want to reach tops here. So it's really, really important for these players.
Yep. So, I think we can't see it, but I'm sure Avis is playing a very complicated turn right now because, as we mentioned, even though Bang Dream has a quote-unquote weaker turn 1, it has so much utility in the form of the Yukina Clock Searcher. You've got the Choo Choo, which is reveal top, salvage something based on the level of what you reveal. You've got the she's playing the Rimy Brainstorm, which gives power. There's also, like we mentioned, the Sire, which is when it's reversed. Look at top 3 and add 1. And that profile is commonly called a Rize in the community. And that is a very, very powerful profile. And she has so many ways of. She doesn't have many ways of reversing Ufmi's board, but she does have ways of going through her deck and setting up for that level 1 for when if she gets there, which I think is, like mentioned, is going to make that big difference because unlike Ufmi's list, her level 1 again is very non-interactive. It's just mill my deck, set up some power, and find my combo pieces and quote unquote get compressed, which is compression, I think, is one of the weaker spots of Hololive because while, yes, it does have a lot of searching and a lot of milling, a lot of its plussing is costed, in the form of the Brainstorm, the Drop Search. Ufmi's playing 1 copy of the Yuzuki Drop Salvage. The Aqua herself costs a stock. I think the Botan that goes to memory costs a stock. And while Ufmi does have the Mel to make up the stock, it's quote-unquote random. Sometimes it doesn't always hit. You have to reveal a level on a higher character. And so if he's going to be playing a big mid-game where he's playing things like the Suisei early play heal to stock or the 2-1 Watame level assist, he's going to be, all that stock that he's generating, he's going to be burning compared to Avis, who's just going to be playing a bunch of costless cards with costless effects and keep going.
Yeah, I definitely agree. One thing I want to add though is that while Avis's level 1 is kind of uninteractive, it does play the changer. So there's a Toko changer, which I'll try to get it on screen for you guys. Basically, it's a level 1 changer that changes into another level 1. And the first effect lets you salvage something, and the second effect then lets you actually attack with the other character and boost one of your other characters. So there's, like you said, right, there's a lot of combos she can do to basically solve a puzzle of how to reach certain lanes, right? Of course, at the moment, it's not like she needs to because Ufmi's board is just all 3.5k. But in the later turns, that's definitely gonna get important.
Yeah, and again, just taking another look at Ufmi's list, he's not playing these quote-unquote anti-meta choices that we usually see Hololive play, such as the early play Watame that bottom decks on the opponent's characters, or he's not playing the Roboco that on attack gives someone 2,000, 500 power for each character. So because Avis has chosen not to play the Choo Choo Pario early play package, Ufmi is not going to have to work as hard to remove her board, which I think is that's going to swing the tempo in his favor in terms of dynamic, insofar as by not needing to work as hard to remove Avis's board, Ufmi gets to maybe conserve some of that stock, maybe gets to conserve some of that momentum and just play his cards and go for it. And like we say, these two almost uninteractive lists just going past each other.
Yeah. Mm, what do you think is happening right now? I think he's counting something.
I think I've just been told by the judges that we're doing a quick pause on the game while we wait for these camera issues to be sorted out. So we'll give it a few minutes, and if we can't sort it out, guys, we might have to move to a different table and show you guys a different match. That's unfortunately halfway through, but we will see. Just bear with us for just a moment.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, just reiterating what they are saying, which is we are currently sorting out Avis's camera. Please stand by. Please hold on for a moment.
Maybe if you want, we could talk a bit about the set breakdown we have for EU.
Yeah, so I think we've just been told that unfortunately we aren't allowed to show you the graphic. There's a nice little pie chart, but we can tell you the numbers. So Leon, why don't you read that out for everyone?
Yeah, sure. So we have 93 players who registered for today, and out of those 93, 28% are actually playing Hololive, which is the first place for representation. Then there's 19% playing Danmachi, so the second place of representation, and then it starts to fall off quite a bit. We have Mushoku Tensei with 13%, and then Bang Dream with 9%. And then the other two most played sets are Ruby and Tokyo Revengers, both at 6%. So I think that's like 5 people. And then there's all the other sets you might imagine: Fate Grand Order, Slime, Sword Art Online. There's even an Attack on Titan in here. So
yeah,
we might see the return.
Yeah, the distribution is definitely not as diverse as it was at Springfest or the previous BRO, but I think we're definitely starting to see the English metagame shape up a lot more. I think a lot better insofar as the good. It's very obvious what the good decks are, and the gaps between, say, the tier 1 decks and the tier 2 decks are definitely starting to shrink. Right, things like Slime, Fate Grand Order, Goblin Slayer, Ruby. The fact that people are still choosing to play these shows that even though they might not be the best decks, they are still very good and playable decks, which I think is quite interesting. And I think 2 things I particularly want to highlight here, and one is being, despite it being a relatively new set, the high representation of Danmachi, which we were talking about this earlier, is that Danmachi is very, very good at dismantling standby decks. And so, given that Mushoku is one of the most popular decks in the format, given it made 3 of the top 8 slots at AO, it's not surprising to see it being so heavily played.
Yeah, I think it's kind of ironic that you have this anti-standby deck, which is played more than the actual standby deck.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, especially see how would Danmachi fare against, say, a regular deck such as Coronet Marin from Hololive, or maybe Dual Lanes from Tokyo Revengers. These decks that are trying to maintain their board at all times. And the other thing I want to point out here is that we have 3 players on Fate Grand Order, but we have absolutely 0 on the original Fate series, which that deck was slated to be one of the most popular, one of the stronger decks during the Springfest season. What do you think happened to make it fall off like that?
That's a very good question. I think one of the reasons must probably be availability, right? A lot of the cards you need for the good Fate deck you want to play, which is a Heaven's Feel with some cards from the older sets, they're pretty hard to get, and I think also Heaven's Feel is hard to acquire for most players. So I've heard from a couple guys that they really want to get the deck, but just don't seem to find the cards anywhere they can trade for them. And I think that's probably one of the reasons. And the other is that these new sets are also just so strong that maybe you just take the easier way, right? If you can get the cards for a newer set that can do it just as well or maybe better, then you're probably gonna get those, right?
Yeah, maybe that's why Hololive is being so heavily represented, because everyone knows Hololive is going to be a very popular title, so it was maybe opened a lot, and so it became a lot easier to acquire the cards, which is. And again, like we were saying at the beginning, there are so many different builds for Hololive. You have Coronet Marine, you have Rushia top end, you have Kanata in the mid game. You're seeing Botan here. There are some other level 1 options such as Pekara, IMA. There are other level 3 options such as Nene or the Coco as well, top end. There's so many different options, and it's the fact that they are all viable in some way, shape, or form. I think is really interesting. It gives people. They can either choose their favorite character, or they can just choose whatever suits their play style. And people will say like, "Oh, I think Kanata Marine is the best build," but we're seeing other builds like do relatively well. Like for example, again, Ufmi, who's playing Botan Marine, he made top 8 in AO. Or again, as another anecdotal evidence, I was playing Coronet Marion at my local shop challenge last week, and I went undefeated. So, and like those options, I think, are definitely healthy for the game, and it makes, in a format like BRO where it's open deck list, it's really interesting to say like, okay, well, I know what my opponent is playing, but in something like an online event or an in-person event, you sit down, your opponent, say, discards a Suisei for the early mulligan. You say, okay, he's playing Hololive, but I don't see any climaxes. I don't see his level 1 combo. I have no idea what he's playing. Is he playing on reverse? Do I need to deny reverses? Or is he playing like IMA or Marion or Kanata, what I don't care about on reverses, which I think is very interesting to see. So we're just getting communication from the production team. We are going to be looking for a new game to stream. So the players will be continuing their game. You'll only be seeing Ufmi's side. Avis's camera is still frozen. So bear with us for just a moment. We'll cut back to 2 of us. We're going to be looking for a new game, so just bear with us while we jump into another game. So sorry about that, everyone, but these things happen. It's an online event. You can't expect all technology to work all the time. We'll never truly get to see whether or not Avis got to pull off her level 1 combo.
But we will definitely hear about it in the later rounds, I think. We're gonna look at the scoreboard later today, right?
Yep, definitely.
One thing I want to add is, you quickly asked the question of how does Danmachi fare into decks that don't carry as well into board as Standby does? And from my experience, playtesting against Danmachi quite a bit, I think personally that Danmachi just really struggles with playing against a deck that just presents 1001 soul climax every turn and has a good finisher. So I would expect Danmachi to be unfavored against Hololive or stuff like Tokyo Revengers, even though Tokyo Revengers does only attack twice, but it still has a great finisher, and Tokyo Revengers finishes you from level 2 really, really consistently. So I think Danmachi is while really good at denying standby and just breaking boards, struggles a lot with decks that just don't care at all about the board.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, is that while it does have a lot of milling in the form of all those events, it has a lot of selection, it doesn't actually do that much to further its own game plan. Like if we look at Danmachi's finisher in the form of Hestia, it's a very slot efficient, resource efficient finisher, because Danmachi's spending all of its time in the mid game replaying its events, searching for its pieces, remaking its level 1 combo. And so that's kind of what kind of I think holds it back against decks like Hololive and Tokyo Revengers that are just trying to compress and set up these quote unquote unfair game states.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure. I think I'm actually not sure. I think Danmachi is a really strong deck, and I don't want to like discredit it or anything, but it does have some weaknesses. Like, while it does present power every turn, like you said, in the mid game, it's really preoccupied with just doing its stuff. Sometimes there's this great card, right, that we're probably gonna see later if we watch a Danmachi match, that basically makes it so that your one event that costs stock does not cost stock anymore. But while that effect is really strong, rightfully so, sometimes if you actually want to pay out the stock, you might just not be able to, since once you have that card on board, it's really hard for you to actually pay out that stock. So that's the beauty of card games, right? There's not really a perfect strategy. There's always a small crack that your opponent can try to abuse, and it's just like the different builds that you were talking about with Hololive. It's something that only really occurs in card games, right? Yeah. You have all this expression of building your own deck and building the stuff you want, or building a strategy you want to play, and your opponent in turn, like you said, needing to anticipate what he's gonna do for. I think that's the beauty, really.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that I particularly like about the current Weiss environment is how simultaneously how focused decks are, while also having room for more tech options. Like, for example, if I'm saying I'm playing Hololive, my focus is going to be, for example, Kanata into Marine. So I'm going to be playing 4 of all the Kanatas, 4 Marine, and so on and so forth. But then you have all these one-offs, like the Watame, you've got counters, things like some level 0s at a one-off. And again, you're looking at Danmachi, you've got 4 Bell, you've got 4 Hesse, you've got all the important stuff. and then you have one of, say, the level 3 Bell that removes stuff from the board, or one copy of the Hestia that's just an extra healer, just for those situations. And if we look back to, say, like, 2015, 2016, decks are like, the only one-offs decks would play would be things like changes or assists or climax swappers.
Yeah.
And so, it's a combination of this freedom of expression combined with utility is so much stronger now that you can afford to do more with your deck. And I think that's really awesome to see.
Yeah, and there's so much more selectivity that you can actually afford to play more one-offs as well. So you have in some decks more than others, of course. For example, Mushoku Tensei has a card that you can clock one from hand to search any character from your deck. And because of that card, that doesn't even cost stock, you can just get away with running like 5 or 6 different one-offs. It's actually great. I love it.
Yeah. I think that's kind of one of the factors that leads into how good a deck is in the current modern environment, right? Which is, how much can it get away with doing things? Because one of the interesting things I've always found about the Weiss paradigm is that different decks have different axes of game plan, and they all perform differently. Like, standby decks are trying to do one thing, stock compression decks are trying to do another thing, and then you have like aggro decks that's just trying to, like, outburn and out soul damage your opponent. And you have to approach all three of them in very different ways. Like, for example, Dan Machi never expects its board to survive cross turn. Like, it's expecting all its bells to die and for it to use events to get them all back again. Whereas something like Mushoku is expecting none of its characters to leave the board, so it can spend all of its resources on filtering its hand for its endgame pieces and its counters and all these, like, say, tech options that it has access to. And then something like Hololive, again, isn't expecting its board to be reversed, but can easily get it back. And if its board survives, it then turns that into compression. And the way you beat these are all completely different. Like, sometimes you need to play a stock swap event, or sometimes you need to just play like an anti-change bomb, or sometimes you just need to ignore what they're doing and just slam a big climax and swing. And how easily your deck can transition or rotate to these is what determines how good a deck is.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, I think the current metagame, the current environment that we have in English Weiss is just great. There's so many decks nowadays that can just play a lot of utility and get away with multiple strategies. And it's not like in the early days where if you played Attack on Titan, you had this one strategy. I mean, the old Attack on Titan, not Set 2. Sword Art Online mostly had one strategy until Ordinal Scale came out, and they got the standby and the Link Strike combo and stuff. And nowadays, sets just come out and they have all these good cards, right? There's not many slots that I would consider redundant in a set, and no matter what you're looking for, if you're looking for flavorful cards, if you're looking for strategizing cards, if you're looking for good cards, I think nowadays every set has those, and personally, great.
Yeah, and it's almost kind of scary to think that there are, set design has evolved to a point where you look through the cards in a set and you're like, oh wow, this is a profile that I would have played 4 of back in 2017, 2018, and now it's like, oh, maybe I put in one of. It's like super weird to see how her paradigm has evolved, and I think that's what makes the game so exciting to always come back to, because no matter what it is, you're still, even though it's the same game, it's always changing. Like, it's never just the same stuff with a different skin or flavor.
Yeah, that's really the great thing, right? I think for Weiss especially, what is so good about Weiss Schwarz to me is that you can buy a set and then just years later still play it, and while it might have fallen off in power compared to the newer sets, it'll still work, right? In a bubble, it will still work.
Yeah.
So for me, who has the old decks built or still built, sometimes I play them and take them to a local tournament and then be like, okay, maybe this is not a good matchup, but sometimes I get really good games and then I'm just feeling the nostalgia, right? I'm right back where I started, and I think that's honestly perfect that you can get away with buying a set and then playing it years later, just because maybe either they got a new set and they got some new cards, or maybe they only had one set, but it's still decent, right?
Yeah. Oh, I think we have fixed the camera issues. There we go. So the players are back. So as you mentioned, we were saying like, did Avis go to level 1? We can see right there, the tri-lane level 0 from Ufmi did indeed put her onto level 1, and she was able to put forward double combo with the change in the back row, to pump the front row. And now Ufmi is fighting back with his level 1 combo. So I think just before we cut away there, you saw Ufmi resolving his Aqua level 0s to find his pieces. And now we see the double Botan ready to reverse those Tokos.
Right. And I think we do have a small hiccup with the names again. So,
yep, so now the cameras are reversed again. Yeah, so now it's Avis on the left and Ufmi on the right. But
it's not going to stop us from enjoying this.
Yeah, this is a really strong position for Ufmi. He's only got his level 1, 2 damage. He's got his combo up. He's got targets to reverse. He already has 1 card in memory. He's just ready to go. But then at the same time, if you look at the board, this is what we were saying earlier, where Hololive needs to spend its stock to do things, and Ufmi has 0 stock. Whereas Avis, she only spent 1 stock on the Yukina Clock Searcher, and so she still has 3 stock. She's been she milled 10 cards with her combo, so she's setting up for that really, really strong second deck compression. Whereas Ufmi's milling is all when the characters go to the waiting room. So the Fubuki is on death, the Aqua was on death, and I think we saw him use 1 Miko, but that's not that much. There's no brainstorms coming out from Ufmi. There's no Subaru on the board. So his ability to control his deck size and deck state is a lot, not shakier, but not as strong as Avis's.
Yeah, I think Avis is probably fine with the current board state, since she got her Climax combo off, right? She filled her hand. I think it's looking pretty thick. Probably 6-7 cards there. So even if the board gets reversed here, they probably won't care as much. However, yeah, Ufmi is gonna get the reverses off. So the deck is also looking really slim for Ufmi, so he's probably gonna refresh soon. Which is also great, right? Refreshing at level 1 is just something you want when you play a deck like Hololive, since you just power through it really fast.
Yep, he gives you all the selection and all the access to the cards that you need. Of course, again, the downside being Ufmi is not setting up any like clock compression, any stock compression, whereas Avis, I think Avis can easily expect to cancel 1 or 2 times this turn. So she'll start her turn at 1.4, 1.5, and then she'll just get a turn of like swinging 3. Maybe she has to rebuild the board, attack 3 times, but then she'll just be able to reset and refresh with a lot of high compression compared to Ufmi, who's arguably might lose his board on the swing back.
Yeah, and there's also one card I want to mention here is the Rausch und Craziness 2 Minato Yukina, the level 0 on the 3rd spot in Avis board. Oh, it's gone now. I wanted to add it. Oh, there we go. Basically, this card allows Avis, if she cancels on that lane, to just return the Yukina to her hand. So she doesn't even lose the card, even though it's a level 0. Which is really strong.
Yeah, worst case scenario, she plays it again and gets another search, which again could be insane, or it's 1 less card going back in the refresh. So I think I really like this position she set up for herself. It's a shame that we didn't get to see what she added with her level 1 combos. We have no idea how ready she is for level 3, which again I think is very important because as we discussed, she doesn't have the Choo-Choo Pario combo in the mid game. So her level 2 is pretty much just spam level 1 combo again and hope it gets there. Like she doesn't have an early play. She's just she has counters, but the Nanami combo doesn't exactly get big during the opponent's turn. I think she's just looking to just replay these zeros and just get a lot of free stock during her mid game.
Yeah, I think especially against the Botan combo, which reaches he does have the condition, which is 1 card in memory, so this card alone, with a Climax, is going to reach 8,000 power, so there's no real way you're gonna get over that with the Nanami combo. The Nanami is 6k with the back row, but yeah, there's even if you play a backup there, you're just gonna get a double crash. And also worth noting is that Avis isn't even playing a backup, since she probably knows it doesn't even make that much sense to try and save the board, since that's not her game plan, right? She just wants to mill through her deck, collect some resources, maybe change a bit, and then at level 2, do the same thing again, and then on level 3 just finish the opponent.
Yeah, like at most she has the Tae counter, which can send the opponent's character to memory. But again, that's just playing right into Ufmi's game plan, so it's unsure whether or not she's going to want to use that. And the thing to note here is that Ufmi doesn't have an exactly amazing mid game either. He's got the Watame and the 2-1. He's got the 1 copy of the Watame early play, and then 3 copies of the Suisei early play. But these don't get massive power during the opponent's turn. And you can see that Avis is playing 2 copies of the anti-change Sayo as well. So whether or not he's going to want to commit those is, again, up in the air. So like you mentioned, for both players, I think their mid game is just going to be accruing resources. Ufmi's probably going to go back, change into his Mel engine, the 1-0 Mel, while Avis is just, like we said, it's going to keep playing zeros and just keep trying to mill her deck through.
Yeah. So we are still waiting for the players to continue their game, I think. Oh, okay.
Oh, it looks like Ufmi's the one who's frozen now. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. But at least that means both the content creators get equal amounts of screen time, right?
Yeah, they both get their chance in the spotlight.
Alright, so Ufmi is attacking here.
Yep.
Probably from the way that Avis is handling, he's probably searching for his Botan targets right now. What do you think he's gonna search here, Ben?
I think given what we said about his mid game, I would assume he's going to be searching for at least a Mel, maybe a Subaru. He has so much other utility at his level 0 lineup that he probably doesn't need to search for an act ability to use the Mel. He just needs to have the Mel in hand, and then one of his many acts can get there. Or if he wants to be really greedy, I think he could search for the Polka, which can pull back a cost 0 from the waiting room, which not only gives him more memory, but will also lets him reuse as combo maybe if he just wants to maintain the hand advantage game instead.
Yeah, personally, I think the Polka is a really good target here.
Yeah.
Which might be because I'm greedy. But
of course, the thing to remember though is that the Polka does cost stock as opposed to Mel generating the stock. So he's gonna end this turn on 3 stock, and then if he searches for a Polka and then plays Polka next turn, he's gonna be playing a stock to do something else, and that's gonna cause not issues, but because Marine is basically a 1 stock finisher, but it means that he's not going to build up that compression like he normally would expect to otherwise with, say, the Mel or with the Subaru.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he doesn't need much stock for the Marine, but yeah.
Oh, and we're back. Hey, there we go. Finally, both players moving.
Let's go.
So we see here that he's actually searched for this 4th copy of the level 1 combo, which I think that's probably it's greedy, but it's less greedy, I think.
Oh, he also has 3 on board now.
Yeah, so I think it's I think searching for the 4th combo there signals to me that he might have another gate climax in his hand.
Yeah, it's very possible.
But Avis is just taking all the damage here, which is, I think, not ideal for her either.
Yeah, he also has the Morning Race Botan in the back row, so if he wants to do a little bit of more memory compression, maybe needs to mill next turn, he can use that, but as you said for the Polka already, this also costs stock. So he's gonna have to see if he wants to use that next turn or maybe keep it there for another turn.
Yeah, that's kind of, I think, the one quote-unquote downside to the Mel in this particular list is that Matsuri Brainstorm that he's just searched for there is his only costless way of using an act to give Mel the effect. But I think searching for the Matsuri there, again, probably tells me that he might already have a Mel in his hand. So his next one's probably going to be Mel combo something else and just go for it.
Yeah,
but I like what he's done here, which is, I don't know if you saw earlier, but on his first 2 Mel Botan combos, he searched for one of his pieces and then he milled a 0 from his deck, which is just to increase the number of soul icons left in his deck to increase the number of damage he's doing. So maybe he was trying to push Avis to level 2 here so that she doesn't get an extra turn of farming resources, because maybe he knows that her deck is so much better at generating those stock and hand compared to his.
Yeah, and he is already looking at the 3 stock that Avis has on board, right? So he does know that with the big hand, maybe she doesn't even need to pay stock next turn. and can just continue attacking and then build up the 6 stock already.
Yep. So Ufmi there, adding the Polka, like we said, the slightly greedy play, and then discarding the Marion, which I think is quite smart because, like we said, his deck is very thin. It's like 3 or 4 cards. So by putting the Marion in the waiting room, he can get it back into his deck next on the refresh and then search for it later so that it's not trapped in the clock like the other 2 Marions we see there are.
Yeah.
But again, Avis is still, like I said, going to be 1-4, 1-5 at the start of her turn. She's going to be able to mill out because she has so much 0 utility. It's going to cost her virtually no stock, and she'll be able to refresh with a lot more compression than Ufmi will.
Yep. Well, let's see what she does here. She is going to clock. Of course, that's only going to bring her to 6 damage in clock, so no real biggie right here.
Yeah, it's ideal numbers there because if she can stay on 6 by the time she refreshes, she'll then take the refresh damage and then have 6 cards in the waiting room to salvage later on, which I think is very powerful. And of course, because we are now midway through August, the new refresh rule has taken into effect. So for those of you who maybe aren't aware or haven't kept up, the refresh rules have changed at the beginning of this month so that when you perform the refresh action of shuffling back into your deck, you will take the refresh penalty immediately as a interrupt type action, as opposed to it coming down afterwards so that you take the refresh penalty afterwards. So now the timing is a bit awkward, but I think people have mostly gotten used to it.
Yeah.
You see here, Avis setting up the full combo. Does she have the climax to go with it? Of course, if she does choose the combo here to mill out the rest of her deck, that climax won't go back in, which might hurt her compression. There it is.
Just like a good content creator, she always has a climax combo. Let's see. If you're Ufmi here, you probably don't want to reach level 2. You probably want to stay at level 1 and build up more resources.
Yeah, I think when Ufmi was looking through his deck earlier, we got a glimpse of one more climax in his deck. So I think he's fairly favored to cancel at least one attack here. Looking through Avis's refresh, I think she's only going back with 6. So she's missing a choice, which is on the board, and I think she's missing a door, which might be stuck in her stock or hand. So this is, again, not super ideal, but she does have the clock compression. She does have she does have some hand. She does have a board. And of course, the only downside is that because Ufmi's deck is so low, when these Botans get reversed and they go to the waiting room, they're not going to go in on the refresh.
Yeah.
Which means that Ufmi, if he potentially wants to go for another multi-combo turn, those Botans will be in his waiting room to salvage with, say, the Yuzuki or the Matsuri Brainstorm. I think this is, even though I would say Bang Dream is slightly favored here, I think Ufmi is probably in the better position, given that he's on lower damage, he's got at least one cancel coming in that he knows of, and he still has access to all of his pieces should he need them.
Yeah, I mean, his only real problem at the moment is stock, right?
Yeah.
So he already has one of the combos in hand. He has a Polka. He can get by with just paying 1 stock for next turn. He might even just don't pay out a stock next turn. He has the back row Botan that he could just move to front row.
Exactly, just attack with it.
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that he didn't search for a Mel with his Botan combo tells me that either he might already have one in hand, in which case, happy days, hunky dory. He just needs to put down that Matsuri that he searched for, pump the Mel by 1-5, and then just go for it. So I was mistaken. Ufmi did not have a cancel in the works, but I think he's refreshing with 7 or 8, which is a really good number. And he doesn't have the clock compression that Avis had, but he does have the hand compression, if nothing else. So I think it should work out the same. We'll see whether or not he cancels here. So the first piece of damage goes in, and then after he finishes this cut, like I mentioned, with the new rules, he's going to take the refresh damage immediately, which is a Mel, and then he's going to continue his damage, which doesn't cancel. So that's really unfortunate. He loses 2 Mels as well. And yeah, like I said, he's going to be going straight to level 2 here, which he doesn't really want to do. But it's not the end of the world, I think. He still has all the resources in hand. He's still able to play a game.
Yeah, he's definitely not lost yet, right? Especially with the power that the Mel presents, if he has one in hand. The fact that Avis is not playing backups, of course, really fuels the Mel. Since not having much stock right now, it's just gonna not be a problem at all if he gets 1 to 2 Mels off.
Yeah, and as we said, now that he's refreshed, they are, at least one of them is in the waiting room, so he does have some ability to salvage them. but this is just a lot of damage he's taking here. So this good position that I just said he was in, he's suddenly lost it. He's now behind on damage. He's ahead on cards, but he's behind on board and behind on stock. So I think Ufmi needs to really make something special happen here, especially now that Avis has refilled her hand with the combos.
Yeah, that's true. She's even discarding at the end of turn, so she really doesn't have any problem with that now.
Yeah, and this is where we see neither player playing counters is really making a difference here, because even if just one counter from Ufmi just to keep one lane alive would have really made a difference.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, starting at level 2, they will play counters, but they're not counters that you just want to play for the power pump.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't expect them to use them, but there's some situations where you might want to back up to either deny your opponent a resource or you want to direct at the next turn.
Yeah, and what's troublesome for Ufmi here is that losing his Botans, losing his Mel's, he now has to actively choose what he wants to salvage. There's no way he can get everything without and now he has to pay all that stock just to reassemble a board, which we're seeing him do right now.
Yeah.
So down comes the double combo. We see the other gate combo in his hand. The question is, how much more stock does he want to spend to be able to play his game? Assume a brainstorm's going to come down. Yep, there it is. Is he going to try and brainstorm, or does he just want to keep what little stock he still has?
He probably has another climax in hand, right? I don't think he wants to brainstorm here.
We've definitely seen it, so yeah, he's definitely playing one. He's just asking powers. I think the Polka can definitely reverse that Toko, and the Botans obviously can 100% reverse the Nanamis. But he's just going to get Power Pump just to be extra safe. Interesting he didn't pump the Polka. I think Polka could definitely have done with the reverse there, but maybe he wants to have the Polkas not crash or trade, potentially.
Maybe.
And interesting that he goes with the combo attack here first. Usually you want to leave your searches until the end of the battle phase. That way, you're less likely to trigger a climax, but yeah, he's just straight away triggered the climax on turn 1, which is unfortunate, but it's still going to give him that sort of re-advantage. But
it might indicate that he tried to look for a one-off that he plays. Just minimizing the chance of triggering it before you can actually get to search it.
Could be.
We're gonna see what he searches here, so...
But the two one-offs I think that would be relevant here would either be the Watame or the Subaru. And I think Watame is not really useful in this situation because, again, it's such a heavy stock cost for such little gain, given that Teia's not playing a massive, a standby engine like, the early play Choo-Choo. So, yeah, he's just going to search for the Polka. Maybe he's expecting to have another turn at level 2 where he can use Polka to generate a little bit of memory compression and just refill a board. But I think this is starting to be beyond greedy now. If I'm in his position, I would just look at just searching for cost 0 beat sticks that can at least generate something. Maybe say a Fubuki or the one copy of the Shift Nene that he plays, just to remove some of Avis's board.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Ufmi here, you probably you just have to believe in yourself to not,
a double climax trigger. That's
to not
definitely not what you want to see off a refresh.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he's getting all his pieces back. There's the Nene we just discussed. So at least there's something, but again, at this point, I don't know how much impact it's going to have when he's going to be falling massively behind in damage now.
Ooh, but instead he's going to look for the anti-change Susei.
Which I think is interesting because Avis doesn't play early plays.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be a blank counter. It's just a 2-5 counter, which, to be fair, it's the only counter he has in his list. So maybe he just wants to defend, say, the Polka lane or something. But yeah,
I think his reasoning here might be that he just wants to pay out that one stock. I'm not sure if that's...
Did he just trigger a third gate in a row? I think he just triggered a third door in a row because he salvaged the Marion, which...
My God.
That's really crushing because, again, that door that he just triggered is the climax that you need for Marion's combo. So he's going to need to pay those out, refresh, before he can search for them with the Marion's top 3 effect, going into his level 3 turn. And given that he's just triggered 3 climaxes, I don't think his chances of paying them out before the refresh is very high.
Yeah, there's one thing that isn't gonna make it better, is that he did use the revenge polka, So he is gonna leave an empty lane no matter what, since the character spawned by the polka is going to go to waiting room at the end of turn.
Yeah, that open lane is just going to end up
To
being
memory,
more damage
sorry.
for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to put that card up on stream. There we go.
Yep, so this is another profile that we've seen before in Slime from the level 1 Ramirez. This surprisingly powerful profile. It generates you board for low cost. It goes to memory, which is kind of arguably a form of compression or reverse denial. Again, the denial of reverse here is not massively impactful because Avis doesn't care about reversing, and arguably here it's going to be a detriment because he wants to leave his board as open as possible. But one of the really cool lines of play that he has in this deck is that if he needs to, maybe he's looking for a specific card like Burst Search or whatever, he can use the Polka to pull back Matsuri Brainstorm or the level 0 Botan to use their abilities from the back row to either brainstorm or go to memory to search and still get a bit of value out of it, even if it's not an attacker, which I've seen people do. It's come off surprisingly well. But one thing to mention, now that he's level 2, he's got a decent mid game. He's comboed again. Is that when you see decks playing the memory engine like this, Ufi's playing red. I'm surprised he's not playing the early play polka, just the 3-2 early play heal, because again, it's very stock heavy. It costs 2 stock to play it to level 3, but having that massive body on the board that Avis is going to struggle to remove, or Avis is going to have to play into, plus the heal for damage equalization, I think really would have been useful for him here.
Yeah, I think one card that he could use is the Suisei level 3. That he can play if he has 4 or more other characters, and then ditch a card and heal 1 card to stock. However, it is in his clock at the top, so he probably didn't want to play that.
The other problem as well with the Suisei is that its condition needs you to have 4 more characters on the board, which his hand size is healthy. He can do that, no problem. But sometimes you don't want to commit cards to a board just for the sake of having them on the board for Suisei. Whereas Polka, Polka can be the first card you early play, and that can be, what you need to keep going.
Yeah, that's very true. So you see Avis starting a turn here.
Yep, she uses the Toko in the back row to salvage another combo, which is... So again, like you mentioned, both players are just going to spend their time, instead of like pushing aggro in the mid game, just repeatedly slam climaxes and combo off against each other. And unfortunately for Ufmi, Avis's ability to generate a board and generate resources is pretty much costless. Like her only stock cost is that Toko in the back row and maybe a brainstorm if she needs it. But things like the filtering from the Choo-Choo or the filtering from the Rui, it's completely costless. And she's just going to be able to swing a bunch of damage. He does get a lucky cancel on 4. Avis triggered, so it's something. But again, she's going to milling the deck. She's going to be generating that compression. She's generating all that stock. She has arguably just as strong filtering as Ufmi.
Yeah.
And I think...
And she just milled 5 clean as well, so didn't mill a climax there. Not too sure about her deck state, but this is really big for Ufmi. Triggering those climaxes yet still managing to cancel, this is what you need here. Otherwise he would be in a really bad position, but from this he can definitely recover. Just needs to maybe cancel that last attack as well. But even if he takes it, he's not reaching level 3, so probably fine.
Cancel doesn't come in, so he does fall behind on damage, but his hand is really healthy. But again, the issue here is that he's got 5 stock, 3 of which are climaxes. As much as you want to pay out those climaxes to refresh, that doesn't leave you with a lot of stock to play your late game. And he does need at least 4 stock to do triple Marine, which, if he pays out all 3, if he pays out 3 stock, he's going to finish with 2, attack 3 times, go to 5. It does, he is still like safe in the threshold, but it's not a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, definitely not. But I think optimally, what you want to do here is you play your early play Suisei twice maybe. If you play it twice, go to 2 stock, like I said, and then basically reach the 5 stock, maybe get a brainstorm off after that the next turn, and play the Hosho Marine and try to finish. But of course that also depends on whether or not Avis cancels here or just takes the damage.
Mhm.
He is playing the Polka again, so maybe no early play. He does have a spot for it though.
Oh,
There we
there
go.
it is. Yep. So he's going to pay out the last of the other climaxes, which is very, very well timed. And he's going to be able to get the heal to stock, which will help him keep up in the damage race. And as well as that, the 2-soul beat stick is very much appreciated as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the early play on screen here, if I find it. Great thing
So the
about
thing
Her
to-
Life is that a lot of the cards are named the same thing. So it
Yeah.
makes it hard.
The thing to note here is that Ufmi does have a very thin deck, which is good, but I think even if he brainstorms, he's not going to refresh this turn without combo. And if he combos, that's another climax that's not going back in. So it's really rocking a hard place for Ufmi here, because he either has to spend stock to go through his deck, which is less stock that he has to play as mid game or late game, or he just goes without refreshing, which is going to be a lot of damage that he might potentially take and risk being level 3 next turn. He does have a fairly healthy hand, but at the same time, Tay has also got a very healthy deck state. She's 5 out. We saw her trigger 1, and she's still got quite a few. She doesn't have much deck left either. It's 6 cards, of which there's at least 2 in there.
I think she's 6 out actually.
Yeah, so I think no matter what, like if you're Ufmi's shoes, you think, okay, she's definitely got at least 1 cancel here. She's almost certainly not going to be level 3. What can I do? And the combo would be nice, but yeah, he's choosing not to bring, so he's just going to pump the Polka by 1-5 and
So
slam
he
his
is doing the
climax.
combo. I mean, one thing
I
you
do-
can do is just not search.
Yeah, I mean,
Which
it's
is combo,
up. So
right?
if you want to put the botan on the screen, I believe it is up to. So you can search for 1 and then choose not to discard, I think it is. Or you search up to 2, 1 goes to hand, and the rest goes to waiting room. So if he doesn't want to take too many cards out of his deck, yeah, it's up to, and then the rest goes to waiting room. So if he wants to keep some cards in his deck just so he doesn't refresh the climax, if he can just search for 1 and then it goes to his hand and then not mill from deck, which could be useful. But we'll see how he plays the rest of this turn. Again, he's compared to Avis, who has all the hand and all the stock she could possibly need. Ufmi is almost running on fumes here. The fact that he's had to replay his combo 3 turns in a row is, instead of playing for the Mel engine, is maybe not what you want to be doing in this scenario.
Yeah. So you were correct. She had 2 cancels left in deck. And we did see her do exactly that. So canceled twice. Last 2 cards just got dealt this damage. I don't think Ufmi triggered here. So Avis is gonna end at 2 levels and 6 damage in clock.
Yeah, so she's going to start her turn at 2-6 going into the refresh, which she might take. We know that Ufmi paid out all of his climaxes from stock, so his refresh situation isn't awful. But we have seen Mary burn 1 twice. We have seen that win the game from 2.5, 2.6. So arguably, if she has faith in her compression, she'll just stay at level 2, generate some more resources, push Ufmi to say 3-1, 3-2, and then go from there. Or if she's feeling aggressive, she could just go for it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what we see here is he has 2 cards left in deck, or 3. So he is thinking
It
about.
looks like
yeah.
3s. Yeah, so he mills 1, goes down to 2.
Yeah.
And I think one of those is a climax at least, because he's only got 5 or 6 out. So his refresh isn't going to be awful. The only concern is that if that climax is the bottom card, that's 1 less climax he's going to be refreshing, and I think he's missing a door, which he needs for the Marine combo. He paid out the 3, so those 3 that were in the slot will go back in to be searched again with Marines on play. But again, it's looking far from ideal for him, I would suggest.
Yeah, but he definitely. I think he definitely bettered his position here with the turn before canceling 2 of the attacks, and then this turn even managing to play the early play. I think he has done all he could, and he's in a comfortable position. He's not off the hook just yet. Especially if you look at the strong finisher that Avis deck presents here.
Yeah, so Avis has chosen to clock to go to level 3, which I think is a bit interesting because 2 of the strengths of the Rumi finisher is that 1, it's repeatable, and 2, it heals, unlike Ufmi's top end Marine, which doesn't heal. So I was going to say Avis could potentially spend a turn at 2.6, playing some cards to the board, swing, take a bunch of damage from Ufmi's Marine combo, survive on like 3-4, 3-5, and then play triple Remy to heal. But instead, she's just going to go on 3-0, play a bunch of pieces, and then try to go from there, which I think, as you said, we have seen Remy end games from this position. It's not impossible. And if Avis knows that Ufmi has a climax left in his deck, she could go with the Remy combo first to do the burn one twice. And depending on that in that way, it doesn't matter what order Ufmi's climax is in. One damage is going to stick no matter what.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I like this from Avis, just personally. But then again, with both of these decks playing a really good finisher at level 3, maybe you're just too scared of dying to the finisher, which is very valid.
Yeah, the argument is that 2-6 versus 3-0, that's 1 point of damage is not a lot when you're dealing with burn 2, swing for 3, burn 2, swing for 3, burn 2, swing for 3. So I definitely see the argument there. It's just a case of maybe. Well, there's also an argument maybe she just needed the cards. So there, down comes the Remy, which unfortunately is going to waste their heal. And the issue as well here is that if I'm in Avis's shoes, if you don't win this turn, I would not bank on those Remy surviving because the Marine is 10-5 printed and gains 2k from the combo. So they're swinging in for at least 13-5 plus whatever effect. Stock swap is huge though. Good luck, bread. So I think Ufmi's stock is currently clean. And we know that there's one climax left in his deck, which is going to go in.
That's really good for Avis here, yeah. I think there was a line where you don't play the event and instead choose to encore a Remy. But yeah, like we said before, she probably is contemplating this is a do or die situation. So she just wants to maximize her chances of actually getting to finish her opponent.
Winning this turn, I definitely agree with that. I think the problem with paying 3 stock for the Remy is that that's A, assuming you survive the Marine swing back, and B, you need to find all the pieces to go again effectively.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
so he refreshes clean, and then I think 4 more cards going in because he had 6 stock. Yeah, so Ufmi was 7 going back in on that refresh, and I think it's not impossible that he may have just stocked a second climax as well. So this situation is now looking suddenly very precarious.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in Ufmi's shoes here, I'd be a little bit scared. And chuckling, I'm in danger.
Yeah.
We see the climax come down, so this is going to be the turn.
So triggering a door on this attack is great because she can then pay it out with the Remy, which is very powerful. Avis salvages the refresh counter there, but she won't have the stock to pay it unless she chooses not to use one of the Remy combos.
Yeah, which she might or might not be able to decide depending on how the first attack goes.
Yeah, so she's definitely going to pay for that one because she wants to get the door out of the circulation. 2 damage goes in clean.
Yeah.
Ufmi's going to level up.
If this attack sticks, you probably want to use the second Remy. But if this attack doesn't stick, then you could just say, oh, well, guess I'm not going to use the second one. But it does stick, so...
It does stick, so she's now in lethal damage. Because, if this attack for 3 had cancelled, the Remy burn 2 plus the attack for 3 wouldn't have been lethal and it would have just been, quote-unquote, a waste of resources. Ooh. But now that she knows it's all going in, she can just go in, 3 damage.
I wonder if she sided. Oh,
looks like damage. Oh, that's it. Ufmi didn't cancel, and that's going to be the end of the game. So
the creator clash is over.
So there you go. Weiss Tea Time takes it over Honest Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, really unfortunate. I think we saw. Oh, he stopped 3 climaxes off of the stock swap. Oh. That is painful. That's definitely not what you want to see. But once again, apologies.
Didn't give him luck.
Yeah, exactly. So once again, apologies for the minor technical issues. At the beginning of that round, it happens with online tournaments. There's an infrastructure things that we have to deal with no matter what. But we got through the end of it, and we got to see towards the end some really good play there. Like Avis knowing that she's she's favored. She doesn't need to reach too hard. Her deck is just really good at generating resources. Meanwhile, Ufmi there, we saw that even though I think his deck is very well built, he was playing a little bit greedier. He's spending a lot of stock where he maybe didn't need to. He wasn't keeping his Mel engine in mind, and as a result, he fell behind in damage, fell behind in resources, And when push came to shove, he ended up putting Avis into a position where she could just reach for game. And again, like looking at the whole live list, he could have done the exact same thing. He has Marines, he has Matsuri, which is also not a stock swap, but a quote unquote force refresh, which again does the same job of decompressing your opponent. So if maybe he had gone to level 3 first and survived, he could have just won the game from 2-4, 2-6 as well. So just a case of the little bit of cancel that got him back into the game maybe ended up being what lost him the game, because he wasn't able to be level 3 and burn back. So that's going to be the end of round 1. I think it's going to pretty good start to the day. So we're just going to cut to a quick break. We're going to get some drinks, let the players wind down after that, and then round 2 will start in about 5 minutes. So we'll see you all very soon.
Yep.
All right, welcome back everyone to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 Weiss Schwarz EU Tournament. We are just finished round 1. We saw the creator clash between Weiss Tea Time and Honest Weiss Schwarz, which did end in Weiss Tea Time's victory. And we're going to jump on straight into round 2. So, Leon, what do you think we want to see in round 2?
Right, so round 2 we have a Ruby deck versus a Danmachi deck. So we talked about Danmachi earlier already. Danmachi, obviously, it just came out in July. It's a deck that usually plays 12 events, and I'm looking on my side here. This is the same deck as well. Basically, what they want to do is power every turn. Their characters reach really high ceilings, even at level 1 for 0 cost. And just loop that every turn, right? They get the events back, they just do it again, and then once they're level 3 and chip away at their opponent a bit, they're gonna try and attempt to finish with their Hestia. While the Ruby deck, Ruby is one of those sets that has a lot of different ways to build it. And maybe we can look at the Ruby deck, if you don't mind.
Jump straight into the deck list and talk about it.
Yeah, because I think it has some really interesting things we could talk about.
Yeah, so the Ruby deck is being piloted by Alexander, who has... I think they've joined the Weiss community fairly recently, like within the last year or so, but they've already become fairly well known. They've made a name for themselves. They're quite active. So it's definitely a name I recognize. I've seen them around before. And they've gone with Choice Standby Ruby, but it's not the standby you'd expect to see. So he's playing almost full Team Juniper there. He's got the Pyrrha level 3 restanding combo, as opposed to the Ruby Clock Kick and Burn combo. And I really like this a lot because, as you mentioned, decks nowadays are playing more towards the board. They're not trying to be as sneaky or shifty with as Attack on Titan is going to be. So people are leaving stuff on the board more often. And so you just want to have a little bit of extra damage from the restand, as opposed to Ruby, which is just going to a little bit of reach instead. So I think this is really cool. We see a lot of the traditional support cards in Ruby at the level 0, like the Lee Ren and the Cinder. But this deck is a lot more aggressive. It's a lot more low to the ground and focused. And because he doesn't need to play the memory package in the form of the level 0 Pyrrha or the level 1 Pyrrha, it gives him more slots to play other tech options, like, say, the one of 3-2 James that we don't usually see very often, or the 3-2 Glinda that we don't see very often. Quite interesting to see. Any comments from you?
Yeah, I just want to add that he's also playing the Initiation Relic event. You also don't see that very often, but this is also another way for him to get a bit of mill, get stuff from Waiting Room, which is just giving him more options to get stuff to his hand, which with the John level 1, the Climax combo, that obviously can search if he reverses his opponent. That's just gonna give him way more options to actually get the cards that he needs to hand. So I really like this build. One of my local players actually piloted a similar build of this, and I'm really looking forward to see what it can do against Danmachi.
Yep, so speaking of Danmachi, let's take a quick look at that list as well. As you mentioned, it's a fairly straightforward deck, being played by Serio Tenan. Some of you may... Serio Tenan, slightly spelling on the name there in the title, but again, some of you, he's fairly well known in the community as well. Some of you may know him as Dean. He's quite active in a lot of the social medias, Discords, Twitter, and so on and so forth. And he's playing, like we mentioned, a fairly standard Danmachi list. He's got the 12 events. He's got the Hestia combo. He's got the Bell level 1, which is aiming to get the events back and then replay those events and just play Bells again no matter what. And, 2 cards I want to highlight here. I think 2 of the strongest cards in the deck. There's a level 0 Bell, the Qualifications of a Hero. This I think is one of the most one of the most incredibly high spec cards that have been printed in the last year. It's basically a +2 for 1 clock, which is absolutely insane. And I think that's one of the strengths of Danmachi, is that because you have Bell to retrieve your pieces and you have the events to regain, to salvage everything back. Danmachi is a deck that just, again, doesn't care what its opponent is doing. It's just going to make the board every turn. It's going to put forward a really huge power during its turn, reverse your opponent's board, and then just fold over and just look for its pieces. And so this is a really consistent deck, really powerful. And he's also got the promo, the skill activation Hestia, which again just gives you that little bit of extra stock, gives you a bit of extra reach, and can really help make the difference when you're running low on resources and you're having to play events every turn. But yeah, the events, you see the Pionkichi, we see the Firebolt, and we see the Hestia Knife. I think we'll discuss exactly what they do as the game goes on, because it looks to me like the players have already started a little bit they just gone past turn 1. So we'll jump straight in, and yeah, we can see, Alexander, I think, is on 0-6, and Dean is on 0-3. So I think Alex took turn 1 and had his board revert, well, either used a bell or had his board reversed, and he's going to start his turn 2 at level 1, which I would say is not really relevant for Danmachi. As we say, Danmachi is all about just destroying your opponent's board. So having being level 1 first, you're not getting any extra reverses, and instead you're putting forward a field of bells or whatever. And unless you can deny the reverses from the Jeans, it actually puts you in quite a bit of a questionable position. But we can also see there that Dean had the Yang, the level 0, which I think that profile we refer to as a clean cut. It can save his back rows, so it gives him a bit of extra attack, a bit of extra offense, while also keeping his characters alive.
Right, and also, yeah, like I said, Alexander took the first turn, right? Serio Tenon took the second turn with the clean cut, doing exactly what you want to do. Not even because just having the clean cut and using it is nice, but you really want to rush Danmachi so that they don't even get the time to just set up the whole combo. You just want to
the
rush
main
them.
strength of Danmachi is that it gets to play its events over and over again, and the events are what gives it the compression. But if you don't give them the time to repeatedly play and search for multiple events, they will eventually fall behind because their plussing is very limited otherwise.
Just want to quickly point out the flavor text on the first Adventure Bell.
Yep.
This is probably what you feel when you're playing against this as a standby deck.
Absolutely. As you watch your standby targets just get reversed out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Bell there gaining a huge amount of power based on the number of events in your waiting room. So like I said, it's pretty much, it's very rare that Bell doesn't reverse its opponent, but then it also just gets reversed again immediately afterwards, and then you have to force salvage the Bell during your turn.
Yeah, but of course for that you have the Pionkichi event that just, salvages one character and gives another character plus 4,000 power for technically 1 stock, but then you have the red level 1. I'm not quite sure what it's called. I think
it's called Wealth.
Yeah, the Wealth. That just makes your 1/1 salvage event free.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, this is just the power of Danmachi. And what's good for Serio here is that the first Danmachi turn is happening while Serio is still at level 0. So while he is gonna take, or at least maybe take, those direct attacks, his first level 1 turn is gonna get over the bells. And he's not gonna have to worry about finding more characters at first.
Yeah, so Dean there just taking a huge amount of damage. He's also going to be going to level 1. And the other thing I want to point out here is that Alex does have the level 0 bell in his front row. So he can bounce the level 0 bell and bounce one of his level 1 bells to combo again next turn, and also deny reverses from the Jean, which is really powerful here.
Yeah, it's just what you were talking about, right? However, the good thing is that the Jean is choosing the character that gets the on-reversibility. So, they were switched. I see. So my mistake as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the name translate. But yeah, like you mentioned, John doesn't have to reverse its opponent, and because Dean is going to be leaving at least 1 character on the board there, Alex is still going to be able to get all 3 searches off with his John if he has them or wants to. So
yeah, exactly. That's really the power of the combo. Is that your opponent can try to mitigate it, but if he doesn't have exactly 0 board, it's really hard to do something against it. Right, let's see what Alexander will do here.
The other
is
thing as
playing
well
the Blake.
with Dan Matchy we have to consider is that it's not playing counters because it wants to run the Hestia knife for, again, compression and filtering. But Hestia knife doesn't actually give power, which means that bell is just 4/5 and has no way of gaining power during the defensive.
Yeah. So that bell is definitely gonna be it's gonna be the target, right? I mean,
Exactly.
I'm not even sure if you're Dean here you wanna bounce, but probably still correct. But he might just choose to not do it.
I think you definitely want to bounce here just because you want to be able to replay that bell again the next turn. Like, you definitely want to be, like, even if he's going to be losing his characters, if I'm in Dean's position, I would still play at least one knife, just again for the milling, the deck compression, the filtering, because that is the main source of plussing that deck has, right? You know, you've got Firebolts, you've got Pionkichis, you've got Hestia knife. Almost nothing else in the deck searches or salvages in any way, shape, or form. So if you're not playing events every single turn, you're not sculpting your hand. And if you're not sculpting your hand, you're not getting close to your end goal.
We see him use a drop search here with the Young framed.
Yep.
I would say he's probably gonna search for his combo, but maybe he doesn't have the climax. He is thinking about it for a rather long time.
Yeah, and I think the one good thing, as I mentioned about this build of Ruby, is that it's a lot more streamlined. You know, we don't usually see this drop search Yang being played, so you know, he has space for it because he's not playing the Pyrrha level 0 or some of these other level 0s that we usually see. And again, like, by not having to run the Pyrrha level 1, we get to see some other level 1 options like the Glinda, which is just a huge body on the board and could actually maybe try and, because it has hand encore, even if it gets reversed by the bell during his turn, it still can be that 1/1 high power attacker to fight back with next turn. But nope, he is going to search for his combo there. Maybe he's going to try and draw the climax somehow.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe he already has it and he just was thinking about, does he need it? Maybe he wants something else, like you said. The Glinda might be possible, though I think in this matchup in particular it's not that useful. Since you're paying 1 stock to have a character that sticks on board is maybe fine, but the power boost is not going to do much, right? Like you said, the bells are just 4,500, they're not going to get boosted by anything. I think the power is not something you worry about here, but
Yep.
maybe, yeah, like we said, maybe he doesn't have the climax and needs to look for a workaround here. He definitely does not want to fall behind in damage though, so maybe here's to hoping that Dean is just gonna use the bounce. Okay, so it looks like Alexander does not have the climax, so he's keeping the combo in hand since he knows it's just gonna get reversed on the backswing from Dean next turn.
I think the other thing to consider as well is that, even though we said that John can give the reverse to something else, it's on climax play, so he has to commit to saying, I'm going to give this character the on reverse effects, and then Dean has the ability to bounce because Bell's at the start of attack phase. So, wherever Alex gives the reverse effect to, Dean can just bounce them with the bell.
Yeah, you're right. So it actually is just a perfect counter, and it's not like I said, but it's just the other way around.
Yeah,
so
the only way it
really
works is that he has to split his effects up, basically. He has to say, okay, I'm going to give 1 reverse to each of these 2, and then he only gets 1 reverse because then Dean can only deny 1 reverse. But we see that he does slam a standby instead, and he standbys out the combo, so he's definitely looking to double combo next turn, as we discussed, to split his on reverses.
He might have not even had yellow, right? I can't make it out too well.
Oh, you're right. He actually does. No, I think he does have the. That's the. Is that not the Weiss in his clock in the middle there?
But the Weiss is blue, right?
Oh, it is blue. You're right. Yeah. So, yeah, he doesn't have yellow, so he couldn't play the climax even if he wanted to. That's quite unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's the reason why he chose to not do it.
Yeah. And here's the really insane thing about Dan Matchy being able to filter through its event deck with milling and events is that even though Dean leaves 2 open slots here, he just cancels off the both of them and stays on super low damage. And this is an attack. I think Alex is crashing here with his Yang. So Dean was choosing whether or not to play the knife there for milling and compression, but
I think he actually sided.
Ah, right. So
he's probably minimizing damage with this. Probably was contemplating, do I want to deal the 1 extra damage? Does it actually make a difference? And maybe it doesn't, because it's just 1 damage, right?
Well, in this case, he cancelled, so it didn't make a difference. But
Yeah.
I think, like you were saying earlier, right? Like the way to play against Danmachi is to just try and rush it as much as you can. So to me, like that one extra damage would have, I would have considered it valuable because you know that Yang is going off the board no matter what. And so the only reason I think to leave that Yang on the board instead of crashing with it is because you have a lot of climaxes out and you're just trying to minimize the amount of damage you're taking.
Yeah.
Which again is like, it is a reasonable option, but I think you're not trying to play, like you're playing less of your game and playing more of like trying to just outrace your opponent in this particular matchup. So I would have gone for the front there.
Yeah, I think personally I also would have gone for the front. But obviously we don't know his hand. So, like you said, maybe it's just out a lot of climaxes and wants to mitigate some damage.
Yep, so we'll see how Dean navigates this turn here. He's on very low damage. He's got everything he needs. I think the only thing he needs to find is another copy of the door climax to be able to just keep going. And he does have climax swappers. Or rather, sorry, he has one copy of the Tiona,
Yeah, and
which
I mean,
switches climax. And he
even
does
if
have enough
doesn't
searching.
Yeah, I mean, even if he doesn't get the climax, there's no real reason for him to aggressively search for it, right? He can just attack 3 times. He does have another bell still in hand. He can even replay the red bell, maybe side into the level 0. He doesn't lose damage, right? Maybe even play a Pionkichi and boost the red level 0 bell to 4,500 power.
Yeah,
So,
it's also an option. And then it would win lanes. See, he's going to use the Hestian knife during his main phase to add another bell. I think the fact that he's burning the knives now implies that he does at least have another climax in hand, so he can combo and get them back again. Which again is just really good compression, because it means that even if Alex wants to try and get on reverses going into the next turn, you know, Dean will still have the ability to play knives, to just keep milling and potentially cancel more attacks.
yeah, and that's really the strength of Danmachi.
And again, you know, he has so much draw power from the Hestian, the back row, which is draw discard when you play an event.
Yeah, okay, he's already putting him out.
Yep, so it tells you he definitely has it.
Yeah.
And
This is
he
the
has,
opponent where you just chuckle.
yeah, and he has the level 0 bell in the back row as well. So not only can he can still deny one lane, of course, he's still leaving 2 lanes, which Alex can still get reverses on, but he can always deny at least one reverse from Alex still, which is really powerful here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just having the option and just having the mind game of your opponent needing to take the bell into account, it's already strong, right? You just play one card and effectively means that one of your opponent's climax combos is not going off. Just by you placing that card here.
Yep. So Alex finally getting yellow into his clock, but it's another level 1 combo that he takes as he levels up. Ooh, Dean also triggering 2 doors here, but Alex just eating the straight damage, which is really not good. Like, you want Danmachi to have the level deficit, not you. And the only benefit here to Alex being level 2 is that he does get to be level 2 and he can stand buying out level 3s, but again, like, Danmachi doesn't care. Danmachi is going to get over and just reverse everything. And you see there, the card that was just shown on your screen, the part-time job Hestia. It's another powerful utility piece for Danmachi. I think we saw him add it with the door. He triggered a door just now and he added it back. This card is not only hand fixing, but it's also milling and again, like, further selection. So that way he's not just relying on the events, but he also has these that he can just play as small bodies, gain some stock, gain some milling, and still, like, even if he loses his bells and can't get them back because he doesn't have Firebolt, he can still again keep playing the game, which is something that I think Alex is really struggling to do right now.
Yeah, and like you said, right, even though Alex hit level 2, which is usually the power, like that one level where they get the power play off for standby decks, because like I said, they can stand by the level 3s. The only real target that you want to stand by here for Ruby is the Pyra. And that one only really reaches like maybe up to 13 if you get 2, if you have a back row maybe. But yeah, if you have 4 Fireball in waiting room, the bell already gets stronger than that with the Pionkichi. So
yeah, all of the other level 4s that Alexander is playing all have on-play effects. So
yeah,
it's
so you don't really want to stand
ideal.
by them out, yeah.
Yeah, we see that Alex is going to play the initiation relic that you mentioned. It's going to give him a little bit of milling, which is not really that useful now that he's just taken like what 6 or 7 straight damage.
Yeah.
But it is still some sort of filtering. It is still some form of selection. We do know that he does at least have the level 1 John combo still in hand, so he can still do something. But as we keep discussing, that bell in the back row is just going to deny one search, and Alex is going to get some extra damage in. And I think that's, if I'm in his shoes, that's what I'm thinking about here. Like, because you've seen, like, my opponent has just triggered 2 gates. You know, they've got 2 climaxes in the stock. They've got 7 cards in deck. You know, I'm going to force them to open a lane, and then I'm just going to swing to that open lane so that they have less opportunity to play knife and that they just take a bunch of damage.
Yep. That's definitely what you want to try here. Also, by forcing them to open the lane, you also do still deal 1 damage. So you're slowly chipping away at their health.
Yeah, and the way the mathematics and the statistics works out is that the earlier you play the knife, the less impact it has on whether or not you cancel. So for those of you who are interested, you know, feel free to like, you know, talk to a bunch of other people on Discord. Like, people smarter than us have done the maths. But basically, you know, as you want it, like, you want to knife in a way that it keeps as few cards in your deck as possible. And you know, what Alex can do is he can try and front attack first, forcing Dean to knife us, you know, first, so that the knife goes in on the refresh and the 4 cards he looks at goes in on the refresh. Whereas if he knifes, say, at the last attack, when Dean only has 1 or 2 cards in, then that knife isn't going to go back in. Only 1 card is going to leave the deck, and he might be able to refresh with an extra climax, you know, if he hadn't. So Alex has to play around both counters and knife here to be able to, like, you know, see how to maximize his damage output. So down comes the Nadir, which again is another card that we don't usually see in Ruby lists, but it gives him a bunch of extra power. And you know, when he's expecting Dean to combo off again next turn, which then gives him the ability to, you know, go to stock and recoup a little bit of advantage. But we do see the Pyrrha coming down. So Alex has completely abandoned the John combo, and he's just going to go straight into the Pyrrha and just, you know, get a bunch of power and get a bit of extra soul damage on, which is especially relevant because at level 1, Dan Machi has no way of removing an early play other than play a bell and get huge.
Which already is a pretty good way for them, though. I'm a bit of confusion is going on for me, though, since he did play the Nadir. So the middle character in the center stage, which at the moment is the John, is gonna get plus 1,500 power. So normally you would expect him to stand by the Pyra into the middle, right? So that she actually reaches the 13 that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. And so right now it's just 11,500 from its own effect, and then the John is getting the 1,500, which, let's be honest, 11,500 is pretty easy for a bell to reach on its own.
Exactly. That's why with a Pionkichi he already reaches 8,500, right? So you definitely want to keep that number for Pyra as high as possible. And we'll see how it works out here for Alexander, since he's also not playing any backups in his list, not even at level 2.
Yeah. It means that if that Pyra goes, he's just going to have the hard Encore to keep it alive. And we see here, you know, he's resolving the shuffle back of the Pyrrha, but I'd argue that maybe you don't want to be doing that right now because you're leaving cards in Dean's deck for him to go through. Like, you know, you almost want to force him to refresh as soon as you can, so that, you know, he loses access to his search pieces, he loses timing for knife. Whereas, you know, by putting back these 4 or 5 cards, Dean's going to bounce something, but it also means that he's going to be able to, like, use the bell to clock one and bounce the hand, and he's going to have less chance of clocking a climax. But also, he's had 2 opportunities to use knife. Those cards that he searches with knife, they're going to actually, like, you know, get him closer to that cancelling, as opposed to, you know, forcing him to knife on the refresh.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if you want to bounce here, and I think Dean is actually choosing to not bounce, since you have 9 cards in his deck, I think, from what he just...
He went from 6 to 11 because he put 5 back in.
Oh, 11, yeah. So,
which is so much. Like,
basically the shuffle back, like I said, just makes the knife event a little bit better or more rewarding to use. But we see Dean...
He's waiting until the last attack, or maybe he's thinking about doing it now, because...
Yeah, I mean, he has more than 1 in his hand, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with keeping 1 for the main phase, because you want to be able to abuse the draw discard of the Hestia, which is a once per turn. But definitely knifing like sooner than later so that you can get closer to the refresh. Like potentially draw, like refresh off of your draw phase so that you have a fresh deck to knife through. I think is definitely what you want to be doing here.
Yeah, we'll see what he does here. Refresh damage will be taken, and it's a John.
Dean is taking much of damage, but because Dean is playing a 1k1 every turn compared to Alexander's standby, Dean's damage output is just way higher. So he's still, even though he's going to refresh and level up going into his turn, he's still he's got a massive damage lead, massive cards lead, massive stock lead. Even if all these bells go to the waiting room, it's so easy for him to just rebuild the board.
Yeah, and a bit surprised that Alexander's Yang lived, because I think it should have.
And again, that's one of the other reasons why I think shuffling 5 back with the Pyrrha was a mistake, because you don't refresh. Seria Tenon doesn't refresh, which means, as we saw, he got the opportunity to pay 3 Encore to get the bell back, which puts 2 climaxes out of his stock back into his waiting room. Whereas if you just swung for 6, you had 6 damage on. I think you had 4. You had 4 soul on the board. You needed 1 or 2 lucky triggers to get him to refresh. But like if you had gone to refresh that turn without the shuffle back, he would have taken the same amount of damage, and he would have refreshed with 2 less climaxes into his deck because they would have been stuck in the stock. Whereas now, he's on 1/6. He's still got more than enough cards in hand and deck. He can just play a bunch of bodies, play 1 or 2 bells, and we saw him add 1 bell back with the Firebolt. And now he can just attack 3 times, refresh, and have really good compression with knives in hand on a refresh deck during the opponent's turn, which is a really bad position for Alex to be in.
Yeah, also having the waiting room still there also means that the Pionkichi event is active if he chooses to use it. However, it doesn't look like he is, but it's just a different another thing to consider, right? If you don't have a waiting room for them, that means 8 of their 12 events aren't gonna be as strong, or at least as unreliable. Yeah, so he's playing 1 Pionkichi, yeah.
He adds back another combo, which he's already committed the Hestius to the board. So I think he probably just wants to slow down. Yeah, he's going to attack with no climax, interestingly. I guess because he's all 8 out.
It's plus 8/5, so it is still stronger than the Pyro, though.
Yeah, so he doesn't need the climax for the power, because he gives it 4k from the Pionkichi, but the only downside there is that he's now losing some damage output. He's just swinging for 1/1/1. But again, he's so ahead on damage that it doesn't really matter to him. Triggers a climax on the last attack, which is a bit unfortunate, not what you want to see.
However, if he does get a climax as shuffle damage with the new rules, he can still salvage it.
That is correct, because he'll level up first, so this is where the new rules are suddenly starting to become very relevant.
It's a big brain play now. Get the climax as shuffle damage and then salvage it.
Alternatively, he's happy for it to just stay in the stock, because he's playing climax swappers. He can just drop the when if he ever gets to level 3, he can just pay 1 stock and just add that that gate climax back to his hand.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, definitely the world is his oyster. We know that he has knives. We know that he has a level 3 in hand because he added it just now.
Yeah.
But he's definitely cruising here.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has 1 more Pionkichi as well. Oh,
so not a climax going in. And that's for 2 damage, which might level. Nope, a lucky cancel coming in. So Alex gets the 1 more turn without being level 3, but it is still not an ideal scenario for him to be in right now. Like, he's super far behind. He's, again, low on resource. He's got less stock, less hand, and he needs to find a way to make use of his energy.
Yeah, really, it's finally a cancel for Alex.
So it looks like he's going to hand encore to John. Which he has hand encore from the Blake in the back row. The Brainstorm does give the middle slot hand encore, but then again, maybe he should have put the Pyrrha in the middle so he could have encored the Pyrrha, because the Pyrrha is a better body, right? Like, sure, he has double John here, and he's going to convince Dean to use one of the bell in the back row to bounce one to deny the reverse. But at this point, Dean now has a full deck of which to use to knife through. Like, yeah, you're no longer threatening the refresh pressure from the combo anymore. So Dean there is just going to pay 1, clock 1. Yep, get his plus.
Yeah,
I think I don't know if you saw his fingers earlier, but he pointed one each to one John. So each one has an instance on reverse. So the middle one's not going to do anything, and the one on the side is going to on reverse search one. So not a perfect turn, but maybe it could work out for him.
Maybe, yeah. We see Dean just slamming down the cards, as you do.
He knows he's going to take much of damage. Triggering a choice. He's going to add the Pyramid, looks like, to hand or the stock. So he's going to build a bunch of stock, which is relevant because, as we mentioned, he's a standby deck, but all of his level 3s do stuff when play from hand. So his turn is probably going to be like, he's going to try and get to level 3. I think he's going to try and push Dean to 2 or 3 this turn, and then play a bunch of level 3s and try and close out the game. But big cancels coming in from Serio there. He's going to stay on level 2 for a turn longer. He's going to be out of lethal range for Alex. And even though Alex gets a search, I don't know if there's much he can search for at this point to claw him back into it.
Yep. And regarding the placement of the Pyra, I mean, you did say that Alexander just recently or last year started the game. And playing round 2 of a tournament and immediately getting a feature match, it does leave a toll on your nerves, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't blame them at all, but it is definitely... And at the same time, we've reached the situation where he's so far behind, and he's got so many climaxes out of the deck now. He's setting up for his end game with searching for his Ruby, which is the on attack, pay 2, ditch 2, burn 2. But at this point, the Ruby's a heal, which is nice, but whether I don't think that Pyra would have made that much of a difference here. Dean's only on 2/4. It's a 13k body with 2 souls, sure, but Dean's got knives in hand. He's got Pion Kitchis. He's got Firebolts. He can remake the bells. He's got early plays as well that he can now use to remove the Pyra from the board anyway. So I don't think it's that much of a loss that he didn't save his Pyra.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it would have been nice to have, but like I said, it's not needed. It did what it was supposed to do, right? He used the climax combo, and afterwards, it's really just a big beater on board. And I do think that Alex is not in as bad of a position as it might look. He does have stock, maybe he needs a bit of hand, but against Danmachi, having the stock to attempt a huge finish turn is not that bad, even though your entire game is not looking as good maybe for you.
Yep.
The Hestia doesn't have that much reach. Even a triple Hestia, if you're rather compressed, will not usually kill you from 3-0 or 2-6.
Yeah, the only concern here is that Alex is already on 2-6. Down comes the 1k1 door combo from Dean. He's going to search for his Hestia knives, and this is 3-2-2 damage coming into Alex, and he's probably going to be 3-3, 3-4 going into his turn, which is very close to lethal. Plus, we see there, the little rookie bell on your screen that he played, the early play. It's just going to be a little bit of extra soul damage from Dean, just to really put that pressure on Alex. And if he needs to, we see the bell in the back row, and we know that Alex is playing he's got the on reverse Glinda, the level 3, which is on reverse deal 1. So that he can deny reverses on that lane as well with the bell. Alex does get a nice cancel. That's definitely much appreciated off the 3 damage swing.
Definitely, yeah.
So I think he can probably afford to take 1 or 2 of these 2 damage swings, go up to 3-1, 3-2. Yep, so he's going to be on, looks like at least 3-1. If he can stay on 3-1 or maybe 3-3, he can still heal out of all of it and stage a comeback. But again, Seria Tenan's only on 2-4. He needs I don't think Alex has that much reach to be able to get there. He has the restanding Weiss 3-2, and he's got the Salem, which can burn up to X, but yeah, it's not a lot there. Again, the damage is just sticking non-stop. And
I think what you want to do as Alexander here is heal down, like you said, and then chip away a bit and attempt a 2-turn finish. So you want to let Serio Tenan reach level 3 this turn, definitely. Hopefully maybe deal a little bit of damage, and then attempt the actual finish turn the turn after that.
Yeah, the main thing you have here, as Alex, I think the silver lining or the chance he has is that Dean's board isn't really that big, right? The Hestia gains 1k for each back row, so it's going to be 11-5 with combo, whereas you see the level 3 bells, they gain 1-5 for each marker. So that's currently sitting only at 9k. And as we know, Danmachi has no power backups. The other level 3 Bell that Dean is playing in his list doesn't gain power at all. So none of Dean's level 3 engine threatens Alexander very much at all. So if he can make, say, a 3-2 Ruby or a 3-2 Salem and make it stick in any way, shape, or form, it's pretty much favored for him to like keep his board alive.
Yeah. This is a rough situation. It really is. So it seems like Alex is getting some information about Stereo Tenant's deck and hard strength and climax and waiting room and such. So maybe he is thinking about attempting a finish turn, which is understandable if you're a bit desperate.
So down comes the first Salem.
Yeah, he didn't even clock, so probably doesn't have anything to heal, or not enough at least.
Bottom 5, I think he finds 1 climax, which the 1 damage is cancelled off the top, it looks like. So again, like all of his reach is all of his quote-unquote reach is just not getting there in this stage. So again, like
That's really
Salem's something that
rough
I
for
would have
him.
expected him to save for the final turn, when like once Dean compresses on the refresh, but at this point maybe he's just trying to like do what he can.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's just doing what he can, sometimes in any game, there is a point where maybe you're just reaching for the stars, right? And it certainly looks like it for Alexander here.
Yeah, and all the extra stock that we saw him generate recently. He just paid 3 for the same. He's got 4 left. If he pays 2 for say a Ruby, he needs to hold on. Like he needs to find another costless character to swing with, so he can use the Ruby's burn. Or same with Weiss. Weiss's restand is pay 2, ditch 2. So he's gonna either end up with almost nothing going into at the end of his turn, or he needs to put forward a slightly weaker turn here to be able to effectively have resources, assuming he can survive.
Yeah, I'm really unsure what he's gonna do here. I think Weiss isn't even that good here, since I think he only has 3 or 4 cards in hand. So if he plays 2 more characters to front row, he already won't have enough to use the ditch 2 characters condition.
Yeah.
But even a Ruby is also gonna need to ditch 2 cards. So he's gonna play the Ruby.
He's looking at the Glinda, it seems.
Yeah, salvaging the Glinda with the Ruby.
And he's just gonna play the Glinda. Okay, so he's... And this is awkward here, right? Like I said, the Bell in the back row can choose to just bounce Glinda's opponent, so Glinda doesn't get their on reverse burn 1. Which I guess it makes it easier for Alexander to make the choice. Like, does he pay for the Glinda burn or does he pay for the Ruby burn? And I think here he's definitely going to pay for the Ruby burn because it doesn't need to reverse. But the fact is, that Glinda came into play from the waiting room due to Ruby's effect, so he doesn't get to heal. Oh no, he adds the hand, so he plays it. I think he just forgot to heal.
No, he healed with Glinda.
He did heal, right. So.
He did heal with Glinda. It's just we made the mistake, and
Ruby doesn't heal.
Probably. Yeah, Ruby doesn't heal.
That's it. So he's going to drop a standby, pull out another Ruby, which, again, the problem with standby is that it's not damage output, and when you're this far behind, you really need damage output.
Yeah, I mean, he can hope for the first 2 attacks sticking, then maybe... I mean, technically, right? If Stereo Tenant eats everything here, he could die.
Yep.
Oh, and he's immediately
knife
grabbing
coming
4,
in,
so...
Revealing blank 4 with knife is really good. And then draw 1, ditch 1 from the Hestia.
Yeah.
So much filtering here. And again, this is what we're saying about like the compression of Danmachi is able to just not quite guarantee its cancels, but get closer to its cancels.
This is really heartbreaking for Alexander, right? He did attack just knowing that Stereo Tenant was all out probably, because he dealt 1 with the Salem and then the 1 got cancel off the top. So really heartbreaking that he had the Hestia knife ready there, but of course that is to be expected.
I mean, yeah, we saw Dean salvaged a bunch of them the last turn and hasn't. I think we've only seen him play 1 or 2 Hestia knives all game. He's definitely been holding onto them for the late game, which I think is very intelligent.
Yeah,
you just want to ensure that you get to your finisher as soon as you can.
Yep. I mean, there should be still 1 in his hand. There's 1 on clock. There's 1 underneath the bell.
Yep. Refresh damage comes in. It's a climax, so that is That is a small ray of sunshine for Alex. You know, there is a chance he just needs this burn on the Ruby to stick, as well as all the soul damage from his level 3s.
Yeah, and also triggering on both attacks.
Yes, he needs to deal
just
8 damage.
Yeah.
I think he needs to trigger on both attacks, because it's 2 burn from Ruby, and then 2 swings of 3 he needs. So he needs he's going to pay for the Glinda instead.
I mean, this is cheaper, so...
It is, but it's also less damage. Like, even if he triggers a soul on both attacks, the burn one from the Glinda, that's only 7 damage total. He's not actually going to, like... It's not going to win in the game. You know, obviously the chance of Dean cancelling here is very, very high, but... There's an argument to playing to your outright, which is just to take the Ruby burn, which might actually win the game.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean... Maybe...
He doesn't trigger anyway, so I guess he's trying to do as much as he can in this situation here.
Yeah, I think that's just basically what's his plan here. Just deal as much damage as possible, hope you survive the next turn, and then just vanilla swings for game.
The only problem with the deal as much damage as possible strategy is that, as we know, the Hestia level 3 does heal to stock on play.
Yeah.
And we know that Dean will get all of them at some point. He does find a trigger, but it cancels off the top.
Immediately getting cancelled.
Yeah, so the chances of Alex winning this turn were pretty much not there. And it means that Dean is going to clock up to 3-3, and he's then going to be able to heal all of it off with his Hestias, which is absolutely insane. So all that extra reach that Alex put forward, you know, all those resources he burned to deal that extra damage, was more or less going to go to waste.
Yeah, that's really heartbreaking for Alexander here. Basically, it went perfect for Serio here.
Yeah, Alex doesn't have many cards in deck, so the Hestia might whiff is his only saving grace. At the same time, you know, like, Dean is just getting his engine on the board. He adds 1 Hestia back. It's looking really tough.
It is, yeah. Obviously, as Alexander here, you just want to cancel. But, of course, the Hestia level 3 does have an effect. It just means if you cancel, you just get punished.
Yes.
Since it then burns too. And it can even give that effect to someone else.
Yeah, so if Dean wants to be intelligent with how he assembles his board here, he can definitely just ensure a lethal burn from just 1 attack. Hits 2 off the Brainstorm, that's also very nice. He can just search for more Hestias and just keep going from here, which I think is what he's going to do.
Yeah, the game is really going exactly how Serio wants it here.
I guess there's maybe no Hestia in his deck, or maybe he has them all in his hand already, so instead he's just going to add the Climax Swapper, just to guarantee that he can get there.
And maybe even get there a second turn if he doesn't do it the first turn. Like, provided he doesn't have the Climax yet.
Yep. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about here is that, you know, Dean is now playing very fast and loose with his stock, which means that, you know, if he commits, like, say, double Hestia, well, actually, he can afford to triple Hestia here, but then he's low on stock for next turn, so that he might not be able to, like, say, re-salvage all the Hestias or, like, you know, Brainstorm and then Climax Swap as well. So maybe he's then relying on maybe 1 or 2 Hestia surviving, which, if he doesn't win, is probably not going to happen, given that all of Alexander's things are 10k printed and has a lot of power pumps.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you play 3 Hestias here and don't finish, they probably just get reversed. And that means the turn after you either draw into them or, like you said, salvage 1 and then play 1. You won't get more, just because of stock issues. But, yeah, I mean, Alexander is at 2 damage and clock, and his deck is rather thin, like you said. So the burn 2 cancel burn is actually really good here, since you can treat this as Alexander being at 3 damage and clock, basically. Since for refreshing the deck, he will get 1 in clock.
Yep.
And then, obviously, attacking for 4 and 2 are just really optimal numbers.
Yeah, and what I particularly like here is that Alex has presented a full board of level 3s, but then what Dean can do is, because the Hestia combo also gives Soul, he can also give +2 Soul to one of the Hestias, so it can side attack for 2 with the Climax, it'll be 5 Soul total, siding for 2, plus the burn 2 on cancels, plus the refresh. Like, he can very easily set up an exact lethal here.
Yeah, very true. And we did see the Climax swap come down. So he did not have the Pan's Climax, he did have the Gate.
Yep, but he's managed to swap into it. So
yep.
He doesn't have the 3rd Hestia, which, you know, reduces a bit of reach, but I think 2 is still enough because, as I said, you know, that's even the middle lane is still 2 Soul Base, plus 2 from the Hestias. He can side a level 3 for 1, which is just absolutely incredible. But I think he's deciding like the pattern here. Like, does he want to stack them all on one Hestia? Does he want to split them? How does he want to do this?
I think what I would do is just attack with the middle first. Since that one probably won't get the cancel burn, right? Since I think personally
I think he's giving it all to middle. I think he's doing what I said, which is going to side for 1. Like, I also like the fronting with the middle lane here for just 2 first. But we see here the 3 damage sticks, and he's not being punished for it. And so here, what he can do is now, he can front with the other Hestia, combo to the middle, and this attack for 3 is probably going to cancel. In which case he
side for 1 though.
Yeah, so he can do that as well. But this can, I think, he gave the combo to itself, so that burn 2 on the cancel just gets there, and yeah, that's going to be it. Seria Tanan takes the win. Alexander just, I think he just triggered 1 too many climaxes and just lost advantage of the game, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
it's
going
also
to be
just
the end of round 2.
Strength of Danmachi into a standby deck, right?
Yeah, like any board that Alex tries to make, Dean can just so easily deconstruct it, while at the same time furthering his game plan with Hestia Knife, with Pyonkichi, with whatever. Like, all of his utility, he can afford to spend his utility to do everything else because his core game plan is so good at beating what Alex is trying to do with his deck.
Yep. Yeah,
that is.
We also saw the level 0 Bell just completely break the level 1 combo, so it was a really bad matchup for Alexander as a whole, I think.
Yeah, denying those on reverses while still, because we know that Ruby can put forward a lot of power on the offense as well, which means that Seria Tenan would have lost all of his level 1 bells, but then by not only denying reverses on the Johns, he can also save his level 1 bells to replay again next turn to fight back against whatever it is that Alex might try to set up with his turn, which is, just really, really powerful. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that game is a showcase of what exactly Danmachi is trying to do and why it's such a strong deck. And you can just imagine against things like Mushoku, Dead Alive, Quintuplets when it meant, Quintuplets 2, the second booster just came out earlier this week. And unfortunately, it's not legal for BRO yet, but it will be legal for a bunch of BCSs. You can expect very sort of similar things there. No matter how much utility you have, if you're a deck that's focused on building board and you're losing board every turn, that can only just end poorly.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
So that is going to be the end of round 2. I am going to take a step back, and replacing me will be Nando. So Nando and Leon will be looking after you for round 3 and 4. And so say hi to them just after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Bro 2022. We're just about to start round 3, and we've had 2 exciting matches so far. First, we had the clash between the 2 idol sets that are currently dominating the meta, and then a close match between 2 underdog decks that have yet to prove themselves in English. Leon, how about you lead us into the next decks we're about to see for the exciting round 3?
Sure. So coming up next, we have Alexander Dank from Austria on Door Choice Camelot FGO. This deck is one of the newer decks that came out. It's basically more of a mid-rangey deck. It's looking to stall at level 1 a bit, reach high powers there. So it has good matchup into standby decks such as Wishku Tensei. And then once it reaches level 2, it wants to early play the Lion King level 3. And then with the climax combo of that Lion King, they can heal every turn when they play the climax and attack. So that's really strong. Additionally, the Lion King also burns on attack, similar to a Love Life Sunshine Yo. So yeah, it's just a really strong profile all around.
Yeah, definitely. For those who are familiar with some of the meta sets, this deck plays a bit like a mix between Rushia Hololive and Love Life Sunshine that Leon mentioned. It strikes a balance between the two in terms of strength and speed. This deck has a lot of deck control, can mill through it quite fast, and can also set up those burns quite nicely. Whereas with Love Life Sunshine, you might only be able to confirm the top one. This one can actually shuffle back burns, which can be quite devastating if performed well.
Yeah, so maybe just look at the other deck.
Yeah, then let's take a look at 8 Standby Slime, if I'm correct. Pretty standard list, I'd say. We do see the inclusion of some spice with the 2-1 Rimuru that actually allows you to refresh yourself. You do still take damage, but it's on demand, so quite nice to have. There's also an anti-change counter and a memory counter, which are quite good in the current meta. And other than that, it seems very straightforward to me. I don't know if you have something else to add.
No, I don't have anything to add here. I do want to point out though that the main goal of this deck obviously is to get the level 1 Rimuru. It has a twin drive effect, so it checks for the trigger 2 times with the climax. Then you want to stand by the yellow level 2, the Geld, that can boost other characters by sacrificing itself. And then at the end you finish with a really big and flashy finisher from the melee, playing the event from the hand during your attack phase. It's really cool.
Yeah, and definitely this type of finisher can be quite good now, as decks are looking to compress as much as possible, especially against Hololive, even maybe against the new Tokyo Revengers build that's going around. I can definitely see this deck perform quite well, and I think this choice is well suited for a tournament like Bro.
Yeah, definitely.
So once the players are ready, we should be able to go into their next match. Who do you think is favored for this particular match, Leon?
So personally, I think FGO is pretty favored here.
Okay, FGO. Any specific reason?
Yeah, so, well, the Geld is stand by the level 1, right? And the Slime wants to stand by the Geld at level 1 into the front row. However, the Bedivere, the level 1 combo from Fate Grand Order, does reach quite high power levels, especially with the Ritual of Holy Selection event that they play. So that alone can actually contest 1 Geld. So they would either need to sacrifice another Geld to save that, or just let that die or let it reverse and then sacrifice it for another character. So they get forced to sacrifice it basically. And I think that's pretty strong, because I think 8 Stand by Slime is at its best if it doesn't need to sacrifice the Geld and can just do it as an extra thing.
And I guess we're heading right into the game as we see both players, Alexander Denk on the left side and Anna on the right. Not quite sure who's starting, but it seems like Alex is starting with FGO. Clocking the 3-2 Mordred there, which is an early play if your opponent has an early play, which is quite good to have against certain decks.
Yeah, playing the Bedivere here, which is a mill runner, so at the start of Anna's attack phase, he can put the top card of his deck into his waiting room and then move it to a different position of the stage.
So we instantly see a cancel coming from Anna's side. I'm not sure how exactly you'd want this in this particular matchup. Usually a standby deck wants to eat as much as possible, like to get the board up as early as possible. However, I do think that Slime in particular might want to wait a bit in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I think usually, like you said, you want to reach level 1 as fast as possible so that you can actually set up your board first. But for Slime, and in this matchup in particular, you probably just want to take it a bit slow, accumulate stock, which you want to do anyway. Especially since your level 1 climax combo is not that strong, right? So you can afford to set up with your standbys later or during the attack phase. So you can afford to have a slower turn at level 0.
Yeah, and definitely looking at Alex's lineup for level 1, it's quite limited. And if he's forced to use the early, he might not actually be able to contest the Rimuru, even without the Geld. So you might be seeing the Slime player play into that.
Yep. Alex canceling on 3. However, Anna did trigger a standby, but it looks like she doesn't have any targets left. Kinda unfortunate. One of those things that just happen as a standby deck is sometimes you have a standby in hand and a good target in grave. So you think about playing it on level 0, and then you always have the risk of triggering the other standby from deck.
Yeah, it's very unlikely to, well, not necessarily unlikely, but you know, with only 2 attacks, you're not expecting to necessarily see a standby, so you'd rather just play one from hand to guarantee having that play next turn.
Yeah, exactly. So while it didn't work out perfectly this time, it definitely was correct, I think. Just try and get the 1-0 out of her waiting room.
So we see the level 0 assassin being played, which on play gets to minus a character by 1k power, meaning she's able to actually minus the medium enough to be put into the win room, denying that reverse level 0 ability, meaning Alex can keep board to like deny some extra damage for next turn. Then we see the drop search being played, allowing Alex to fix for his level 1 pieces.
Could also choose to shuffle something back if he wants to.
That's
But
yeah,
probably
that's
doesn't
very
need it right
true.
now, yeah.
Probably a bit too early for that, yeah. And we do see the level 1 Betty Fear come out, which is the level 1 climax combo of choice here. Pretty straightforward climax combo, I'd say. On attack, mills 2, and then salvages the level milled. But as you mentioned, it does reach quite high powers, which is why a lot of people favor this card.
Yeah. If you look at the effects in the stat line, just with the climax alone, it reaches 8,000 power, so that's really strong just on its own. And then of course you have some support cards, the event that can boost by 1k and so on and so forth.
So yeah, we see Alex probably contemplating if he wants to slam a climax here, or maybe just power checking. Pretty sure with only one extra character, the Rimuru on front is weaker than his characters. And yeah, definitely weaker.
Yeah.
As we see him being reversed. Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming in.
Usually this wouldn't be good, of course, but as we said, for standby reaching level 1 is not that bad, right?
Yeah.
You're still happy about it. She has one climax combo removal already. I would imagine she probably has another one in hand.
Yeah.
So it's not the end of the world here.
As you said, both ways are pretty fine for this particular deck. You might be able to exhaust level 1 options for the opponent if they hit level 1 first. However, with the Geld, you pretty much guarantee that your level 1 board will survive almost anything they can throw at you. Meaning that being level 1 first and setting up that board is also more than sufficient.
Yeah. Alright, so let's see what she does here. Is clocking one of the Shunas.
So yeah, with the Rimuru being pushed up, I'm expecting the climax combo turn immediately. One Rimuru doesn't quite hit it, but if she manages to field at least one more, as we see right now, then she's in a really good spot. Can she find the third one? If so, then that's pretty much all eight standby slime wants to see from his first level 1 turn. However,
Yeah,
I don't
it'll
think
be really strong.
I don't think the other. Oh, she might hit one here.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
Kinda unfortunate for her, but she did heal 4 damage away. So one thing that is kinda hard for her here is that Alex presented a full board. So while she doesn't have a problem with reaching level 1 first per se, Alex being at 2 damage and having a full board here means that she really needs to reveal some soul triggers here for her attacks, otherwise she might fall behind in damage quite a bit.
Which could be a problem. However, with full board and standby climax being played, she might actually not even deal enough damage to bring Alex to level 1. And depending on how Alex's hand is prepped, keeping him at 0 might actually also be in her favor.
That's true, yeah. We'll see how this goes, I think, but you're probably right.
So Mill Runner whiffs, but it doesn't really matter since the board is full. He does mill a clean damage off the top. Okay, so the lack of damage, the lack of damage is not relevant. She swings for 3 here, almost guaranteeing he'll hit at least level 1, possibly even equalizing the damage.
He was listening to us and just told us, no guys, it's fine, I have the damage right here.
That's another swing for 2.
Another swing for 2, and if he cancels? No, okay. So he does reach level 1 here. And we will probably see if he is prepped or not.
Well, we did see him grab at least one Betty Fear. Does he have a second is the question. Does he have the climax? It's also very important as he doesn't reach quite that much power without the climax. I
Yeah,
think he
that's
only reaches up to 8k if he resolves the climax combo. Otherwise, it's just a 5-5 attacker, which is enough to tie with the Rimuru. However, that might not be the best, as you're just giving standby some extra soul damage to push with the open lanes if you do tie. But let's see what exactly happened here.
Well, he did have one Benivir.
Okay.
Oh.
He did clock the climax, so that tells me he does have one.
Yeah, that's very, very possible. Maybe more than one.
Very interesting that level 0 assassin has been cited, as the Soe is weaker, but this does deny some hand fixing for Alex, as he's not able to resolve the ability unless she's reversed.
Oh, you know what's possible? Maybe he didn't have any other red card in hand.
That's definitely possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do see the Brainstorm being played. The Brainstorm, very nice in this deck, allows you to consistently check the top card of your deck, confirm what's there every time a Knight of the Round Table is played, such as that Mordred. You then see the event being played, which allows you to check the top 4 cards of your deck, and then you're forced to put it as a marker underneath one of your Knights of the Round Table, and that character does get 1k power until the end of the turn. And there's a lot of cards in this set that gain benefits off of having that marker underneath it. This Mordred in particular gains Twin Drive and 2k power, which is very huge for a 1-0 character to have.
Yep. Also worth noting that the card he has in his back, the 8 to the Lion King Agravain, that one actually has an effect if it gets a marker, and you can just put the marker away. So if you don't want the event staying on board, you can just put it underneath that character and then put it into waiting room.
So we do see a Brainstorm probably looking for another copy of the Betty Fear, as a single climax combo is not really that optimal. Like, sure, refunds you the climax, but it's not pushing your game state forward.
Yeah. But we will see, right? I think there was one in his clock at level 0. There's one being milled now. So it's gonna be tough for him even next turn to get more of them, I think.
Yeah. So we see the event bonder being played, allows him to pitch a card from hand and then grab the event from waiting room, which is really solid. Allows for some on-demand milling. You're not just hoping to draw into the event. But we don't see him play it. Yeah, he's straight up going into his attack phase.
Probably just wanted to get the event before he refreshes, because he's really far down into his deck. Of course, triggering on the first attack here is kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, but it does give him the 2-1 assist, which is crucial to his game plan at level 2.
Yep.
Especially with the Betty Veer, it's a bit random what you can grab from the waiting room, because you're relying on the mills. Just being able to grab that key piece with the choice trigger is always welcome, especially since you can pay it out with the double trigger, which instantly happens.
Just don't trigger again. Ah, he listened.
That's a huge swing, cancelled off the top, and Anna's not having anything of it.
I mean, she did reach level 1 first, right? She's already at 5 damage in clock, so it makes sense that she doesn't want to take that. Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah, so we see the Betty Veer combo being resolved. He does mill a level 2, which means he would have been able to grab the assist. However, now he has options of grabbing the counter since he's already set for level 2. And a counter is always nice to have against standby, especially the anti-change counter. Yeah,
exactly. It is the anti-change counter that you picked, so it's gonna be really strong for the coming turns. Especially now that Anna reached level 2. But of course, Alex needs to be level 2 to actually use the counter, so...
So interestingly enough, we did we didn't see any of the characters being saved by the guild. I think Anna has different plans. Did not necessarily want to contest board there. Maybe not want to give Alex milling or encore options, since he could have triggered like another climax, as you were worried.
Yep.
So this hitting her to level 2 though might have not been optimal, since she is able to field level 3 characters now with the standby, and especially the Benimaru 3-2, which we did see her run, can be quite the problem for Alex, since he's hoping to have his characters survive on attack, make sure he can ride the Lion Kings. So we'll have to see if she's able to set up such a big board that this becomes an issue for Alex.
Yeah, maybe he will actually need to side into the guilds. But I think that's kind of fine for Alex if he needs to side into the guilds, since at least he does have an early play focused game plan, right? So he will have the soul to actually still deal a little bit of damage when siding level 2 characters. However, Anna herself is probably not in that position. So if she decides she's going to do a stalemate for board, she might actually bring herself into an unfavorable position there.
Yeah, we actually do see her resolve the Riki effect, which at level 2 is a bit like, it tells me that she's in dire need of some utility cards, as I can only grab one or lower characters. So maybe her hand is a bit tricky at the moment, but she is able to grab the Zoe off of it and is able to hand fix into a level 3. So this might actually turn things around if she's able to find, for example, the early play healer, or maybe even...
She does only have 2 cards in hand after this effect. So it'll still be kind of rough.
We do see her grab the early play healer. This will allow her to heal off the climax she took off of the Riki effect. If desired, of course, she can also just leave it there.
I mean, it's kind of a hard choice, right? With that few cards in hand, obviously playing the healer here is really good, since you do heal the climax away. But at the same time, you end your turn at 1 card in hand. And your opponent, if he reaches level 2, can probably just run over them.
In this particular matchup, I'm expecting Alex to only be able to actually scale over 1 early played lane, or like a standby lane, since the Lion King package is limited to only playing 1 Lion King per turn, since you do need to rest both of your back row characters.
Yeah, but he can play the Mordred as well, and the Mordred, if you have a Lion King, gets
the Mordred is in fact live with this board, and it does reach enough power to scale 1 or 2 lanes. But you do have to remember the Geld is on the board, and with the Geld, there's a lot of stuff that can still be a bit spooky for Alex.
There's a
to
second
attack
Geld
into
as well.
Yeah, so this opens up a lot of options on the defensive side. Swinging for 3, we see Alex just eat it. His deck was empty, and I assume he's refreshing with 7 here.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, he did mill his last choice, I think, with the Bedivere. So kind of a 50-50 here to leave a climax in deck or not.
Shuffling, checking, and allowing for the cut to occur. But sticking this 3 must be nice for Anna to see that she's at least catching up a bit in the damage. Ooh, and he takes another climax off of the refresh damage.
That really doesn't feel good for... Oh, at least he does cancel though. And I think if he cancels again, it might even... Okay, no. I think it would have been beneficial for Anna if Alex had cancelled again.
Yeah. If you're the FGO player, you really want to transition into your level 2 game as soon as possible, as banking on your lower levels will deplete your hand, since none of them really plus you efficiently. Like, sure, you can double trigger into climaxes to regain hand, you can climax combo, but it is a bit awkward, and you'd rather just rely on the Lion Kings being on the board.
Yeah. But yeah, this is probably really good for him. I mean, he has stock, he has the game state. Of course, he will have 2 climax already in many room, so it's kind of unfortunate. But 3 even, 3. But with the event, it's not really a big problem, since you can just mill through it, and he did keep 1. So depending on, maybe he has other bonders, maybe he can even play multiple events this turn.
Yeah,
There's a lot of lines you can do now.
I'm expecting a bit of a slow turn. Like, you're gonna see 1 Lion King being played by the effect of the 2-1 assist. The 2-1 assist, honestly, really amazing. Once you have this on board, you can start spamming the Lion Kings every turn, and then it also immediately gives the Lion King 2k power, as it's an assist for level 3s in front of it. And then when you run out of Lion Kings to play, or if you run out of or if you're level 3 and you don't need to use the ability, you can always rest this and another character to be able to grab one of the events for 1 stock, which is a way of regaining hand in the late game. So if you did bleed a bit in the mid game, you can always rely on this ability.
Yeah.
And then we see the Lion King, yeah.
There she is.
So I'm not sure if Alex actually went for the top check. I think he might have confirmed it when the 2-1 assist was being played.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah. So unless he sees a level 0, I'm not expecting him to play anything else. If he did see a 0, expect the event to be played to mill a bit.
Oh, and he even gets the climax combo off. That's nice for him.
So we see a burn for 1 coming through, which in this deck, if you see a burn, you keep it. You're not going to be greedy.
Yeah.
Unless you're looking for specific numbers to end the game, you'll take anything you get.
So it looks like he sided, or oh no, I'm just making a mistake. It's just too strong for the guild to save. Yeah.
You're a bit too early, yeah. So he started off with the burn for 1, and the burn resolves before any guild action can occur. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not a side, I don't think it's strong enough to actually reverse the Lion King here, because the Lion King with the back row is like 14k, I think.
Yeah, so it was a side for 1,
Yeah.
as the damage confirmed. The Betty Fear being 8k, the Rimuru doesn't even come close with the single guild. Unless we see a weird play with 2 guilds being sacrificed to save a level 0. I'm expecting that one to live as well.
I mean, I would probably party really hard if you did. Basically, a way of telling your opponent to just get off. Of course, it's way more better to not do it. Takes the 2. Does not reach level 3 quite yet.
Yeah, but even with this side, that's a reasonable amount of damage pushed. The burn 1 adding an extra instance. Really solid turn for FGO here.
Yeah.
So I was half expecting the standby player to clock into level 3, being free to field anything without worry of the anti-change counter, and making sure that you can contest the Lion King. However, we might see an extended level 2 game where she tries to heal down instead, which is also viable.
I wonder, maybe either she forgot about the anti-change backup, or she actually wants to bait it out, since it will cost 3 stock and 2 cards in hand, basically.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a valid reason here to have Alex play it.
Forcing him to play the forcing him to play the anti-change counter will mean that with only... Oh, he actually does have 5 stock. With 5 stock, he could still afford a new Lion King to be played. However, he is scrambling for stock afterwards, with only 2 stock left. 3 stock after the attack phase. But we're not actually seeing the Lion King being threatened here. And we do see the anti-change come out and being paid in full.
Yep.
Which
will go under deck.
Yeah, which might actually be necessary if Alex is planning on riding longer on level 2. Because the Lion King does heal if you have the climax. Meaning that if he has 2 copies, slamming the climax will healing down to 2-1. Or in this case, 2-4.
So both players are now 2-hand gaming. And I'm gonna be honest here, it looks like a better situation for Alex. Since if he has the climax, he can even heal.
Yeah, it really depends on what his draws are. Like, he can't clock for the climax unless he wants to go into level 3, since he is at 2-6 right now. But if he does have another copy of the Lion King, if he does have the climax, he's pretty much set to last another turn on level 2, removing himself from any danger. But we'll have to see if he was ready to eat this much. So we do see a Brainstorm coming out. This to me indicates he did not have the Lion King, as the Lion King is no longer an option.
Yep. He's not hitting anything. Probably counting his waiting room cards now.
Yeah, so if you're not fielding an extra Lion King, the deck does have to sandbag a bit. Anti-changing the level 3 means that Mordred is also no longer a play. And his other early play only has the condition if you have 2 or less climaxes in deck, which in this case obviously isn't the case, since he still has to force a refresh. But if he does force a refresh, then he's at level 3 and the early play does not matter that much.
Do you think he wants to play any... okay. He already does. Yeah, this is obviously... Yeah, he saw the top card.
Ooh.
Oh no. Oh no, okay. I mean, it's good for him that he gets them back, but obviously that makes the Brainstorm that happened before that really unfortunate.
And the damage taken as well.
Yeah. Oh well. But he does get the climax back into the refresh.
Yeah, so milling through your deck, hitting level 3 here means he no longer has to worry about anti-change counter. So he is able to freely front the level 0s, denying the pluses. With both of them being 500 power and 2-5. It's no issue for him to reverse with any of his characters, even with the Geld on the back row. So being level 3 just adds a bit of peace of mind.
And you can also just play your Lion Kings freely now. As you said, it's just kind of a peace of mind. But then again, you are playing against 8 Standby Slime, so they will have a strong finisher.
Ooh. So he hits a burn 1 off of the top, sniping a climax.
And canceling.
But Anna had 2, 2 on top.
He was prepared. Okay, taking 2. Leveling up herself now. She does have a lot of stock, so while her hand is missing, the stock she has is really good. Especially because her finisher does not really require much cards in hand.
Yeah.
She only really requires stock.
Well, she does need to have the event prepped at least, because that's the only hand card that it costs. And there's no direct lanes on Alex's side, meaning the burn 2 is also not an option. However, the event, if played, can also be quite devastating in this scenario.
Yeah, you can even just hard play the event if you don't draw the level 3, for example. does have the stock.
Ooh, she finds the event, which is a valid target for the Rimuru, since it adds any level 1 or higher card. She does decide to mill further,
Oh,
and
she's
ends up
actually
adding
taking...
the Benimaru.
Ah, that's interesting.
So the Benimaru is cheaper to play, does also provide burn options. So I can see why she would grab that over the event, especially if she already has an event in hand. Can be quite costly to play multiples.
Yeah, also it's a body on board, so the event requires a Milim on board, which she does have, but it's not a body on board. So if you grab the event and maybe you get unlucky with your draws, you might not even be able to present 3 actual attackers.
And it's also not just any body, it's a body that boosts all your other bodies by 1500 power.
Yeah.
Which can make things quite awkward. This is a card you want to see as many of as soon as possible. But even at level 3, you're not complaining about seeing it.
Yeah. She does grab the Milim though.
Yeah, the Milim, quite a great card, has multiple finishing options, depending on the state of your opponent's board. But more importantly, she also heals on play, which is really nice to see on any finisher.
It's actually a scary situation for Alex now. Especially because his cards aren't gonna get reversed by the Drago Buster. If he had a board of full level 3s, it would have been harder for Anna here, but level 1 still being there means that her Drago Buster Milim, if she has the event, gonna be...
It's pretty much
free.
guaranteed to go off, yeah. Drago Buster, of course, being a form of guaranteed damage, something we've been seeing a lot more of in Weiss with... First with I think it was Memory Snow, clocking like climaxes straight from deck to clock.
Yep.
And then we saw it here in Slime, and now in Tokyo Revengers as well with the new Mikey finisher. It's a really strong effect to have. Like if it's guaranteed, like it just puts it into clock, meaning your opponent can't cancel it. And the event especially has a pretty big reach, I'd say. Like you reveal the top 7 cards of your opponent's deck, and for every climax in there, you clock one off of the top after they shuffle back those cards. Getting that off of the Milim Climax combo, really big. For only 2 stock instead of the regular 5 stock you'd pay when the event is played from hand.
Such a cheap option.
So we do see the assist being played, which allows for some trigger top checks. I'm guessing it's to decide if the Brainstorm ability is being used, which allows you to sack the Milim Brainstorm and check up to 3 cards if you have the level 3 Milim on board, which in this case she does. Depending on what she saw, she might opt to use it. And it seems like a very hard decision to make. Just
She did
looking
also
at...
put the level 3 Drago Buster Milim to back row. So that might indicate she doesn't have the climax at least, and wants to stall for a turn. Oh, never mind.
So, will we see the Milim Brainstorm being used here for the top checking ability? It does cost a hand, so it's not like a free top check. No, we're just seeing a regular vanilla swing turn, I guess. The Milim isn't live, but the Benimaru is, so there's always the option of the burn 1 on reverse. And it also resolves in both players' turns, so doing it now and then also having the option in your opponent's turn, it's quite big. Okay, so she did actually see the level 3 climax with the assist. So I'm guessing she was contemplating if she wanted to go grab it or trigger it. In the end, deciding to trigger it. Allowing for a pretty scary board to be set up. Double Gelt and a Benimaru, that's very hard for almost anyone to get over.
Yeah. I feel like this tells us that she doesn't have the event in hand. Otherwise she would have probably just took the climax.
Could also be... mean, Alex's deck was also not that compressed, so maybe spending stock on the event didn't really seem like a huge payoff, as the chance of actually hitting stuff with it was kind of unlikely. And depending on what she has left in deck, she might have left a very favorable deck state.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Alex is thinking about uncoring the Lion King here. He's probably, yeah, he probably wants to finish this turn. So that's probably why he thought about it. Especially with not much hand.
Opting not to encore indicates he probably has another copy in hand. Playing a new one is obviously cheaper than 3-stocking.
Yep. You might also have just a different level 3 in hand, right? Could have the, what's it called? The level 3 Bedivere.
I mean, drop searching for a new Lion King also pays off, as the drop search does allow him to afterwards shuffle back characters, and also allows him to check his deck state to see what kind of numbers he wants to shuffle back in. If he does go for that route. And then just being able to replay the Lion King from hand instead of encoring it also procs the top check off of the brainstorm, meaning he can confirm if he does find a burn or not, making this slightly more optimal play than just straight up encoring the Lion King.
Yep, that's true.
Even though the end result is like the same amount of stock. This just gives him a lot more information to work off of,
And
which might be crucial. Yeah.
Yep. Well, we'll see here. He's shuffling for his life. Because he knows that if he doesn't manage to finish Anna this turn, he's gonna have to survive an onslaught.
You're correct in that. Now, what is favorable for him, the drop search actually allows him to side without penalty, so he's not leaving any direct lanes per se with this current board, which means that he doesn't have to be that worried about the burn 2 on direct attack, which might actually even be more devastating than the top checks, which always has the potential of whiffing. How unlikely that may be. But he is forced to put up his brainstorm, meaning that he will probably, unless side attacking with the last one, leave at least one open lane, giving Anna some options.
Well, he is playing the climax.
Yeah, which means he's allowed to heal one on play. Very strong ability.
Yep. Oh.
Ooh,
Did
that's
find the 2. That's huge.
Burn 2 is good, but he does swing for 4 here, unless he's side attacked, and I think it is a side attack. Which means he's actually presenting lethal right now. Off of 1 card, which is really scary. There's still 2 attacks left after this. Seems like a very good position for Alex to be in right now.
Yep.
I personally would be quite happy with these odds of finishing the game right here.
Yeah, same. I think if you're Anna here, this is really scary.
Yeah,
leaving living or dying up to 1 card from the top of your deck. Really rough. But we'll see. Maybe the new shuffle rule is actually saving her here. See.
So yeah, the new shuffle mechanic interrupts the damage. So,
yeah, Alex reminding her. Oh,
a bit of a
hiccup, but it doesn't change the fact that she is gonna eat 2.
much.
So
yeah, that ends the game.
That ends the game. So Fate Grand Order taking it over Slime. Really well played by both players here, I think.
Definitely. I think in the end, FGO managed to push it through. Managing to push it through to the end, showing off the power of the Lion King. We didn't really see multiples, as Slime was able to contest the board. And it only becomes scarier from there. Like if the one Lion King lives, and you get to have a second copy on the board with it, and you're just swinging for 5 instances, maybe even more if you get that third copy, if they manage to survive long enough, and especially if you're able to sculpt the 2-1 counter that we've seen being played and actually was resolved, then the Lion Kings just have free reign over your opponent, especially at 13k power cross turn. It's just really big, really good set.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this just goes to show that just the fact that he didn't manage to field multiple Lion Kings just goes to show that both players really tried their best and did their best to kind of counteract the strategies that their opponents presented. But yeah, in the end, FGO came out on top, and I think we're gonna go to a little break. Stay tuned right now for round 4, and then we'll see you once it's ready.
Welcome back after that short break, everyone. Another exciting match we've had on stream, and many more to come, hopefully. This time, Leon, we have some of the crowd favorites, and especially your favorite in particular, I think. Lead us into the next matchup.
Yeah, sure. So we're gonna watch WCC versus ENTCG right here on stream in round 4. We have Mushoku Tensei versus Sword Art Online, and it's not any Sword Art Online. It's not Alicization. It's second last shot. It's the old SAO build. Some new cards inside. Let's take a look at the deck list. Right afterwards. Basically, the reason we requested this is because it perfectly showcases old versus new. So we have the Mushoku Tensei 8 standby deck list versus an old SAO deck list. But as we see here, the Mushoku Tensei deck list is a little bit changed. We see it plays a 1/1 G-Lane that can't get reversed by cost zeros. We've seen some decks pick that up because of Danmachi being so strong into Mushoku Tensei, so it's a really good choice for that matchup in particular. They are also playing Sylphie, the level 3, the yellow one, that can stock swap their opponent, which is really good for matchups like Tokyo Revengers. Besides that, it's pretty straightforward. It plays a Roxy level 3 that can burn on attack without a climax combo, and then Ares that can get early plays.
Yeah, as you said, the 1/1 in particular, mostly there because decks have become so efficient in reversing lanes that having a way to guarantee not losing too much board against costless attackers is very nice to have, and the 1/1 definitely achieves that. Just stand by it out, and usually you can ride the whole game off of it. And the stock swap is yet pretty necessary as decks are becoming more and more compression based. I personally really like the 2-off, the early play burner, which does allow for some, if you will, cheeky plays where you can ping some extra damage in when opponents are stalling too long. And then we also see 2 of the Roxy trial deck burner, which is a pretty high amount actually. So usually I've seen people play 0, play 1 maybe as an extra way to finish. 2 makes this deck pretty explosive if you take into account those early plays as well.
Yeah, that's very true. So I think we don't need to say anything more to this deck list. Let's take a look at the SAO deck list maybe. Alright, there we go, baby. This is it. This is what I've been looking forward to. So we see the 2017, I believe, or 2016 Kirito Runner on level 0 here. It's a card that has sticked around with SAO for as long as that first extra booster set came out, basically. It's their main way of actually plussing on level 0 along with the clean cut. Their climax combo of choice is the second combo. I talked about that in round 1, I believe. Basically on attack they pay a cost, they search 2 cards, and then they go on and trigger their gold bar probably. And on level 3 they play the last shot, Shinon, one of the more iconic cards in the set. Basically on attack just deals 4 damage.
Yeah, so this game plan is pretty much stay the same as back then. You're looking to compress your current deck as much as possible, hoping to set up some cancels for level 1, stick around at level 1 for as long as possible as well. Maybe you can win board a bit using the level 1 Suguha, using the backup that's splittable. One of the only splittable level 1 backups in English as far as I know. Other than that, you know, you have the explosive top end, you have last shots, some new additions in the Asuna tree too, which does add cancel burn to the deck. And pretty much you're trying to stay at level 1 as long as possible, stay at level 2 as long as possible, build up enough resources for that explosive, that old reliable last shot, where you just swing a lot of big numbers at your opponent and hoping it sticks.
Pay 2 ditch ones, beyond 4. Right, let's get into the game.
Both
Okay,
players
now.
are ready.
I think there's something we need to say when they start, Nando.
Of course, Leon. How could we forget?
Let's Weiss
Weiss
Schwarz.
Schwarz.
Alright. Looks like Akase here is going the first turn. Oh no, the names are switched. It's Dylan from ENTCG from the Netherlands taking the first turn. Then Kirito runner down, as you would expect SAO to do.
Pretty much the perfect start for SEO. Getting a 2k runner. Now 2k runners are power crept a bit. You don't see these ran that often. Coincidentally, we did see a mill runner that's 2.5, I think, in FGO, or maybe even 2k as well. But that one has some added utility, whereas this Kirito can pump a Shinon by 1k,
yeah.
but it's almost never relevant. But
Well, you could play the 4k Shinon on level 0 actually. I've seen some players do that.
So what a lot of Mushoku Tensei players like to do is play the Rujert and then grab something that can guarantee out the runner in the level 0 sniper, I think. But we do not see Hakase go for that. I'm not sure if his deck ran it.
No, he's not playing it. It's a promo card, the Rudy, Rodeos Gereret. And yeah, as you said, it basically just says if your opponent only has one character in the front row, he can just remove it. But yeah, Hakase is not playing that. However, he is searching the 1/1 Eris for later. And what he's looking for now is probably just accumulate a bit of stock. And once he reaches level 1, play as many Eris as he can. And then go from there.
Usually with Mushoku, you want to go into level 1 with 2 or 3 stock. Maybe a bit less depending on if you manage to stand by an Eris on the back row, or even in front if you know your opponent can't reverse it. Making sure to have that triple combo to wall and just be set for the rest of the game.
I think it's kind of interesting that he's deciding to play Gentleman's Vice here and just attack only with the runner. Even though, as we said, Mushoku Tensei does love stock at level 1. So I'm pretty interested in why he didn't attack with the Ruijert here.
Well, against a more modern deck, it might have mattered, but against SCO usually had some trouble with tri-fielding early, so maybe he tapped into that old nostalgic knowledge and knew that he was safe to only attack once without taking too much damage. Especially since the Rudy is a middle runner, there's no guarantee of being reversed by the clean cut that SCO likes to clutch on sometimes. So yeah, we do indeed only see 2 attacks go through.
But it is worth noting that both of these players should be 3-0 at the moment. So, Sword Art Online taking some time in the hyperbolic time chamber and actually making it here.
So, Mushoku's actually pushed to level 1 here, which might not have been all that desired since he does have only 1 stock. But depending on his hand, maybe he can make it work.
Yep.
So we do see him clock, level the Eris, meaning he has guaranteed red. Will he opt to go for a climax combo turn here and setting up that board, or just, sandbag a little bit since SEO is that far into 0 still?
Yeah, it's a kind of an interesting choice, right? If you leave SAO at level 0, they might not be able to feel anything. But what they feel is not going to be very strong. The only thing you would kinda have to fear is the clean cut Kirito, because it reaches 3.5k. I do think though that even if it's just 1, you want to play the 1/1 Eris and just accelerate your game plan as fast as possible. I didn't see if he has a 2/2 G-Lane in Grave already, but that one will boost his board by plus 1000 across the board. So just slamming a standby down and then Eris preferably is the way to go here, I think.
Yeah, we see exactly that happening. Eris being played. I'm expecting the standby to be played as well here. Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Opting to mill 2 first, maybe even digging for Gizlan level 2. I'm not sure if we've seen that one before.
But it's mostly always correct to mill first, if you're not refreshing or something. And also the Roxy Brainstorm is a great target here, because that one has the added effect of not only being a salvage brainstorm, but if you play a climax, you can choose one of your characters and give it a twin drive ability for 1 stock.
Yeah. So we do actually see the other level 2 standby target being put on the field, which has Hondong Core. This one is mostly used in mirror matches or like other standby decks where you're afraid of your characters actually getting overrun, which in this matchup might not necessarily be the case.
Yep.
However, it's still a big body, so it will serve its role of walling, which might be good enough in this case.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a card that Sword Art Online is gonna have trouble with after the turn, right? So maybe he's thinking, okay, I probably let Dylan reach level 1 now, and if not, good for me. If I do, he's gonna have to invest resources to maybe take down the Eris, but maybe Mushko even has a backup, so not even safe for Dylan to go for the Eris here.
Yeah, so Dylan canceled the swing for 3, putting him at 0-5,
0-5,
which is quite an awkward number for the classic SEO deck. If he doesn't have zeros here, then he's pretty much stuck with maybe 1 attacker, if any. Who even forced the stock Concord, the Asuna, which can pay off, of course, since she can refund the stock on reverse.
Yeah.
But it's not something you quite often want to see. So him being forced to do this, really good for Hakase.
Yeah, it's definitely good for him. I do agree. Stock and coring the Arsenal is just strictly the better choice here, because you just have the possibility of getting 1 stock back. But it's definitely not what you want as Dylan here. See what they do.
So I'm guessing after the encore, he drew into the Sugu drop search, which would have been nice to have in the hand before, making that play a bit more cheaper. However, we do see him,
climax at least.
He's just trying to push that damage lead as far as possible with the limited plays he has. Also, this guarantees.
I don't think he's reaching the Rudy runner though.
Well, he is with the climax. Since there's no Ghislaine on board.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I totally missed that. Yeah.
Yes, so that was mostly the reason for playing the climax here. Just getting rid of some cards.
I'm so used to always calculating the 1000 extra from Ghislaine, and it's really awkward not having it here.
Well, it's almost always to be expected to be on the board, right?
Yeah.
So the last attack was a side attack, meaning you have the Asuna to tank some damage, not give an open lane, but also get the stock potentially in his opponent's turn. When you get the stock doesn't necessarily matter, so you can just side for free, keep the body. Maybe even encore it again, who knows?
Who knows?
He only has 2 stocks, so that plays out of the question. Oh, there's some... He might have fronted actually, with the Aslan now suddenly being reversed.
Okay. I mean, if he fronted, then it's just weaker and they still gotta reveal the top card, so it's no biggie. He does get the stock back. Cool, so they fixed that. Simple. I was a fan of siding here, I must say. I just wanted to basically support your statement, saying it's great to mitigate some damage, especially against an 8 standby deck. But yeah.
He actually wasn't allowed to side due to the Sugu, which is why he was forced frontal attack here. I'm guessing that was forgotten or not clear during the attack phase, but luckily they've resolved it.
Yep. Obviously it's easily resolved since it was the last attack, so good. And even if it wasn't, it would have been pretty simple. So Hakase is moving the 2/2 to front row now. Smartly leaving it in front of the character, of course, to have an even number of soul across the board. Roxy Brainstorm also coming down now, so ideally there's another standby coming, and there is. There's now another 2-2. Not the G lane again, but it looks like he doesn't have one.
Now, unfortunately, we see one in clock taking his damage, I think. Or
Yep.
could he have clocked it from hand? I'm not too sure. But he might not have had ways of discarding that card, making this the next best option to play. Those 2-2s, 2-2 Edises will pretty much guaranteed stick around. 10k is pretty big on its own. And you can also always recycle something from hand to Hondo Core them.
Yep. Dylan is canceling though.
This is honestly what you want to see as the SEO player. Even though he had an extended level 0 game, like being at level 1, like low level 1 is the desired state where you can like tank a bit of damage and hopefully cancel as much as possible due to the current deck compression that you're creating. That's pretty much what you love to see.
Yeah. Let's see if Dylan can present something this time. So obviously, something of an ideal board here. Probably include a Swimsuit Suguha, the determined Kirito that gets a plus 2k boost on one play if he top checks a character, and a second. But we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so the Sugu level 1 on play forces you to pump a character by 1k power, but in this case the 2-2 was probably already too big for him anyway. So bumping that by another 1k does not matter at all.
Yep, and he is playing the clean cut Kirito out, so probably he's just going to crash into the 2-2 and then save it with the Kirito.
And depending on if he actually has a climax or not, that Kirito might actually be in backup range, which could be pretty painful to see happen. Denying you one of the pluses.
Yeah, he also didn't use an act yet, so the Swimsuit Suga is still at 5.5k. Yeah.
And it doesn't actually look like he has an act here.
Probably just siding here. Initiating a side war. Yeah.
Which is a very reasonable thing to do against
yeah, definitely.
standby deck. Especially if you're guaranteed to give up one lane, you try to keep the other lanes as healthy as possible.
What's kind of unfortunate about this line, of course, he's kind of forced into this, is that you need to activate the second before you do the other attack. So if he triggers a climax on the Kirito now, he won't be able to actually pay it out right away.
Yeah.
Which is one of the strengths Zekken presents.
So we see him add this Lifa back row and another copy of the Zekken.
The last shot. Attacking for 3.
Ooh, and sticks.
And sticks. That's good for him. That's really good for SAO. However, from the current board state, Hakase might not even be too unhappy about this. If he gets a good level 3 on board, I think he's very fine.
So yeah, Mushoku usually doesn't have ways of healing down, so any damage you can stick at level 2, or like getting them into level 2 as early as possible. In this case, even denying that pop compression is pretty big, actually. And you pretty much want to get your opponent at around 3-0, and then try to push 7 damage with each of the last shots, and try and close out the game.
Or you just finish them from level 2. Which is something Last Shot excels at, right?
I've seen
Wins
that
games
happen.
you shouldn't. Yeah.
Yes.
Me too.
Still though, really favorable numbers for Hakase to swing with. 3 lanes with 2 damage guaranteed, maybe even more with standby triggers. This is pretty much what standby wants to see, like swing for 2, swing for 2, swing for 2. And I'm not sure how compressed the deck is, since there's only a single second being resolved. But even like sticking 1 and then potentially even siding into the Sugaha for like guaranteed level up would be really beneficial against SEO.
Yeah, and it's looking like Hakase is also only 4 out Or is that 5? Ah, it's 5. 5 out, but it's a pretty thick waiting room. So he either has another one in hand that he can play, or maybe the Roxy back row that assists to front. Or he's gonna trigger him. So, there we go. So because of the way this works, he will have to mill 2, even if he doesn't want to. So we can salvage a 0 now for the Eris combo.
I think he might have been hoping to see a few more climaxes, like one more, milling 2
Yeah.
off the top. But, you know, triggering them is not necessarily bad if he has the standby targets in waiting room.
Yeah, definitely. And an interesting line you can do here could have been to stand by the Chiori, but I can't see the size of his deck, so I can't tell you if it's actually a good play. But it's one interesting play you can make with Mushko or any standby deck with Chioris, is you can stand by the Chiori during your climax phase, and then if you trigger too many climaxes during your attack phase, you can then overplay the Chiori and mill through the rest of the deck.
Yeah. So we see him stand by one of the trial deck Roxies, which will allow him to catch up a bit in damage if necessary, since there is the burn 2 effect. Really solid and pretty affordable if you look at his stock in hand.
Yeah, definitely. Also triggering for 3 now.
Ooh.
Dylan takes it.
So putting SEO 2-2 here, not giving them the clock compression, really good on Mushoku's side.
Yeah.
Ooh, he was all out actually.
That's very
So
unfortunate. for
getting
him.
that extra trigger to swing that in, really big.
Yep. He's counting now. Fortunately, we don't know how many climaxes he's refreshing with.
We did not see him trigger any, so
Yeah.
we know his stock is clean. His hand might have one. Usually, if you grab a second, that pretty much indicates you have at least a bar in hand to do another combo. So my best guess is he refreshed 7. But,
Yeah, I'll take that.
we'll
guess,
have to
yeah.
see.
We'll have to see how he reacts now. Obviously, it's still a really big board. There's not much in the deck that can actually counteract this. Especially because the Shinon that Dylan plays, the 2-1, just gets power against level 3.
And we know Hakase was 6 out after the mill, now 7 with the climax he played. So I know he didn't trigger one, so his last card on deck, if I can correctly say it's the last card, might be a climax, which means he has that guaranteed cancel. Super good spot to be in.
Yeah, it's really a great spot for him.
So generally, for on Mushoku's side, it's pretty much nothing else you want to do. Like you're just riding this board until you have to try and end the game, and he already has one of his tools on the back row. And I wouldn't be surprised if he has at least one Ghislaine finisher in his hand as well. So as long as Dylan can't contest any of his characters, he'll just cruise on this board until it's time to go.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really what makes Mushku Tensei or any 8 standby deck so strong, right? That disregarding Slime, which is a bit different because it plays differently than other standby decks, they just really like to sit on their big bodies and cruise from there. So as you predicted, Dylan does have a gold play here.
With double Zekken even. Something he would have liked to see last turn as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we see, like even with no back row, even with if he had the back row, the seconds wouldn't actually reach the 2-2s. So and the Kirito only ties with the 1-1 Addis because he doesn't have the Ghislaine 2-2.
Yep.
So it is a lucky break, but like still easily replaceable on Hakase's side. But yeah, this just shows like Mushoku's out there to present a threat to you, and if you don't have the solution, he'll just stay in the game for free. Almost no effort afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. And it's actually, well, it's kind of sad to watch, really, because back in the day, right, Sword Art Online was known as the one deck to break boards. But nowadays, they got other cards, they got new utility cards, which improved the deck overall. However, with utility comes more power penalty. So they now have less power, but better effects. But in this matchup, it's kind of biting them, because it means they won't get over the threats presented by MTI so easily.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I remember the days where SEO easily reaches 10k power in like 1 or 2 lanes. Yeah. However, as you can see on the board right now, there's 2 lanes that are 10k power. So even back then, you maybe would have tied, which just shows that having that much power in a deck, unless you can push beyond that threshold, doesn't really matter that much. So they just sacrifice some of that for a bit more utility with some of the newer release cards.
Yep. And again, I mean, sacrificing power for utility is mostly a good thing, I think, especially for SAO, since it really needed a utility. So it's just unfortunate for him to have this matchup, which is just, well, forcing him to crash into his opponent every turn. But it's also not that bad for SAO. SAO can manage with crashing into the lane every turn. They do need some cards for it, though.
Especially when you're, as we said, like Zekken does current deck compression really well, removes 2 cards from the deck, and then having those big open lanes where he swings for 3+ means you're that much more likely to cancel, especially since we've seen Dylan trigger 0 in his new deck.
Yep.
It's really good. Hope I didn't jinx him.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you probably just jinxed it.
But yeah, so this could be like the gambit. Since
he's going to, oh no, Nando, why?
This could be the gambit he was trying to take. Since he can't contest the board, like
it's the caster curse, dude. Why? Don't do this to our players. Alright, so we saw him trigger a book. Traditionally, that indicates he definitely drew a gold bar with it. We'll see if that holds up. But first, Hakase's turn. Didn't do anything with the 1/1 Eris. Of course, paying 3 stock just to keep that on board is just not worth it for him, so makes sense to just let it die.
There's really no reason when you already have a replacement on the board. Like, you can just push up the Roxy that's on the back row.
Yep.
Here we see him grabbing another Ghislaine finisher. Pretty much basic stuff. Like, these turns aren't complicated at all on Akase's side. Like, maybe he would like to manipulate his deck a bit, but he's only 2 out, so even on that side there's nothing special going on. Nothing to worry about, at least.
Yep. Feeling like the king of the world right now, with sitting on his big bodies and just getting to, oh, maybe I'll brainstorm this time. It's just a great spot to be in for him.
And especially against Last Shot, you know, we did talk about like the finishing power of Last Shot, but in the end, it's still just mostly big numbers you're swinging at your opponent. And I think Hakase, like even with just 6, maybe 5 in the deck, still feels pretty confident he can cancel most of it, due to the size of his deck, which is pretty small. And like, just look at his stock, look at the cards in clock.
Yep. However, we should mention that Dylan does have one card that can deal with the compression that Hakase presents here. And it's the Full of Vigor Yui. That if you play it from hand, you can ditch 2 cards and then stock swap your opponent. So this card actually improved Last Shot chances once it released, and made it more viable again as compared to other choices they might have played. However, it's only 1 copy, so Dylan does need to find it and keep it in hand, and have the stock to play it and the Last Shots.
Ooh, so a standby trigger on the first, not necessarily what you want to see. As long as it's one that's still okay. He does manage to grab another Ghislaine off of it.
Ooh. Cancel on the 4th.
Yeah, so this was pretty much what we talked about, right? Like, he crashes, hoping his opponent's overswings a bit, and then he just keeps canceling.
But this is also perfectly, I said it before earlier, and I think in round 1 or 2. Every deck, while strong, has one weakness, right? And for Mushoku Tensei or standby decks, it's exactly that. It's having big bodies, and those big bodies usually having 2 soul, and then needing to direct. and because you're playing a standby deck with multiple big bodies, you also play a lot of soul triggers. So if your opponent is pretty compressed, the chance of him just canceling your direct attacks for 3 or 4 isn't that low.
Yeah, and we just saw it happen 3 times. He cancels on the last card. Like, more perfect than that couldn't have happened.
We're in Europe, that's what we do.
Hakase was thinking of using the burn for a second, I think. Opting not to use it in the end. He could have paid out the climax, if I'm correct. But I think he'd rather prefer having stock to like maybe heal, maybe doing multiple finishing turns if he deems it necessary.
Yeah. I mean, this is good for Dylan though. He can get one more turn to chip away and build some stock. And then the turn afterwards, he can attempt a finish turn. So probably what he's gonna go for, I think. It's just trying to dig a bit. Should have a climax from the book he triggered.
You're really on that.
You took a few seconds for that, did you?
You're still on that book into bar curse.
Of course, dude.
Well, for Dylan's sake, I hope it didn't happen, but you know.
I've played that deck long enough. Yeah, but in all seriousness, what Dylan wants to do here is probably just not spend much stock, play a little bit of characters, just crash into the board again, present an empty lane and have stock, and maybe deal a bit of damage in the meantime. So they're counting deck cards right now?
Quite a small deck, with enough climaxes left in there. Should still at least be 5 or 4. So I'm not really expecting Dylan to make that much of an impact if he actually does play a climax. However, if he does just stand back and like swing for once, he might even get a level up here out of Hakase.
Yeah, I think that's probably correct if he... Because he can... Yeah. See? He had a gold bar. He can ditch a card with the Kirito Asuna card. So he can just ditch the climax he has in hand. And then just attack with all the climax, like you said, for better numbers. Also, the Shinon is great into the Roxy. Since, as we said before, the Shinon is only gaining power against level 3 characters, but the Roxy is level 3, so probably a good trade-off since the Roxy also can pay stock to burn.
Yeah.
So it's kind of scary.
Especially with, like, even with only 2 characters, the Shinon still becomes big enough.
Yep.
Since the Roxy doesn't have any extra support assisting her. Shinon, of course, gaining 1k power for each character. That's on the stage. Specifically traded Avatar or Net, but you know, pretty much everything in this deck is Avatar or Net. So yeah, we do actually see him swing for once, which...
He did stick 1.
Ooh, contemplating if he wants the blind stock of the gold bar. Might be risky, but since he's refreshing, I don't think it matters that much anyway. And he does actually level up Hakase with his swings for 1.
That's the best outcome for him here, I think. Checking waiting room. I'm an old man, so I couldn't count fast enough, but it looks like 6 or 7.
Slowing down for you, Leon, specifically.
Thanks. I think that's 7, yeah.
So another swing for 1, a bit inconsequential here since the finishers do heal. Just doing this for the reverse on the Roxy.
Took another damage though, so maybe he wasn't as well off in his deck as we thought.
Or he's currently stuck with a lot of climax on bottom.
Yeah, or that.
Either way, these low numbers were probably the way to go. Even if we know now that a swing for 3 would have stuck anyway. Oh.
Oof. Doing the jazz hands. For still a veteran SAO player, he's used to this. Sometimes Shinon is just a little bit not in the mood. So he punishes you with some climaxes and clock.
Yeah, so especially for Mushoku right now, I definitely think you might want to upgrade to level 3s, prevent any side attack shenanigans in like a very compressed deck. But also, if you do actually play your level 3s out, we talked about power, right? And how almost any character in SEO could reverse anything. Last Shot Shinon actually still is able to reverse almost any character out there with its 14.5k power, I want to say, on attack, depending on if you cancel or not. Yeah. So still really big, even today. Almost nothing that can wall it. So it might be a bit risky trying to upgrade those characters right now.
Oh my god. I just realized the Mushoku Tensei playlist decklist is not playing Paul. Because I was thinking about the possibility of Paul actually cancelling a burn 4 from last shot and burning 4 in retaliation. But luckily for Dylan, Akase is not playing that card. So.
Yeah. Paul's a card that has been a bit questionable in Mushoku. Like a lot of players have strayed away from it, especially because the mirror was so common, and he really doesn't achieve damage in the mirror. You'd rather just try to wall with 2/2s and like set up finishers as soon as possible. Yeah, it would indeed have been an interesting choice against if you were expecting an old deck like this to reoccur.
Yeah, definitely. I think personally I like Paul, but there's just better cards, especially in a singles format. Yeah. So Hakase is presenting 2 G-lanes. Looks like he might be attempting a finish here. Obviously the 2 G-lanes allowed him to clock and then heal both back. But I'm not sure if the numbers for him are looking too well. And if he decompresses by a lot, maybe it actually just makes things better for Dylan.
Well, even depending on his deck size here, I think he only has 1 card in the deck. He can pay the burns after the refresh.
Yeah, that's true.
And with his stock, even if this doesn't finish it, like just sticking as much as possible pretty much guarantees he can get the game next turn. And there, yeah, he's just setting up another burner.
Yeah, okay.
So it just looks like he's opting to use the climax combo now, and then afterwards he's using the finisher that doesn't require climax combo and still pushes the same amount of damage.
Alright, he wants to get that bread now. Dylan needing to cancel 4 from the first attack. Of course he can take 1, but probably best for him to just take the burns.
Yeah.
And of course he can't decide what he takes or not, but
like
what he wants.
Taking a swing for 4 in this scenario is a bit favorable, I'd say, since the math doesn't really add up. The burns for 2 and the swings, one of the Ghislaine swings for 2 as well, means that he has to stick an extra attack. He does have 1 Ghislaine that swings for at least 3 damage. Ooh, he took a climax as refresh. That's something you'd like to see.
Yep.
Dylan does cancel the 4 off the top. Also not something you'd like to see off the top, but I think he's happy to get any cancels.
Yeah, I think so too. Oof, cancels again. So now everything needs to stick for Akase to win this turn.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Yui. So he won't have the Yui stock swap available for his Shinon turn, if he gets one.
So now the math does add up again. 3, 2, and 2 is really scary, but he does cancel the 2.
But still, if Akase triggers here, it could mean that Dylan won't be able to clock, which is big.
Not really sure what exactly is happening right now.
Maybe he's thinking about twin driving. If you twin drive with the G-Lane here, you could hope for the double trigger and then finish on the 4. Uh-oh.
And I think that's exactly what he decided to do.
Yeah.
So we finally see the 2-2 Ghislaine. Oh, we actually did find 2 triggers. 2 climaxes though. So that's a swing for 4. Dylan is
Dylan
not allowed
needs
to play
cancel
counters.
this. Okay, so Dylan cancels this. This would have been very good for Hakase.
Winning the game would have been good.
Winning the game is pretty good, I heard. But also because triggering those 2 climaxes now means that he's not really in a favorable position. This is basically the worst outcome you want from your... the worst outcome to have from your twin drive fishing.
So Dylan being an 8 stock currently means he's only able to resolve double last shot. But he does run alternate finishes as well, so...
Yep. It's actually really good, I think.
See...
He plays the Leafa, so what I hope to see here from SAO is playing double last shot, healing twice, and then playing a Leafa level 3 that can then on reverse clock shoot her opponent. And I think that's a pretty basic finisher for Sword Art Online, or has been for a few years, this double last shot in a Leafa.
But to keep in mind, there's the ever-present threat of the rest counter, which Akaza has more than enough stock for.
That is true. Now that you mention it, I wonder why Dylan is not choosing to play the Machine of Ice Shinon, which is iconically a card that SAO played to get around counters, since it disables counters for 1 lane.
Yeah, and without access to that card, definitely is a threat.
Playing a second Leafa, so he probably didn't get a climax. So now he can only resolve 1 last shot as well. That's unfortunate for Dylan. But maybe he thought he would only get to resolve 1 anyway. Wait, actually, if he gets rest countered, he doesn't resolve anyone.
He gets rest countered, then any hopes of last shot being resolved are gone.
Yeah, but he can just... Theoretically, he could side with the first character. No, even then, yeah, you're right. Ah. That's very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, so the rest counter, heavy cost, like 5 stock in total on a discard 1, as well as playing the counter itself. However, it does allow you, in most cases, to survive for another turn, and if that turn leads to a win, then that 5 stock is well spent. Last shot, of course, costs 2 stock and discard 1 on attack, as you mentioned early on in the game. However, we do see, as you said, that Dylan is lacking the stock to resolve both, as you would need to have 2 stock going into your attack phase. Sadly, missed on it due to not having the climax and needing an extra Leafa to dig for it. We do still see him play it. Sided for 1. He's sided for 1 here.
Sided for 1.
So, is he siding here as well?
Looks like it.
Dylan trying to play to his outs, hoping the 4 sticks.
I wonder if Hakase actually has the backup. Because it wasn't clocked when he leveled up, right?
He does have it. He grabbed it off of one of the brainstorms, if I'm correct. Lost signal for a bit.
Yeah, we lost signal for a bit. So I hope we can see what's happening here in just a second.
Uh-oh.
At the crucial time. I'm not even sure if we're still online, to be honest. If we are, sorry for the hiccup, guys. As Ben said earlier, this is an online tournament, so stuff like this happens. We're trying our best to get back to you as soon as we can. Just stay put a bit, enjoy the colors, and yeah, maybe not stare at them for too long.
Can't believe Dylan last shot it this hard.
Oh,
I think we're back.
are we back though? No, it's just teal. Or patrol. I'll take that over the rainbow though.
So what do you think, Leon, is going to happen in that match? Is
So-
Hakase going to cancel?
Hakase was pretty uncompressed before Dylan attacked, so I do think Dylan might just take it. But I do know that Liam said the players are paused. So it sounded like Hakase probably cancelled. I'm not sure. I mean,
In that scenario, like being forced to side attack, not
Yeah.
having that extra stock, is kind of awkward.
I still wonder if he actually had that backup. I think the backup was in his clock. How do you say it? Before he leveled up. But I might have missed him salvaging it. Oh, he cancelled the burn 4.
And I think he's in the middle of resolving a brainstorm.
Right, so for the question in chat of who is Dylan, this is Rio. He's a Dutch player, so from the Netherlands, from Europe. And he's playing against Hakase from Australia.
Okay, so we did have confirmation that Hakase did cancel what looks like both the burn 4 and the swing for 3, keeping him at a healthy 3-2.
Yep. That's very rough for Dylan now, but does Hakase actually have another climax is the question.
Even without the climax, he still has access to at least one instance of burn 2 with the Roxy back row. With him fielding 2 of the Ghislaine, probably indicates that he does have some way of accessing it, if not already in hand.
Yeah, but even if... I mean, fielding the lane is just good in general, right? Since you need full board for her effect to work, and having 2 of her just great to get rid of the last shots.
We see him playing down another one for the sake of healing. And then pushing up the Roxy over the Ghislaine, which seems to indicate he does not have the climax, as you said, meaning there's only one extra instance, which may or may not be enough. We'll have to see. And there we go, just vanilla swings with the Ghislaine.
Yep. Which of course is still really good, since it reverses the Shinon. The 2 from the Ghislaine will stick.
Having a card that can just casually reverse Shinon with the power really shows how far Weiss has come in terms
that's
of
true.
strength.
Yeah, Rio or Dylan really fighting an uphill battle here. I wonder, there's still 3 more attacks for 2 coming in, or like 2 more attacks and 1 burn. Dylan needs to cancel 2 of those.
He actually needs to cancel everything, since with the refresh damage is being put to 3-5.
Oh, you're right, you're absolutely correct, yeah.
So all of these present lethal, which is not
Yikers.
really a good look.
Yeah, I think...
Oh.
Oh no! Not like this. Or SAO.
Okay, so the overswing does help a bit for SCO, but it's not looking too good. And I may be a bit too forward with this, but I think Hakase can seal it, the win with this turn.
He's revealing the demon eye. There's a burn for 2 coming in. Oh, cancels though.
And here
I mean,
comes
I
the
love
burn for
a
2.
good underdog story. But like I said, I think this might be ogre.
Yeah, still 2 more instances for at least 2, and that's game.
Yeah, that's game. Really well played by both players though. Congratulations to Hakase. My condolences to Dylan.
It was pretty fun to see SCO at least put up a fight.
I kind of want to see if Hakase had a backup, but he probably didn't show. Yeah.
You know, I'm pretty sure he did. He sculpted it somewhere early in the round, but honestly, still an amazing match. Even though your favorite lost.
I mean, I just really wanted SAO to win, you know.
Seeing Zekken last shot make an appearance and like going undefeated, at least to 3-0. Sadly 3-1 now. But yeah, one of the beasts of the current meta, Mushoku, definitely presents a threat, and I think he gave him a run for his money with that match.
Yeah, I mean, Hakase definitely was sweating there when he got hit with the last shot, when he was like 4 in 24 or something after double triggering or triple triggering even. So yeah, thanks again for watching. This was round 4. I'm gonna leave you guys now for 2 rounds and take a short break. Ben is joining you again, and then we as a whole are gonna take a small break now till round 5. So see you guys after round 6. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Welcome back, everyone. We will shortly be going into round 5. Before we had second shot, which was a classic Weiss deck making a return, and versing Mushoku, which is one of the current beasts of the meta. What did you think of that match, Ben?
I think it's really impressive how Dylan was able to survive so long, and like, you know, he was. When you hear it's like, you know, oh, it's a 2016 deck versus a 2022 deck, you know, you kind of like start going like, okay, I think I know what's going to happen here. But you know, Dylan like really showing off, you know, the player skill he has. You know, he's a very well-known player in Europe, very skilled. The fact that he was still able to go toe-to-toe just like the final second down to the wire, it like really shows how well he did there. So it's unfortunately he couldn't clinch it at the very last second, but the fact that he, you know, the victory was there on the table for him, but you know, Hakase just got that lucky cancel at the very last moment. Was just, you know, it's how it is. It's the result you expect, but the journey was very good to see. But yeah, that was a great round 4 to look at. We're going into round 5, so there's going to be, after this, 3 rounds in total, so 5, 6, 7. So let's take a quick look at the standings to see where the players are for now. All right, so we can see there we've got quite a few. I think maybe there might be a mistake there. One person seems to somehow have an X1 record. There's an extra round somewhere. Maybe there was a buy awarded, but yeah, a few XOs. We've got Serio Tanan, who we saw earlier on stream. Darcy, very well-known member of WCC, also on an XO record. We see Avis, who we saw in round 1 of stream. You know, again, Taya from Weiss T time doing very well. Hakase, you know, getting the win over Dylan Ryu in the final round. We've got El Yesus, you know, one of the top players from the Chilean region. You know, like they're a big community growing there, very cool. And finally, Tanjiro also joining them on an XO record. So, of course, nothing set in stone. There's still 3 more rounds. There's everything to play for. Of course, trailing down, you're still in contention, but not out of it yet. We've got, you know, Christian Yarbacher, very well-known figure in the community, seller DNB on an X1 record. I actually have information that he played against Darcy in round 4. That's why Darcy's 4-0 and Christian's a 3-1. You know, this is a very unfortunate loss. And then joining him currently in 8th place is Mauricio DV, also on an X1 record. But like I said, anything can change in the next few rounds. Nando, why don't you walk us through 9th and 16th, see who else is fighting for the top slots.
Yeah, let's take a look at what is available from 9 to 16, if I'm correct, if we get the standings over. But yeah, so we do see a lot of excellent ones, some known names, some less known. We do see at 9th place Raruto, if I pronounce it correctly, 3-1. Then we have, is that bad? Bao, sorry. Yeah, Bao, which is a well-known player. It's a bit blurry on my site, but probably repping SCO 8 Wind again, which is a really fun deck to watch, especially in this meta. Then we have Jun Kenpon. Usually has some really interesting builds for us. Probably today, nothing different. Expecting nothing different from him other than surprising us. And then we have in 12th place Asna, which is a German player. I'm not quite sure what he's repping today, but he's been doing pretty well in BSF. I think even clenching a BSF title, if I'm correct. And then we have Ryu, which we saw just a bit ago. Also 3-1, losing to Hakase in that pretty close match. And 14th place Tundi, 3-1. Once again, not really sure what he's repping. Stock Swap Gaming and Roy Choi for 5th and 16th. if you know Ben, you'll have to fill me in.
I don't know what they're playing, but I do know there's quite a few names I recognize. There's like say Bao, Thundi, Asuna, very well-known German players, very present in the community. Roy Choi, again a Canadian player who's made a few tops here and there, and of course you can't forget Jun Kenpon, who is well known for being the back-to-back NAWGP champion. So it's very good to see that his skill translates from the JP over to English as well. And in fact, I believe that we're going to have Jun on stream for round 5. And he's going to be playing against El Yesus, the very well-known Chilean player. So 2 big names in the community going head-to-head here. And I think we're ready to start with I think we're going to look at their deck lists. So El Yesus will be playing 8-Choice Slime, which is, again, one of those, not tier 1 decks, but a very good deck that you're not surprised to see at an event like this. And he's going to play Jun, who we're going to see later on. But, first up is 8-Choice Slime. So 8-Choice Slime is one of the 2 main builds of Slime we see. The other one being 8 Standby, which we saw earlier this round, and it's a very, very I want to say high roll deck because it's trying to get a lot of stock, a lot of compression, and then just chain combo the level 3 Rimuru for a big multi-attack, big finish turn there. It doesn't have the board power of 8 Standby, and it doesn't have the raw consistency and reliability. But when the Shion combo goes off, when you have the Rimuru combo going off, it's really explosive and can definitely steal games.
Yeah, especially this build, as you said, steals games. Like, the finishing power can be quite deceptive. Like, some might see this and say, oh, it's only 7 instances, but 7 instances in a well-placed deck for your opponent can spell doom. So not surprising to see people still choosing this deck as a contender. I do see some interesting decks. The level 0 Hakudo is being run, which is really good at the moment in trying to remove some of the cards that's being played, such as the Aqua level 0 from Hololive. Denying that is such a huge power play. And then we also see multiple counters being ran. One, the memory counter, which is quite good at the moment, especially against other Slime builds, even against Tokyo Revengers, which we may or may not see later on. And there's also the next soul counter, which is really good to have for some damage manipulation. But one last interesting thing, Ben, before I give it back to you, is he actually is running the Shion early play package, which a lot of players have opted to drop from their lists. And that package, the Shion becomes really big. She also allows you to heal, maybe even twice if she sticks around on the board. And it just gives this deck an edge that it usually wouldn't have against this meta.
Yeah, for sure. One card I wanted to point to is the level 0 Soka that he's playing as a one-of. That card, as we saw with the Xuanzang from Fate Grand Order in the previous rounds, the meta right now is all about playing to the board and making big, unbeatable bodies. So being able to side attack for no penalty while also pumping the rest of your board can really help you win lane. And I think that's one of the reasons that he's playing, the 3-2 Ranga into the Cool Beauty Shion, is that you make a pair of 10k bodies that can easily get over, beat over things and are still 2 soul beaters. And that's one of the weaknesses of 8-Choice Slime, is that it doesn't present much of a board. So by playing this engine, he now has a bit more board presence than 8 Slime would normally have, and that might give him the edge. So really looking forward to seeing him play this. He's a very skilled player. I've gone up against him many times in unofficial online tournaments. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes up against Jun. But speaking of Jun, like you mentioned, he's won NAWGP regionals back-to-back with Railgun. He loves his unique, innovative deck builds. So let's take a look at what Jun is playing today.
Yeah, and if I'm correct,
Ruby.
It's Ruby, yeah, not just any Ruby. He's actually playing Choice Door, with the door being an open door, meaning there's no climax combo tied to it. He's purely using it for the utility and maybe just having a red 1k1 to slam. His top end is mostly just the Glinda burner and the Ruby burner, but also including the Weiss Restander. So he does have options, or at least I assume that's the Weiss Restander. Could also be the assist.
It is. No, it's the Restander.
Yeah, really
when I look at this deck list, it reminds me so much of the standby list that we saw earlier on stream. And he's got the Glinda, he's got the Salem, he's got the Burn 2 Ruby, he's got the Restanding Weiss. But by not playing the standby, it lets him focus a lot more intensely on his level 1 engine. And he's still playing the Pira 1-0 that the level 1 reverser, but he's not playing the level 0 that goes to memory. So again, it's almost like he's built his deck to beat the meta. He's got all these things that deny reverses, deny boards, and then just outright deals a bunch of damage by spending stock on the top end. And I think that's going to work really well for him here, because Choice is a deck that tries to win the game while the opponent is unstabilized. But unlike traditional, say, standby Door or 8 standby Ruby builds, June doesn't have a stable game plan. He's just going to try and find whatever he can, pick up whatever cards he can, and just throw them at the opponent. Kind of like beating 8 Choice at its own game of going to go fast. A lot of cards, again, we don't normally see. Zwei is a card that we're very familiar with. The Sun Wukong is a card that we're fairly familiar with. But then we see the Professor Ubelek, which is a card that has almost never been seen before. I think that's my first time seeing it. Or the 1-0 Nora, which again, it's an on-play pay-to salvage a climax, which he's using to consistently hit the Choice, because that's his only climax combo. And I guess maybe he's just trying to snowball Choice searches into his level 3 game, into a victory from there.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of the 1-0 Nora. It allows him to play very aggressive, set up multiple climax combo turns even. As long as he has the climax in Winning Room, he can grab a new one from his deck, slam it, push a lot of damage, and just, try and finish with his plethora of options at level 3. He has the 3 we mentioned, but he also has access to the Salem, and he also has the James at level 3 that will allow him to attack a bit more freely when necessary. He can play around a lot of the counters that we've seen so far, like the rest counter or the money counter, by bouncing one of your opponent's characters and then just trigger confirming the top 3 cards of your deck, even opening up side attacks if necessary. Only his Glinda relies on a reverse. The Restander and the Ruby level 3 just do their effect at the end of the attack, which makes them very versatile. And I'm really excited to see this deck in action.
Yeah, for sure. Both really good players. June here, showing off his knowledge of the meta game and playing around it and saying okay, look, the big decks right now are all board-based decks, so I'm just going to pump a bunch of power, either wipe your board or just ignore your board and go for game. But I think the players are ready, so we're going to jump straight into it. Alright, so El Yeast is there on the left and June on the right. Both players in the Western Hemisphere, with NA in Chile, but it's going to be very interesting to see how... It's quite late for them, or quite early, I guess you want to say. So they've been up for a while, but they're still just going to play this game, and we'll see how it goes. So June there getting an early aggro. He triggers a door, but no waiting room to salvage with. But he does have the Neptune, which is a fairly solid opener.
So interestingly enough, this tells us he didn't mulligan at all, meaning his hand was quite set to face Slime. I guess starting off, he had almost no information on what his opponent could be playing. He probably knows, since they're so far in the tournament. Yeah,
it's an open decklist format, so he would have seen his opponent's deck, which is quite interesting because 8 Slime is one of those decks that definitely needs quite a little bit of setup, right? Yeah. So the fact that he's saying, I don't care about what you're going to do, I'm just going to go for it, is really quite impressive. We see there the level 0 Hakuro, as you mentioned, is really strong in the early game.
We actually see 2 of the deck cards used in tandem to reverse this. The Hakuro on its own is only 3-5, but the Soka can pump a character by 1500 on attack, making him 5k, cleanly removing the 4k body that June was presenting.
Yep, for sure. And even though he's burned his options early, he can still get them back later on because Slime has a lot of selection in its mid game. So June already flies to level 1, starts making a board of Jean's.
Yeah. So this is one of the strengths of the Jean. Against Danmachi, it kind of backfired since he had to choose on climax plays. But in this scenario, he can actually just field them on the back row and then resolve them from back row with random level 0s, as he probably will be doing right now, which is so strong. Such a first stock card to Sean. Allows him to keep them for next turn and then maybe use them as attackers when Eleusis is presenting a much stronger board than this.
Yeah, I really like what he's doing here because John works from the back row, which means that he can put them in the back now, trade 0s in this early phase, And then if El Yeesus levels up and fights back, June still has 1-0 Johns to push forward next turn and combo again if he has another choice. And the fact is, the strength of his level 0s means that he can easily win and trade this board and get some searches off. Maybe search for more Johns if he so wishes, or maybe searching for ways of getting climaxes if he so wishes.
Yeah, so one of the interesting things is here, like the Weiss level 0 actually gives him an extra stock on reverse, which is one of the strengths of combining the Jean with this level 0 Weiss. And since he's allowed to search too, being able to grab, for example, the 1-0 Nora we saw him include, means that he's almost guaranteed to have a climax combo turn if he so desires.
Yeah, so like I mentioned here in the deck profile here, just the raw strength of his combo of his utility pieces coming in clutch here. The Weiss is 3-5, 4-5 with climax. The Sun Wukong is 4k, 5k with climax. So he doesn't have to work very hard to reverse El Yeesus' board while still protecting his level 1 combo for later. And it's this ability of just say like, okay, I know what the format's going to be like. I know that people are playing to the board. I know that people are playing strong zeros. I'm expecting people to try field me. So I'm going to use my zeros to just generate these advantages, wipe the board. That way I don't need to focus on setting up any combos. I just need to get cards and go for it. Compared to El Yeesus' deck where he needs to find copies of Rimuru, he needs to find Shion Engine, etc., etc.
He also needs to field the full board, which might actually be awkward if you have an extended level 0 game and still trying to push in damage. But we did see June grab 2 additional copies of the level 1 combo, which in this case with the Jean, you can actually resolve all 4 copies, which is kind of unusual when looking at other climax combos like this. If he so desires, he can actually just go +4 next turn.
Yeah, I think the only other card that can do that is the 1-0 Toka from Data Life. And the ability to just filter that aggressively through your deck is really powerful. And even though June is on a damage deficit here, El Yeesus only going 2 attacks with a climax, that's really going to be a good sign for him. It's going to give him a lot of time to get back into the game. And it also means that he's not going to fall too far behind on damage. And being able to compress with quad combo next turn is going to give him exactly what he needs to get back into it.
And putting that choice on top, like the Shizu allows him to check the top 2 of his deck and choose the trigger. He decided to take the choice to gain a bit of extra stock as he is only attacking twice. Still getting the benefit as if he attacked 3 times. Really solid.
Yeah, so we see that Jun's only 6 points behind in damage, which is not the end of the world, especially at this early in the game. And we know that he's probably got quad combo coming in. And so the cancels are just going to keep coming. Whereas El Yeesus, massive tempo drop, not having 3 attacks, barely able to farm and sculpt his resources. I'm thinking that El Yeesus is just sitting on a bunch of 1-0 Shions in hand. But as you say, Shion needs to have a full board to get the combo. And that can be quite hard if Jun's trying to draw this game out.
Yeah,
Down comes the second combo.
We do see the combo. June actually opting not to clock since he will be going +4 off of this, +5 with this trigger.
He can save himself some damage. Yeah, it's pretty solid here.
Really good. Obviously, you wouldn't want to see the door being triggered there. Choice would have been nicer since he can just opt to take the stock. But going +4 allows him to at least thin his deck an extra card, taking that much less damage in response. Still good to see.
Yeah, and we see here, he's just going to equalize the damage very quickly. Being able to slam a climax every turn is incredible for your damage output. And El Yeesus just taking a bunch of damage, resolving the Rimuru, the level 0 that he plays a 3 of. Finds the Ramirez, but again, I think it's too little too late here. He's already lost so much in terms of filtering and selection that I think Judas is going to run away with this game. A lot more damage coming in without cancels, I think. Based on the fact that he played 2 characters and played a climax, I think that tells me that El Yeesus has a bunch of climaxes stuck in his hand. June triggering 2 doors here is, like you said,
not a door.
Not what he wants to be seeing right about now. Choice would have been preferred, but especially because he's going to be well overhand at the end of this turn. But again, compression is compression. There's less climaxes in his deck now, but by pulling out 4 non-climaxes, he does still have 1 or 2 left. It does improve his chances of getting cancels at least.
Exactly. If there's any deck that can double trigger and then still survive, it's probably this deck here. So we do see the 1-0 Nora coming out, I think. Or can't quite make out what card that is. And then we have the Zwei, which is a really good card to have. Allows you to possibly hand fix 2. Oh, it's the 2/1 Nora, which is quite the decent attacker at level 2.
Yeah,
Allows him to scale almost anything.
All about breaking boards and just gaining power, which I think is really intelligent of him here. It's just, it's a big beat stick. It does something. 8 Slime isn't really good at presenting defending boards. The Shion is only 5/5 on the defense without any other effects. He doesn't play 1/0 counters. He doesn't have back row pumps. So maybe it's just, if nothing else, it is a 2/1 body with Encore, which can be very useful. And it just constantly pushes out Soul, and he doesn't have to worry about refilling his board. And he can then focus on setting up for his late game instead.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he's just adding cards for the sake of removing them from deck here. 2 of the Sun Wukongs will probably be hitting the waiting room. Unless he thinks he can get another reverse off of them.
It is possible. Again, 8 Slime, as you mentioned, Shion needs to have a full board.
Yeah.
And even if El Yeezus has 2 or 3, I don't know if he's going to commit all of them at once. So there's a good chance that El Yeezus is just going to drop some zeros on the board next turn just to fill his board, just to attack with, which will give June nice reverse targets. Yes. No, it looks like he is just going to discard it for hand size.
Just filtering the deck. Makes still perfect sense.
He's brought back the damage lead. El Yeezus is now having to really work to get back into this game. It's not impossible. I wouldn't count any chickens before they hatch, but June is definitely on the front foot.
Yeah, having no board and going into your level 1 turn is quite scary for 8 choice Slime. The full board condition, usually we say, oh, it's just a false condition for the sake of giving good effects to already good cards. But in this scenario, it actually might be quite relevant. If he does not manage to get a 5th card on the board, he will not be able to resolve any of the Shions, which will hurt, as looking at June, he has a full hand, enough stock to do a lot of stuff with his deck, and he has 2 more Climax combo Johns on the back row, standing ready to combo another turn to just refill that hand back up.
Exactly. Even if El Yeezus clears June's board here, June can just push his Johns forward, slam another choice, and just be I'm just going to search for 2 more cards, compress even further, and just keep advancing my game plan while still dealing chip damage to you while you're just trying to recover at all, which I think is very powerful here. El Yeezus does hit on the Brainstorm. I don't think that's what he wanted to see. He probably still has 1 Climax in his hand for his combo, which he's going to drop now, I think. We saw him add the Ramiris earlier, so he can at least get to 4 guaranteed this turn. So it's not hard for him to get to 5, but again, leaving that Ramiris on the board is just going to give June more targets to reverse, more targets to abuse with the John.
Yeah, and definitely if you're behind in damage, as El Yeezus is right now, being forced to use the Ramiris to spawn something and then guaranteeing that open lane for your opponent is not something you want to do. You'd rather fill up the board with actual bodies that stick around. Having that open lane just gives you so much freedom, especially for an opponent that's pretty much set already. Having extra slots to work with is insanely favorable.
Yeah, plus when you consider the nature of their decks, like I said, 8 choice Slime is a huge combo deck, right? It's trying to set up for the 3/2 Rimuru engine. It's got the Shion early play Ranga engine to worry about. So El Yeezus now has to make a decision. When I salvage with my Climax combo, do I salvage for the next turn, or do I salvage for my big level 3 finisher turn? Because he has no idea if he's going to get another turn at level 2 or not. Compared to June's deck, which is just full of generic, non-combo, when June searches or triggers a door, he has to say, I'm just going to add any level 3 because any level 3 is good here.
Mm-hmm. So we do see he used the Ramiris to spawn another copy of his level 1 Climax combo. In the end, I think it was pretty much required of him to play it, even if it's not that optimal. And then he has the Hakuro to field, which is actually quite decent against this Brainstorm. I'm not sure if June added another Brainstorm or not, or if he actually cares about the Brainstorm. But that Hakuro will make sure that the Brainstorm hits the stock, making it so that he could not encore it if that was the plan from June's side.
Yep, so you see there, I think El Yeezus is planning what he wants to salvage with this combo. So you see another Ramiris and the 3/2 Ranga. So he's definitely planning to refresh and level up in the next few turns, which is how he's going to get that rank onto the board. And then he's going to use that Ranga to stabilize. But again, every Ranga, if he's when he's salvaging Ranga and Ramiris, he's not salvaging Rimarus and counters. And this is the decision choice here. It's like, you either have to play for right now, or you have to choose to try and recover. And it's a really painful choice to make, especially at this stage in the game.
And one of the very annoying benefits of the Hakuro being a stock kicker, we just saw June trigger 2 climaxes, and this stock kicker actually buries those even further. So before, June only had to pay out 3 stock to get all of them out if he so desired. Now he has to pay 4, which can be quite hard for a deck that doesn't run early plays in a conventional way.
Yeah, like, we see June's deck is all about flexibility and just, I can get whatever, any card works in this situation, and so on and so forth. But in this particular case, where he's still pretty uncompressed, a lot of climaxes in stock, still quite a few cards left in the deck, a lot of hand, but I don't know how many of those cards in his hand are actually useful. It's going to be interesting to see, like, does June try and press what advantage he had and just push El Yeesus to equalize on damage? Because June didn't cancel at all last turn, that's worth mentioning. So now he's behind on damage. So he either has to say, okay, I'm going to go, swing back a bunch of damage and try and equalize, or I'm going to go back to my game plan, sculpt a bit, recover my deck state and just re-get compressed, so that, now that you're behind, when I hit you, it's going to be less damaging for me on your turn. I think that's a very important decision to make here.
It definitely is, and especially for Slime, seeing this damage lead and then actually keeping this damage lead is something you prioritize. Like, that's why I said you'd rather not use the Ramines unless completely necessary, and in this case it obviously was, since otherwise you would have only fielded 1 climax combo or maybe not even have a full board condition. But I think he was quite happy to see him stick that much damage. Like, he pretty much pushed you in a whole level since he started at 1-3, not clocking at all. And then trying to keep this is his next priority, and I think he will achieve that, since he does have the Xion that can heal every attack she's on the board. Meaning he can stay at level 2 for as long as he needs to prep his finishing turn.
Yeah, and we just counted El Yeesus' drop zone waiting room. He's got 7 climaxes in there, so there's probably 1 more still in the deck. He paid out the one that was in stock, unless it's in his hand. So he's not going to go to like 2-5 or 2-6 at the end of this turn unless June pulls out something incredible. And I think, like you said, June's just trying to like do what he can. Yeesus got that nice stability, and he found what he needed. He triggered Xion as well into the stock, so when he early plays that Ranga next turn, he can just pay the Xion out and then change into it from the waiting room, which is very powerful. But June there, making his board, and now telling you, like, okay, go ahead, make your Xion. I have threats. Even if you reverse me, I can still punch back.
Yeah, so between the Zwei drop salvage effect and the 2 stock costing bodies, he actually did manage to pay out 4 stock, paying out both climaxes that were stuck in there and pushed a bit further due to the Hakuro. But now he actually does present quite a sizable board. The Nora early play, if you have 4 or more, you can play her from hand. She gains -1 level, and then she's, I think, 14k until the end of your opponent's next turn.
Yeah, and then neither player can use counters or backups. So it's basically a guaranteed piece of removal, which is super solid. Of course, it's not super useful against El Yeesus, because you would have liked to have it remove, say, the Xion or the Ranga, but he does play 2 copies, so maybe he has another one in the wings, and like you say, maybe he just wanted to pay out that climax and just get some soul onto the board.
So we're just waiting for June to refresh before they continue, which is reasonable.
Yeah, that early cancel there, I think, is not ideal for Yeesus, because it means that June can now swing for 1 off of this Vi. The 1 will stick, because now Yeesus is all 8 out, and then Yeesus loses all of his clock compression that he would have had otherwise going to the refresh. Yeah, there you go.
And so this compression being lost is pretty big for June in keeping up the damage. Making sure that the next turns, even if he decides to slam, like pay 2 stock for climax, that the climax being played is actually rewarded. It can be quite scary though, bringing your opponent to level 3 in a deck when they're playing a deck such as 8-choice Slime, since giving them access to Rimuru combo at any moment, it's just so unpredictable. You might like randomly be defeated from 2-4 in this case.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, he's swinging for 3, so he's going to equalize damage, and like you say, 2-4 is theoretically lethal range for the 7-attack Rimuru combo, but El Yeezus is, I think, so far away from that. We saw his Shion salvaging mid-game pieces, not Rimuru's. He only has 5 stock. He then needs to get the climax. That's why I think Jun sees that and is like, okay, even though I could die from Rimuru here, I think there's no world in which my opponent actually chases or goes for the Rimuru. So I have this turn of just playing some bodies onto the board, getting some chip damage in, ruining his compression, and just forcing him to set up for early game for his end game sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and of course it may not be even that big of a risk. We did see June refreshing what I think was all 8, which is really good to have, especially with how compressed he was at the moment he refreshed, with all the clock and the full board and the amount of cards he had in hand. Super solid from his side.
Yep, so El Yeezus taking all the damage there, super unfortunate, and he's only on 2-5, but he does now have the early play condition, so he can start putting it together Ranga and Shion. It will cost him a lot of stock, but I think it's going to be a huge tempo game because he's going to put 2 soul bodies on the board, and he's going to heal one to get damage parity, while also retaining a little bit of hand size, which, as you know, Rimuru needs a lot of resources to be able to get going for its combo.
So speaking of the early play condition, he actually is lacking it at the moment, since he needs multiples of the 3-2 Shion in waiting room for the Ranga to be early played. And I think he refreshed with all of them. So he might need to do some digging if he's planning on staying at level 2.
I think maybe there's one trapped in his stock, but yeah, we saw the Brainstorm there, hitting none, not even a climax, which is quite problematic, so I think he needs to work a little bit harder. Yeah. We'll see what else he can do.
Sadly, I think this might be one of those awkward turns for H-Choice Slime where they don't actually achieve anything useful and just have to sandbag a turn.
Yeah, and the problem is that looking at Jun's list, even if he just crashes 3 lanes just to get 1-1-1 or 2-2-2 in, he denies the John, sure, but then he's still leaving Jun with a 3-2 on the board, a 2-1 Nora on the board, not forcing him to hand on core. It's damage, but it's not tempo, and I think losing this momentum is going to really hurt him as Jun basically gets a free turn to just whack him back with.
Exactly. But in H-Choice Slime's case, unless he actually gets finished off completely and loses the games from this point, which is pretty unlikely, even if he takes 3 or 4 damage, that's no big deal for the Rimuru finisher, since every copy of Rimuru you spawn with himself will heal you down. So it's pretty much paid within the cost of trying to finish your opponent yourself. So it's a pretty good state to be in, even if you're half the sandbag. But I'm sure El Yeezus would have liked to at least further his game plan a little bit, making sure those Rimurus are set up.
Yeah, he's definitely under no threat. He's just, I think, a little bit far from winning is the only concern.
Yeah.
Like you say, Jun's deck is built in such a way that none of his finishes are explosive in the way he's only playing 1 copy of Salem. He doesn't have he can't kill El Yeezus from 2-5. It's just literally, it's basically not possible. And so El Yeezus, they both know they have a turn in the wings. It's just that what they can accomplish in that turn is radically different. Like you say, El Yeezus is just sandbagging, using the Ramirez, just trying to advance his game plan, set up his combo. Whereas Jun, he's just close his eyes, throw his cards at his opponent, and just hope damage sticks.
Yeah, so he actually did use the shuffle back on the Soka, which means that this could side for 3 or 2 in this case without penalty, and I think that's what's happening since she isn't reversed.
Yep, nice cancel from Jun though. Interesting that he chose to use Ramirez to spawn back a Shion combo despite not having the climax. And yeah, he's going to start doing some damage here. He's getting a lot of triggers off the top, which is good. Jun's taking the damage, but again, I don't know if just sandbagging like this is really going to buy him the time that he needs. He maybe pushes Jun up to 3.0 here or 3-1, but it's
another trigger from El Yeezus' side. I think Jun is contemplating a counter here.
Yeah, I think he's grateful to see the damage to equalize. The question is, what can Jun do here? And I don't think there's a lot. I think he does have the refresh counter in the form of the crow, but yeah, he chose not to use it.
Yes, so I'm pretty sure the Shion was 500 power over, since the Nora is only 7k base, meaning that the counter was necessary if you wanted to win that lane. and deny the Xion going to memory. Denying that one memory compress is pretty nice and might be worth the stock.
And again, like I said, both players are still deep into the mid game here. Neither have left the mid game yet. And the problem with Elyisus is that by not having the climax that turn, his board, he didn't advance his game state at all. All he did was equalize damage. Whereas June, we saw him already set up. He added rubies to hand. We know he has at least one copy of the 3/2 ruby in hand, and he still has big beat sticks on the board with which to hit Elyisus back with. Beat sticks that have stayed on the board. He doesn't need to commit cards from hand like Elyisus is doing every single time.
Yeah, and we see the Jean being pushed forward. Pretty simple turn, I think, from June, where he's contemplating just swinging instantly. Yeah. So nothing too special. We didn't see him clock. He's not manipulating his deck in any way. Does get the choice, which is pretty nice, since the stock was running a bit low after the counter. And I assume he is going to stock.
Yep. So the Weiss 3/2 restander going in there. And likewise, Elyisus just taking a huge amount of damage, going up to level 3. So now this is where June might need to be a little bit concerned, because that sandbag turn that Elyisus had last turn gave him 2 extra stock because he spent 1. And so he's now on 6 stock, which is enough for 3 Rimuru combos. And June triggering 2 climaxes off the top here after cancelling twice off the top is not looking good. Like, it is very feasible that he could just die from 2/6 now.
Let's hope we don't jinx anyone again, but yeah, it's pretty painful to see those 2 triggers back to back. Still one more trigger to go. Luckily, no climax there. But yeah, we see him actually add a counter to hand this time with the choice. Usually when you're running like finishers such as June is running, the biggest issue is having enough stock. Like the Ruby finisher on play actually draws you a card, which means like having extra cards in hand isn't quite as necessary since you have your finisher grab it for you. But we did see him end up just adding a counter, maybe trying to pay one of those climaxes out.
Yep. And it's the anti-change counter, which obviously is not relevant anymore now that Elyisus is level 3 and there's nothing in Slime that gives level. The fact that it's a sack counter, he can clear his own board, might be relevant in that maybe he opens up a lane and maybe Elyisus ends up overswinging. But yeah, like you said, I expect this just to pay out the climaxes that he triggered there.
Yeah, definitely against Rimuru, where like every swing probably already presents lethal. You might want to try and open up that lane, making sure he has the direct attack, overswinging on every restand he does, or like resummon, giving you that much more of a chance of surviving every attack.
Yep.
It's a viable option to have.
If you're in Elyisus' position right now, do you just go for it? I think you do, right? You know that your opponent has 4 climaxes out of the deck. I think, maybe he does, by doing this, I think this tells me that he doesn't have the pieces for it, potentially. There's the Xion that comes down.
It's a bit hard to say in this case, since
2 Xions comes down. So if he pays the stop to heal with those Xions, then that's definitely no combo coming anytime soon, because he's going to have only 1 stock at the end of this turn, which is pretty not good.
Yeah, 1 stock definitely isn't enough to play Rimuru. Of course, we might see a choice trigger come in, help him a bit in that way. So allowing to heal twice and maybe have 2 stock to at least resolve 1 Rimuru. Maybe he's confident enough that just with vanilla swing, since June is out that much, he might be able to push him far into level 3. We do know that June is running a low amount of healers. If I'm correct, he's only running the Glinda as the healer to some amount.
So. Yeah.
So unless he has those in hand, he might be stuck at whatever Elyisus pushes him to.
I think that's also quite intelligent here, because by healing twice with the Xion, he goes down to 3-0, which, again, even though June is playing a lot of burn and a lot of like generic finishes, there's not that much reach on them. And so maybe June might even struggle to just win from 3-0.
Exactly. So yeah, I double checked. He only has 3 copies of the Glinda, which is his only healer. So unless he has all of them already prepped in hand, I don't think we actually saw him add any of them. Then Elyisus might be pretty safe just vanilla swinging here.
Big choice coming in.
Yeah, so this is what we talked about. Having that choice trigger, put a Rimuru into stock, allows him to heal twice and play a Rimuru combo next turn.
and he can still pull that Rimuru out of stock with the combo as well.
Ooh.
Another choice coming in. This one might be a bit dangerous. We just saw June cancel twice off the top, so June is currently 6 out, and El Yeezus is currently like 4 or 5 out. Looks still quite far from refresh by the looks of it. Even just one like random burn 2 from a Ruby could spell doom for El Yeezus here.
This choice definitely is a double-edged sword, since having this extra stock, if he does decide to put it in stock, means he can double combo off of one Rimuru, which is pretty big to have, since he started off with pretty much having no combo at all. And then, but also it's one less climax in your current deck, and we do know that June has guaranteed finishers in hand. So,
yeah, the huge problem as well is that he's triggered the 2 choices that he's triggered so far has been the choice for the Rimuru combo. So that's 2 copies of Rimuru's climax out of circulation. So I think even if he adds them now, it's going to be really hard for him to reach for combo. I think he's debating about getting a counter here, which doesn't really help because, as you mentioned, none of Ruby's finishes other than the Glinda cares about reverses. It just is going to deal a bunch of damage. So I don't know how well this counter will help.
So the counter does help against a few. Both the Ruby and the Weiss are at the end of the attack. So if he does hard remove them from the board, then he cannot burn, he cannot restand, obviously. So it might be useful against that. However, he just played those Xions on the board, and those Xions have the unfortunate effect of not allowing either player to use backups during that turn. And until the end of your opponent's turn, meaning that a counter might not be all that efficient.
Right, so he can't even use the counter on his Xion. So the counter there is only going to be able to be used on the Ranga, which might not get there. Yeah, we can see Ruby there on the screen at the end of attack. So if he does remove it from the board, it stops working. But we see that at the end, he ended up salvaging the Rimuru, which is a minus soul counter. And again, he's just saying that he knows that June's finishes aren't that powerful or threatening. And maybe that's that what extra minus soul might keep him alive long enough that he can just keep vanilla swinging with his Xions and Rangas and get there.
Yeah, so the Rimuru counter also is a sack counter, so he might be able to do some similar plays to what June was attempting with his counter. Maybe if he goes for the Weiss restander, he can open up that lane and then the Weiss has to overswing twice. There's definitely some use, even with just the Ranga lane being available to use it in. However, it might not be enough, since June can just attack last in that lane.
Oh, big triple cancel from June there. That's very lucky for him. I think that's nearly all of June's climaxes out. He's got 2 still in stock, 5 in the waiting room. Yeah, that's like June has 1 climax left in this deck.
I don't think he cares that much about how many are in there right now. I think he's quite happy to see all of those being cancelled. I think he can quite easily get through this deck if he does have a brainstorm. Actually, he's just opting to go to level 3, which to me indicates he thinks he can finish El Yeezus right here.
Well, I mean, yeah, El Yeezus just triggered 2 climaxes himself, and he has 2 lanes that he can't use his counters on, so he can't even pay out those climaxes to get them into the refresh. So all June has to do is just throw 2 rubies at that Xion, and that might be it.
Ooh.
Down comes 1, ruby on play, salvage the other one. There it is. Salvage maybe a Salem. He still has tons of stock available to him. Any 2-soul body gets here, he finds another ruby. You won't have the stock to use all of them, but again, he only needs like 1 or 2 at this point.
So he's counting his stock, contemplating. He did not add the ruby yet. As you said, he can't afford to use all 3 burn effects, so you might see him opt to like grab something else. However, you can also always just play the ruby and grab like a healer for next turn. He actually is going for the restander here.
It's interesting that he's positioned Weiss there because that's the one lane that can be countered. So Weiss, and I like that a lot because if he puts Weiss on any other lane, it's going to be too small to get over the Xion because that's still 14-5 cross turn. And it means that if El Yeezus wants to use the counter on the Ranga line, he can use the counter on the Ranga's column to open up the Weiss column, as you said, and force Weiss to overswing. So this is, I think, the perfect scenario for June. And if I'm in his shoes here, I would consider attacking with the first ruby, burning 2, and then I would consider not using the other ruby, because again, Weiss is also pay 2, ditch 2. but instead being able to attack the Ranga with Weiss, restand, and then potentially side for 1 for lethal afterwards, depending on how the damage turns out. This is a really strong turn here.
Having that potential side option, depending on like if you trigger on the first attack, can be quite big. Sadly though, since it's on the Ranga lane, if he does trigger, then Alyesus could potentially just use the counter to remove the Ranga and even remove a soul, or just remove one of the other bodies to remove that soul he triggered. So we do see him swap to the Xion, which makes this play a lot more viable. The Ruby cares a bit less about the Ranga being removed, since the burn is not being changed by the direct lane at all. So
just what he can still do here is, because they're both at the end of attack, he can attack with the Weiss first, pay the cost, get his checks, and then Ruby will then have 1 stop when it attacks. The attack will drive to stock, and then he'll have 2 stock at the end of that battle to still burn 2 with the Ruby. So he still has all the flexibility available to him.
If also of note, if he does somehow manage to trigger a choice, he will be able to resolve all 3 of these, which is quite an insane thing to think about. I'm not sure if he does have a choice left in the deck, but he does have 4 trigger checks with the restand here. Actually,
he's canceling off the top really efficiently. This might be his saving grace.
Actually, my math was wrong. He's already able to resolve all of them.
Another cancel off top. Okay, that's pretty bad now. I think that's all of Alyesus's climaxes out of the deck. So this burn 2 is definitely going to stick. Yeah, because I think he has 2 in stock and 5 in waiting room, so the burn 2 sticks. I think if June hits a trigger on this Ruby swing, that's going to be lethal. That's going to be it.
Even with the counter, that's indeed guaranteed lethal if he is all out. I'm counting 4,
5 cards in deck, but like even
6,
if he minus...
yes. So he has 6 out. Yeah, you were right. 6 out and 2 in stock. So if he
even
finds the trigger,
minus 2 souls. Yeah, even if you minus 1 souls with a counter, he still draws for turn and then dies to refresh.
Oh right. So that's
no trigger coming in. No. So because there's no trigger here, he can minus 1 soul this, because then it's 1 damage off the Ruby and then 2 off the burn. He goes to 3-5, draws, refreshes to 3-6, and still has a shot at lethal.
Yeah, he has to use the counter here. I assume he knows. I assume he's like thinking it over. Is there any way to survive if I don't use it? But I'm pretty sure if he doesn't use it, June just burns for 2 and then has the game guaranteed.
Yeah, so there you go. He has to use it. So that definitely takes him out of range of the Rimuru combo, which means that June might still have a chance, because June managed to compress his deck pretty well. I think we can see like 3 or 4 cards in June's deck there, and we know that he still has all his climaxes out, because he just triggered a gate, which he's going to pay out with Ruby's burn too. Yeah. So June is going to be refreshing all 8 in, and Alyesus I think still has 1 climax left in his stock maybe, unless he paid that one out. But I think he paid out with the counter, so I think Alyesus is also all 8 back. But the difference is that Alyesus is going 8 back before the refresh, whereas June is going back in on the refresh. So the 1 soul comes in, and then I think the counter makes the Ranga bigger than the Ruby.
It should, yeah. The Ruby is just base 10k power. The Ranga is, if I'm correct, 9-5 base.
Yeah, with plus the 2-5 from the counter puts it to 11. Sorry, 12, which is definitely enough. So yeah, Ruby gets reversed, but he is going to pay 2 Ditch 2 to burn anyway.
Yeah, you have to use it in this case. You can't give HV Slime damage leeway, since he does have 2 guaranteed heals on board already. But yeah, he can draw here. No option to clock, that's pretty important. But his board is pretty much set. I'm thinking Alyesus has to just attack and heal back if possible.
It's not that easy either, because June's crashed. The counter ended up meaning that June's board is empty, so all of these Xions are massively overswinging. And the pay 1 ditch 1 heal is just going to decompress him even further. So Alyesus does get 8 going back in, but of course we know that the rest of that damage is clean from June. So he's only got 2 cards in deck, but again, there's at least a 2 or 3 swing coming in, depending on Alyesus's triggers. So I think this is definitely the last time for both players.
Is that 2 or 3 clean on top of deck?
I think it looks like 2. So Alyesus can definitely just swing with the 0, which is going to be directing for 2. before triggers, and that could be lethal.
It's quite an exciting turn for Slime. It looks so grim for Eleusis, and then
Was able to just turn it around.
this extra chance of closing the game must feel good.
But at the same time, like, even if Eleusis swings in with a level 0 for 2 damage, June goes to 3-6 with the refresh, he needs to deal 1 damage. That Shion's a 3-soul attacker before triggers. So it's still, no matter what, he's definitely going to be overswinging.
Okay, so he does opt to heal first. Actually healing off a trigger, meaning that he could potentially stock something. Yeah, actually does. So he only had 1 clean. Oh no, he lost. He actually had 4 clean on deck.
Right, that was it. Okay, so...
Wow. So unfortunately for June, he actually triggered his last climax on that last attack. Just something very sad to see. That 2-1 counter, even though we said that it might not come into play due to the 2 lanes with the Xions, being able to use it in that Ranga lane actually mattered in the end and actually won him the game.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really unfortunate there because I think if June had triggered a soul icon on any of his 4 attacks at any point there, he would have just had guaranteed lethal, even through the -1 soul counter. So just missing that 1 extra pip of damage really made all the difference here.
Yeah, definitely an interesting match as well. Like, we've seen HOA Slime in a position I haven't seen them quite that often. Like, I've never actually seen someone grind it out with the Xion early plays. As I said before, and as we talked about, most people opted to cut those. So seeing them actually being included into the deck and then being used to full potential was quite interesting to me. It's not something you see often.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you think about 8-choice Slime, you think about using the Xion combo into the Ranga early play combo, into your final Rimuru combo. But we see there, like I mentioned with June, his deck is all about just making the opponent play on his tempo. June wants the opponent to play on June's tempo. And so by telling 8 Slime, no, you don't get to spend an extra turn at level 1, you don't get to sculpt your combo, you have to play beyond to my speed, that can be very disruptive. And we saw Eleusis just wasn't able to sculpt effectively, wasn't able to put together his engine, and was just forced to just slam his Xions and just stabilize and just abandon his combo altogether. And it almost worked out for June. I think Eleusis had some really incredible triple cancel off the top on June's final turn there, but even if one of those had stuck, the game would have been over. If June had triggered 1 soul pip, the game would have been over. And so the ability to just say no, you don't get your comfort, I'm gonna play my game here, I think it really shows that June's deck is effective at what it does.
Yeah, and also has a lot to say about the player skill. Usually it's very easy for a player to default to the standard game plan, and then seeing Eleusis just adapt and forego the Rimuru finisher completely and just stick with the Xions just tells me how incredibly skillful both players are during this match at adapting and also just playing the deck to their fullest potential.
Exactly. So that's going to be it for the end of round 5. I think we can all agree that was a really good showcase of 2 well-known players' high skill level. So hopefully we can be able to show you another thing just like that in round 6. But first we're going to throw to a quick break, so we'll see you all in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 Weiss Schwarz EU Tournament. We are almost at the end of the day. We're about to start round 6 out of 7. So we're nearly done for the day, but of course there's still 2 more big games left to go. We just saw an incredible upset in the most recent round. 2 very interesting decks go against each other, piloted by both very good players. But before we look at the next round, let's jump into the standings and see where we are going into round 6. So we are down to just 3 Exos. Eleusis we just saw on stream just now playing 8-choice Slime on Exo. We then have Hakase, who we know is playing MTI, also on the Exo record, doing very well from their stream game earlier. And finally, joining them at Exo is Tanjiro from Canada, playing Dan Machi. So I think that's kind of exactly what we expect to see out today, right? MTI doing very well because it's just a very good set, and then just Dan Machi slowly dismantling them.
Yeah, pretty much exactly what we expected it to do. Damachi has been known as the board-breaking deck. Very solid in that regard, very consistent. Might not sport the best finishing power, but it does what it does really well and can almost pull it off any game.
Yeah, and then we see a few X1s there. Mauricio DV, Avis, also known as Teo from Weiss Tea Time, Darcy of WCC, of course Yarbaka from Stellar DNB, and Serio Tanan, who we saw on stream as well in round 1, all doing very, very well. Quick note about Stellar DNB, Christian Yarbaka. He is the only Tokyo Revengers player left in this tournament on an X1 record, so he's doing very well. So I think he's kind of carrying the hopes and dreams of that set on his back, but how much of that is the deck, how much of that is him as a good player, we will have to see. But then looking at 9th to 16th, the second page of the top 8, again, we still have 2 more rounds. There's still everything to play for. A lot of people still can make top 8. We've got in 9th place, 9th and 10th, we have Bao and Thundi, 2, again, very well-known German players. They're playing 8-win Sword Art and MTI. So, again, one deck that is a bit surprising to see and a deck that's not so surprising to see. And then joining them on an X1 is Roy Choi and Softly for the Win. And then we have a few names on X2 that are squeezing into top 16 who still have a chance to make the top cut if they win the next few rounds based on their breakers. We've got Fantasy, Asuna, June, who we saw earlier, and Kuro all doing pretty well. Quick list looking through here, and still a lot of MTI. I think Asuna is also a few Dan matches. I know Asuna and Kuro, I think, are on Dan Machi. Yeah. Roy, I believe, is also on MTI. So again, the meta is kind of evolving exactly how we see it. I don't know if there's any exciting things to talk about here.
Well, there's always the mention of SEO with Bao, who's usually known for playing some off-meta picks with like the 8-wind. We've seen him top last time as well with 8-wind SEO. And I'm sure that if he's playing that list again, he's looking to get that revenge, making it into tops once again and trying to get that first place spot this time. Other than that, Danmachi, as expected, really well represented, especially if you're targeting Mushoku. Should be a pretty good matchup for them. And other than that, I think it's pretty straightforward what we have here, almost as expected.
Yep, so it's going to be very exciting. Again, there's still all to play for. We have a lot of players still in contention for top 8. Nothing's out of the way just yet. I think based on the numbers and this, the pairings, 1 or 2 X2s might squeeze into the top cut. So again, none of these players are out of contention yet. They're still all to play for. But I think we're going to start moving into round 6. We have our matchup. So it's going to be Fantasy and Mauricio DV, both of whom we saw in the top 16, still able to make it, still on an X1 record. And they're both playing Hololive. It's going to be a Hololive mirror match. And most importantly is their build. Because instead of being on the traditional Kanata Marine, which I think everyone has slated as the best Hololive build, we've got both of them playing Korone Rushia, which is a very more unusual build. So rather than talk too much about the deck, let's just jump into it and we can explain sort of the deck, how it works. So
when you say Hololive Mirror, like still anything can happen, but having 2 of the same top ends, same level 1 combo is pretty interesting. And we can see here, looks pretty straightforward. I do see a couple of weird, or not necessarily weird, but some spicy inclusions. We see the Rushia level 3 bomb, I think, where if you early play her with the Rushia combo, you can use her to remove almost any threat, and then she actually bounces back to hand, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's very good for fighting board. Yeah, especially given the current format, which is, like you said, all about fighting board. I think that's one of the weird reasons that I find that them choosing to play Rushia, because Rushia's definitely fallen off because it's not as good as warding up as Kanata, because Kanata can sustain itself, it can find new Kanatas to play, and as well as that, Rushia's finishing potential, when compared to the 3-2 Marine with the Door combo, it's a shuffle back, which against the likes of Mushoku, against Tokyo Revengers, is a lot less effective in the current metagame. So I'm very surprised that both players are doing this well with Rushia in board at the moment. So we'll see how this works out. Again, like loads of one-offs here. He's playing a very aggressive tech choice. We see one-off counters, one of the 3-2 Pekara, only one of the 3-2 Healer Marine, which we usually see in much higher counts going alongside the Rushia. And again, a very aggressive bottom end as well. You've got 1 copy of the 1-1 Aqua that can't be reversed by cost zeros, 1 of the Kiara Drop Searcher from the promo pack, 1 of the Botan that goes to memory to top 3, maybe he wants to dig for climaxes, and 1 of the Gen 4 event, which is even more new. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that being played in lists before.
It's a very useful event to have, even though it might not be ran as much. It pretty much set up your whole combo once you reach level 2. Like you can grab 2 pieces from the waiting room at the cost of playing the event and discarding one, which usually is enough in grabbing the 2-1 flare, which you require, and grabbing the Rushia, which you need to play from hand as well. Almost guaranteeing that you have the Rushia combo as soon as you can play it from hand.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that they're playing a lot less utility in the bottom end. Like, they've got the Coco clean cut effect, when it reverses, save something else. And they've got 3 copies of the Shion bottom deck bomb, as well as the top check. So they're not playing Fubuki for power pump or milling. They're not playing any of the other zeros that you would normally see, like, say, the Choco, which is a mill and a salvage. So what they're trading in terms of accessibility, they're gaining just raw power to board, which, again, is not usually one of Rushia's strengths, but it is pretty well suited to this meta. So let's flip over and take a look at his opponent, Mauricio's list, and see what differences there are here. So Mauricio's list is a lot less teched out, it's a lot more streamlined and a lot more straightforward. So you can see here, more copies of the Choco, more copies of the Marine Healer, and just more utility of the Zero with the Watame Climax Swapper and the Coronet Runner. So I like this build a lot more. It's just trying to do what Rushia does best, which is present these strong lanes, sustain them into the late game, and quote-unquote punish your opponent with shufflebacks, which I guess in this particular matchup in the mirror might actually work out.
Yeah, so a big thing with the previous list was there were a few cards included, such as the Rushia level 3, that work off of being early played with the Rushia, making it a bit more interesting. This deck actually forgoes that. The only actual card that has any benefit of being played with the Rushia is the Marine, which you mentioned before. You get the heal, you get the bonus soul. The other level 3s don't actually function when played off of the Rushia. Sure, if you, for example, play the Subaru with the Rushia at level 3, you might be able to resolve her burn effect, but it's practically impossible at level 2. And then, yeah, we just pretty much see pretty straightforward, pretty streamlined level 0 and level 1 lineup. Not all that different, I'd say.
Yeah, I think the other big weakness of Rushia lists nowadays is that when you look at the metagame of like MTI, Danmachi, Mushoku, all of these decks are playing to the board, playing to like whiteboard every turn. By playing a lineup of level 1 Subaru and Coronet, no Rushia level 1, no Roboco level 1, no Mel level 1, you have a surprisingly inflexible early game. And the moment your opponent starts trying to wall you off, it can be surprisingly difficult to actually set up your Rushia engine unless you get a little bit of a high roll there. But again, in this mirror match, neither of them are going to wall each other off, and they're both just going to be able to go into the Rushia game and just see who tanks up better. But I think the players are ready, so as I just said, let's see who tanks up better, let's get into the game and see that play out.
So if anything, but having seen both lists, I do think that Fantasy's list is slightly better geared towards the mirror, like especially the exact mirror. Using the 1-1 Aqua Bomb, using the Rushia, you'll be able to contest the level 3 Rushia quite easily, I'd say. And especially when she can gain some insane powers, like let's say 13+K, having those extra outs is quite nice to have in this specific mirror. I wonder if those cards were included for that reason, but they're gonna pay off and they're gonna play a big role here.
Yep, so I think the names are reversed again because we just saw the player on the left playing the Coronet Runner and then triggering the Subaru level 3, which I think is in Mauricio's list and not in Fantasy's list. So we'll get that fixed very quickly. But yeah, like you said, having these tech options in the form of the Pekora, the Rushia, and the Aqua is definitely going to make the big difference because, as I mentioned, Rushia's game plan is to stall the board, fight for presence, which, again, as I mentioned, is maybe it's not as good at in the current metagame as other decks like Tokyo Revengers or Mushoku. But in this matchup, because Fantasy has the more tech options to do so, he is in a better position to fight for the board and come out on top in that manner.
Yeah, so we saw the runner from, I believe, Mauricio. The names are still not fixed. But Fantasy playing a more traditional starter, like you definitely want to see the Aqua as early as possible and try to cruise off of her for the rest of the game once you resolve her and hopefully hit 2 hololive characters.
Yeah, exactly.
We actually do see him tri-field even.
which I think is one of the big strengths of Hololive. It's a deck that can very easily tri-field. It's got a lot of strong zeros in utility. The fact that Mauricio actually started with just a Coronet runner, I would argue, is potentially disadvantageous for him, because he doesn't have the ability to fight back as effectively, and getting this damage lead. He's got quite a few cancels, which is nice, but it's still going to be, he's still going to be fighting back against all these resources, especially when Fantasy Zeros almost basically refund themselves.
Yeah, and usually I'd say in an exact mirror, you'd probably want to hit 2 first and then set up your Russias first, since they're quite big on defense and can be pretty hard for your opponent, which has the same power levels to scale. However, in Fantasy's case, since he has so many tech options, just pushing him to level 2 first, forcing him to set up the Russias, and then easily removing those is a valid option as well.
It's also worth mentioning that neither player is playing options that remove themselves from the board, like the Polka. So when either player hits level 1, it's just going to be like, when Coronet hits the table for either side, it's basically going to be a free farm. So in that case, I don't see there being much. I don't see either player gaining much of an advantage or a lead in this early game until level 2, where it becomes, who gets more Russias, who gets the second Rushi onto the board first, basically, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's more of a game of, manipulating and dealing enough damage that, you're putting your opponent in like a comfort spot for yourself. For Mauricio, I'm expecting he wants to. Actually, it doesn't matter quite that much. As I said, Fantasy has all those outs. In this case, you just want to push each other as much damage and give them least amount of time of sticking at level 2. And we know that Mauricio has 3 of the Marines, so he could potentially keep healing back down. Fantasy only has 1, so that's only 1 heal he can play probably once in this game with the Russia, unless he can recycle the Marine somehow. But that will come at the cost of not further developing your board, which in this matchup you probably can't afford.
Yeah, so both players there building almost the exact same board. Mauricio gets 1 less attack in, and he also doesn't have his own clean cut to be able to generate tempo with. Instead, he's going to whack a bunch, trade the Aquas, and it seems like Fantasy's going to level up off of this. And he only leaves 1 slot on the board, but given the way the Coronet combo is worded, if Fantasy has all his pieces in hand, he can still get a triple search going to the next turn.
Yeah. You see the Aqua resolving for Mauricio, grabbing him 2 drop salvages. Looks like Fantasy is gonna resolve his Aqua as well.
Let's see if he gets that add 2 as well. And again, he still leaves a Miko on the board, so he still gets the safe hand and still has attackers. Losing the Coco doesn't make a huge difference here. He adds a Seisei and a Rusia. That is very huge.
Those are great hits.
And the big difference is that by being able to triple attack on that turn, Fantasy has 1 more stock to play with. So he can afford to, say, brainstorm with the Noel, or drop search for something else, or even use the Watamata Climax switch, which Mauricio doesn't have as much freedom to do.
Yeah, and if he decides to go for the Coronet Climax combo, he can very much do so. As we talked with the Jean, Coronet is pretty similar in that regard, where she assigns where to put the Climax combo on attack. Jean was Climax phase, but they still get to put that off onto another character, and being able to resolve her 3 times off of this 1 character that Mauricio left is really strong. Of course, with the amount of pluses he had, he doesn't necessarily have to go for such a turn this turn, since he does have 2 open lanes. Just tri-fielding, swinging twice into direct lane will be able to push enough damage.
Yep, he's leaving a bunch of zeros on the board, which is interesting, because that tells me that he doesn't have combo at all in some way, shape, or form. And just by committing these zeros, he's just throwing out the lowest value cards in his hand just to gain some advantage. The Shion there, Expert's Power, does get rid of the Miko on the board. And so it is a bit of a tempo positive attack turn for Fantasy, but all he's doing is equalizing damage, and he's just giving Mauricio the potential to just combo with Coronet and just get massive advantage off the next turn. But yeah, Mauricio taking a bunch of damage there, which is not what you want to see. And we'll see if Mauricio can combo with his Coronets to make up for it. So the fact that we saw Fantasy add Russias off of the Aqua combo, we know that at least Fantasy is well set up for going into level 2. We'll see how well Mauricio is set up, whether or not he can sculpt his way into the Russia and the Flare, and whether or not he can deal enough damage to Fantasy that it becomes not worth a threat about. So double Coronet comes down, a third Coronet comes down. So Mauricio definitely getting to triple search here.
This
is
pretty
gonna be
much
great.
guarantees it, yeah. This pretty much guarantees you'll have full setup for the next turn. Like, one of the downsides of playing the Rushia is you're forced into a draw brainstorm, which isn't always that bad, but you know, you'd prefer selectivity. But then having this coordinate, just grab any card from your deck and being able to do so quite consistently more than makes up for that brainstorm.
Yeah, definitely. And the best thing about slamming this 1k1 here is that he gets to make up his damage deficit by just dealing these are swings for 3, and Fantasy is cancelling very well here. It's exactly what you want to see in this position, I think. Yeah, another swing for 3 is another cancel,
Ooh.
another cancel. This is some very good turn for Fantasy. He basically gets an extra turn out of nowhere to continue building stock, and sure, he whiffed his combo the previous turn, but he now has an extra turn to dig for the pieces, you know, maybe put some pressure back onto Mauricio, build up that damage lead that he has. Sure, he's going to have an advantage deficit from only having one Mauricio in hand. He might not have the selection to find the flare, but he's still able to just, you know, poke Mauricio, you know, use his brainstorm, use his drop searches, use his drop salvages to find his pieces that he needs, and still have a decent game despite not having comboed.
Yeah, I think you're always quite happy to see a triple cancel. But personally, I think I would have preferred to at least let one of the attacks stick, making sure that if Mauricio does hit level 2, that, you know, you can follow him up by hitting level 2 almost guaranteed as well. But we'll have to see how Fantasy decides to play this out now, since, as you said, if he doesn't have combo ready, then even these coordinates might be quite hard to contest. Like, none of these players actually have those extra power pumps we were talking about. They're pretty much all like base power and have to rely on their level 1s to contest other level 1s.
Exactly. And, you know, unlike Kanata builds, because they have to play lean heavily into the Gen 4 engine, you can't play things like Mel, Roboco, the Clock Encore Miko that we see Kanata lists playing. So, you know, if they don't trade coronets against each other, they're not really doing anything. And I think Fantasy here is maybe being pressured into chasing his combo just so that he can put some damage back onto the board.
Well, if he does manage to stick damage from this point, it's pretty nice. Usually when you resolve Rushia, you want to set up a second Rushia first, so you can double combo the turn afterwards. But if you're forcing Mauricio into a Marine, then you're delaying him being able to do an insane blowout turn afterwards by forcing him to heal down. It's always something you have to weigh off in this deck. Like, do I want to set up the Rushia for a potential big swing by shuffling cards back? Do I heal now and then maybe like stall for a turn before doing something like that? It can be quite hard, especially in the mirror, to decide which one's better.
Yeah, so Fantasy there does slam the climax, does have the combo, but unlike Mauricio, he only gets one search out of it, which is pretty painful. I think he's going to be crashing this Miko in for 3. Mauricio gets a pretty good cancel. And this is the issue, I think, with the players' list here, is that Fantasy has chosen to go wide on his utility rather than go deep, whereas Mauricio has chosen to go deep on his utility rather than wide. And that's really paying dividends here. We see that Mauricio has the consistency. He's losing tempo. He's really falling behind in momentum. But the moment now that he's at level 2, Mauricio can definitely play his Rushi game. He can definitely do what he needs to do. Whereas Fantasy here might only have one Rushia to come out with, might need to get some lucky draws going into his brainstorms, and just has to work that a little bit harder to turn his damage lead into a meaningful card lead.
Ooh. So hitting this gate here is quite nice in guaranteeing that climax. I'm pretty sure that in this mirror, the one who can resolve Rushia combo the most will probably get ahead of the game and maybe even run away with it. So having that climax in hand, even though you do not refresh with it, is quite nice to have.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Fantasy still has 1 or 2 climaxes left in the deck as well, which is nice for him. You know, he's still thin on deck, he's still low on clock. So there's a chance that he's going to refresh going into Mauricio's next turn. But if he refreshes, I suspect he's going to refresh with a lot of clock compression, which is exactly what you want as a Rushia player. So you can go into level 2, refresh, take the damage, then level up, and then have a waiting room for Rushia to select from.
Exactly, and yeah, as you said, we see that one Rushia in clock ready to hit the waiting room as soon as possible. Quite nice. Quite well set up by Fantasy as well.
Yeah,
So-
Mauricio does also have a very healthy weight room. He's already on level 2, but the difference here is that he's going to play the Rusia before his refresh. So all of the stock that he's paying for the flares, the Rusia itself, any utility he wants to use like a brainstorm, that's decompression that's going to go back into his deck, and that's I think maybe going to work against him moving forward.
Yeah, so we do see Mauricio opting not to encore anything. I think he was waiting for Fantasy, possibly maybe paying out some stock with encoring the Miko. He was contemplating something at least. But yeah, from Mauricio, I'm expecting him to just try and set up that Rusia, possibly healing down if not playing a second Rusia. Having 2 Rusias makes it a bit hard to contest. However, as we said, Fantasy has some interesting tools. The Rusia level 3 that can reverse a level 3 or lower when she becomes reversed herself. He also has the Pekora level 3, which is quite interesting. It doesn't allow your opponent to play backups, meaning you can safely reverse a lane that's weak enough to reverse. And yeah, the flare comes down, which allows him to play at least 1.
Yeah, this is what we were saying about how if Fantasy sets up the Rusias first, Mauricio has no way of breaking that board other than with his own Rusias. Whereas if Mauricio sets up Rusia first, Fantasy can play the Rusia, the Pekora, and break this Rusia board easily. And I think that's really going to like come into effect going into his next turn. The other thing to be aware of is, again, we're talking about this difference in, this is a game of utility, right? The strength of utility is what's different in this game. And Mauricio does set up a double Rusia turn, but he's burned all of his resources to do so. Whereas Fantasy is probably going to be giving up a lot less because he has so much more stock to play with, and he has not as strong selection, but he still at least can make 1 Rusia. And he hit the pants the previous turn, which I think is going to be huge for him.
Wow.
Big cancel on 4,
Big
very
cancel.
lucky. I think that's the last climax in his deck. So he's going to be 6 going back in, 1 in his hand, 1 in his stock, but that's still more than enough for him.
So one thing that is interesting.
Oh, there
between
was
the
1
lists-
left. So
One
actually,
more.
so he's going 5 back in, which is, again, not ideal, but like we said, by not taking that damage, he's getting those climaxes into the refresh, but he hasn't built up any clock compression. All of his Fantasy's compression comes from stock. Whereas again, Mauricio is going to end this turn with all of his climaxes going back in, but with only 1 card left in deck, giving Fantasy or 2 cards left in deck, giving Fantasy the perfect way to smash in.
Yeah. So one thing of note, like we were talking about how Fantasy had a lot of outs against the Rusia. I did notice that Mauricio is the only one of the 2 players that actually has the anti-change counter included, which also can be very devastating if resolved against the Rusia. Like bottom decking 1 and winning maybe a potential other lane is quite, a very game-winning play. So Fantasy might need to respect that when he tries to deal with it with like the level 3 green Rusia or like the 1/1 Aqua.
I don't think so, because Mauricio, it looks like he only has 2 cards in hand, and the anti-change counter needs you to discard 2 on top of the counter, so he might not have the resources for it. Another huge overswing coming in. Can Fantasy cancel again off the top? No, he doesn't, but to be honest,
I don't
if
think
I'm
he
in his
minds.
shoes, yeah, you're going to level 2, you have all the pieces you need, you got a huge amount, there's a Rusia and Clot that's being leveled away. I think Fantasy is in a really good situation here. Like, Mauricio's low on resources, he's committed everything to this big double Rusia turn. As Fantasy, you have the pieces to fight back and break this board. I think you're just going to go break this board and tell him, what are you going to do about it? And I think what can Mauricio do about it, right? He doesn't have enough hand for counter. He can encore the Rusias, but
does he only have 2 hands? It's really hard to tell. But yeah,
flare comes down.
If he doesn't have access to the counter, then just trying to maybe play it as a vanilla counter 2/5 might be enough to win 1 lane, but it doesn't hard remove the Rusia, so you can just encore them anyway.
Exactly, and the big problem always is that when your boards are going to be exactly the same, you have to have the Knoll and the Flare in the back row, and you have to have Rusia in the front row. Those Rusias are always going to be like 13-5 no matter what, but the difference is that the turn player gets to have a climax, and that's what pushes them over the edge. So again, like you mentioned, the fact that I think I'm looking at Fantasy's list, and the only counter he has is the 1/1 Mel counter that that pays for itself with a blind stock, compared to Mauricio, who's playing, as you say, the anti-change Suisei, and he's also playing the Hachama rest counter.
Both players are actually playing the rest counter.
Oh yes, correct. Fantasy does have the rest. I just saw it there, yeah. But again, they're only playing these 1 or 2 outs. And past these counter outs, Fantasy has the other pieces to break the board on the offense. And I think that's what's going to make the difference here.
I think you're right. But we do see him possibly milling for like a different target. Maybe he wants to see one of those special techs he has to be able to spawn that instead of a second Russia. Not completely sure if that's the correct play here, but these players are probably more familiar with this mirror match than I am. So in this scenario, I'm expecting another copy of the Russia and just trying to overpower.
For sure. Like, you know, when you put forward 2 Russia lanes, you basically tell your opponent, you have to have anti-change counter right now, or I'm going to like roll away. So we see Mauricio spread out his hand. He's got 4 cards.
It's
so he can actually pay for the counter if he has it. So Fantasy can attack here to bait the counter. That way, you know, if Mauricio wants to discard 4 cards to remove that Russia, he not only saves 1 Russia lane, but he's still going to whack his compression down really badly. So Mauricio countering here would be ideal because he wins 1 Russia on power and then removes the other one. But again, it's really bad for his compression, and I don't know if he wants to do that.
Yeah, so since the Russias are pretty much equal in power, the only difference is the climax being played, which gives Fantasy's Russias 1k power. And I think with the Subaru attacking for free without an anti-change counter coming in, he pretty much assumed correctly that Mauricio did not prep any counters at all, which allows him to swing for free into this lane as well.
Yeah, and the question is, does Fantasy have any counters of his own? Because the way that Mauricio is going to play this turn now is, I fully expect Mauricio to double hand encore both Russias to keep them alive, and then dig for the second climax that he needs to Russia again, you know, salvage 2 and shuffle back 4. But whether or not he can make any value out of that remains to be seen.
Yeah, so neither Russia being, you know, actually hard removed from the board makes that play a lot more viable. Maybe Mauricio's thinking, I don't even need to spend extra stock at all. However,
one thing we forgot to consider is that Mauricio has a second copy of the Noel Brainstorm.
Oh, he does.
Which gives Russia another 1k. That's why they're trading, because the Noel Brainstorm counteracts the climax.
That's actually really big.
That's a huge blow for Fantasy there, because it means he has to encore 2 on his own turn, as well as on Mauricio's next turn. The counter coming in, which does keep 1 Russia alive, which is nice, but again, I think it might be too little too late. And obviously, not having the rest counter effect anymore, it means that he loses the ability to defend against the final turn. But yeah, losing the Noel in the front row there means that Fantasy now is less pressured to keep everything alive. I think he's still going to encore, but he's down to a lot less cards. I think he's like, 2 or 3 cards in hand, one of which is the climax that we saw him salvage just now.
Yeah, so you only opted to encore 1, which was the one that got countered. Oh, wait.
I think he's looking at paying 3 stock, which, nope, he's just going to hand encore that one as well. So we know that the only card left in Fantasy's hand is the Russia climax. So if he's going to, assuming that Mauricio hits his climax or hits another Noel Brainstorm, Fantasy's going to have to start paying 3 stock for these Russias, which he has at a massive stock advantage, which I think he's not afraid to do. Mm-hmm. The problem is that if he doesn't keep those Russias alive going to his next turn, he has to spend that climax rebuilding a board. Whereas if Mauricio has a climax now, with 2 Russias on the board, he can afford to spend that turn, instead of building a board, salvage the hand and set up for his going forward.
Yeah, so the second turn in a Russia combo, when you have both pieces left on board, is where things become interesting, because now you can start choosing different options. Like you can now set up a Marine heal, since you don't have to have a second Russia on the board anymore. You can also choose to shuffle back, which, as we saw, Fantasy triggered a climax turn. He already had one in hand, I think. So shuffling back 4 cards into his pretty uncompressed deck might be devastating in pushing him to level 3.
Yep, Mauricio there dropping the Watame Climax Swapper, so he finds the gate combo that he needs for the Russia, which is something. But again, he's been playing at a massive stock deficit. He has loads of hand, but okay, he's building some hand with the Brainstorm, but again, he's not going to find ways of winning this game unless he uses Russia to salvage, and it's still tempo positive for him, but it's not like in the same reign as Fantasy, where Fantasy can just put all of his effort into breaking Mauricio's board, and all of those pluses that Mauricio is building needs to be wasted on keeping his Russias alive.
Yeah, and one pretty important thing as well, since the the Russia that got spawned by Fantasy did in fact get reversed and technically sent to the waiting room before encoring. She did lose on the bonus power she gets from the Russia, meaning that even Mauricio's base Russias are strong enough to contest both, which I think might be pretty important this turn.
Yeah, that's right. So pretty much, I think every single Russia other than the one on Mauricio's far right was encored. Oh, Watame bottom decking a Russia is huge here.
Ooh.
So that's gonna prevent Fantasy from paying 3 stock. So yeah, like I said, even if Fantasy pays 3 stock for his last Russia, his next climax turn needs to be spent on rebuilding his board rather than salvaging and shuffling back Mauricio's board, which is going to be a massive tempo loss. So I think Fantasy is going to need some really strong cancels here. Even with the shuffle back 4 coming in, he's going to have any hope of staying in this. So the Subaru comes down, which is going to be one of Mauricio's ways of ending the game, which I think is very relevant because Fantasy doesn't actually have that much more raw damage output. He just has soul damage and healing, but that's it.
Yeah, so one Subaru on the back row, and we see Fantasy looking for cards to shuffle back, so we can assume that the second Russia will be shuffling stuff back. Probably some useless cards, at least. So that if Fantasy draws into any of them, he doesn't really have an use for them to contest the Russias.
Yep, and like I was saying at the very beginning, again, this is a game, this is a war of attrition of utility.
Oh.
And the fact that Mauricio has way better utility than Fantasy is what's allowing him to maintain this hand size. Like, he's paying all of his stock, but who needs stock when you have the Russias on the board? Like, because stock then turns into tempo, and tempo is what wins games, in my opinion. So yeah, he's going to salvage 2 cards, shuffle back a bunch of cards for Fantasy, and I think he's going to equalize this damage deficit, force Fantasy to pay stock to encore his Russias, and still be in a good position because Fantasy is going to be rebuilding his Russia board as opposed to shuffling back and salvaging. This is, of course, unless Fantasy has a Russia in hand or draws one to rebuild with the Flare, but then he doesn't get to brainstorm, he doesn't get to maintain his advantage, and yeah, we're just going to see a bunch of damage come through, I think. There it is.
Yeah,
I think this is the time that Fantasy is going to fall behind.
Yeah, pretty scary getting 8 shuffled back. However, Russia does not actually have an extra way of dealing damage. So, even one cancel can be quite big, but we see 7 straight being stuck here. So that 8 shuffle back definitely paying off immediately. Really big turn for Mauricio.
Yep, and the difference between Fantasy and Mauricio is that if Mauricio stays at level 2, he plays more copies of the Marine Healer. So he's always able to actually heal down from 2-6 or 2-5 down to 2-2 or 2-3, whereas Fantasy does not have that option.
Yeah, and especially with no alternate finishers, such as the Subaru we talked about, can be quite hard for Fantasy to catch up. He invested a lot of his slots for some outs against mirrors or similar types of matchups, but as a result had to forego those finishing options that Mauricio did include in his list.
So we'll see how Fantasy navigates this turn. We do know that he has one more copy of the Russia Climax in hand because he triggered yet another one last turn. Of course, that does affect his refresh compression, but if he can turn it into some solid damage here and break apart Mauricio's board again, despite being level 3, he might still have a chance here. Of course, the other important thing is that unless he can properly deconstruct Mauricio's board, Mauricio can just hand encore his Russias, shuffle back Fantasy's uncompressed deck, and then just be off to the races and stick a bunch more damage and go for it.
Yeah, so we opted the clock there. Actually finds the rest counter off the top, which is pretty big in this scenario. As we said, Mauricio does have some extra instances of damage, but even with only one extra instance, like shutting off a complete attack, can be huge in this matchup, allowing Fantasy to have an extra turn. And there we see the event actually that we were talking about earlier, the one-off event that will allow Fantasy to grab anything he desires from his waiting room.
I don't see a Russia in there though, which is very concerning.
I think in this case Fantasy would like to heal back, and I think there was a Suse all the way in the back, which might be one of the valid targets.
It is a heal to stop, which is not bad. The only concern is that he added back the rest counter, But if he discards one to heal to stop
Right.
with the Suisei, he might not have enough hand to use the rest counter afterwards. So again, this is where, like I keep saying, the war of attrition of utility comes into play here. Mauricio's deep utility means that he can afford to like spend his resources very brazenly and do whatever he needs. Fantasy they're actually dropping the rest counter because he realizes he won't be able to pay for it.
Yeah, so he did end up grabbing the Pekora healer instead, which also has anti-backup ability. Quite good in this case, prevents Mauricio from protecting the Lucia and like opening up a lane. Possibly even prevents him from rest countering himself, depending on how much hand he has. Can't quite make out, so I'm thinking 4 or 5 cards in hand, which could be enough. But yeah, the
So we know
Pekora
that-
shuts that down.
Yeah, it does reverse the Lucia, but again, Mauricio can just hand encore it. He has enough hand, and then from that point on, he can just keep slamming climaxes and just pushing Soul into Fantasy's face. And we see that Fantasy only has 2 cards in hand, one of which we know is the Mel counter, which again pays for itself. You know, it's a stock neutral counter, and the other one being the climax. So no matter what Fantasy does here, you know, he slams the climax. If he uses the combo to play to board, he loses hand, and if he salvages the hand, he loses soul damage. So he adds back the rest counter. Definitely can't use the rest counter effect. It's just a 2/5 counter that might keep the Rusha alive. He gets to shuffle back, but it seems like shuffling back 4 versus shuffling back 8 is very different. There's a chance that he might still level up Mauricio, which would be great for equalizing damage, but it's he's not out of the woods just yet.
Exactly. We can see that Mauricio will at least have the Watame level 3 survive, which is quite nice for him, seeing he only has 3 stock and having a 2-soul body in this case. Pretty huge to go with the Rushias, meaning he could probably shuffle back 8 again and then still have that big swing on the 3rd lane without having to spawn something with the Russia.
Exactly. Like the huge thing here is that Mauricio is, at best, I think, Fantasy can equalize on damage, which means that even if he goes a big cancel there, so maybe so maybe Fantasy is not going to equalize on damage. But again, even if he's on 3-1, Mauricio being on 3-1 is Mauricio will do better on 3-1 than Fantasy does. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this turn plays out. Another huge cancel, so the shuffling back there really not doing anything much at all.
There's still 1 attack left, but yeah, shuffling back and only having 3 swings. It's not always that impressive. Like if they cancel, you still lose a third of your damage. But here comes the swing for 4, which might bring him to 3-1, as you just mentioned. Could be big. I mean, there's technically 4 clean in that deck. And yeah, the counter being played as a vanilla counter, just making sure the Rusha doesn't
Survives
survive.
the lane.
Ooh, and
cancel as
another
well.
cancel.
That is, I think if you're in Fantasy shoes there, you are definitely very upset to see that. And again, having to continuously like spend effort to keep your board alive is definitely being on the back foot as a Rushia player.
Yeah, it's definitely taking its toll right now on Fantasy. Also, we're not sure how much he has left in deck, so a shuffle back 8 might be devastating, like game ending even in this case.
Yeah, it's very curious that Mauricio chose to pay stock for the counter instead of just hand encoring, because by having 1 less stock, he can no longer play the 3-2 Watame from the trial deck, which is an on-play climax salvage, which maybe he might have needed to get another pants combo and shuffle back another 8 and potentially close out the game this turn.
The Watame can't be played either way because he's still level 2, right? So having that counter being played there makes sense.
I guess maybe he was banking on cancelling all 3 swings, which, depending on the compression, you may have been able to guarantee, but it's a very risky line of play. And I think the issue here is that, again, Fantasy being unable to equalize the damage, Mauricio just gets a free turn. Mauricio doesn't hit the combo, so if Fantasy can cancel just 2 of these swings, he's still in with a shot. 1 cancel coming down, there is still hope here. Because without the climax, these Rushias aren't that big, and we know that Fantasy has at least 1 counter in his hand.
Okay, so that's a swing for 2, no trigger, meaning that Fantasy should be safe here, unless everything sticks and he takes the refresh damage, which could be likely depending on what his deck state is.
So he chooses not to use the Mel counter on this lane to keep his Rusha alive, which is interesting. Yeah, he's going to let his board go away, which is... I'm not sure how he's going to sustain damage if he loses his 2 soul beat sticks. I guess maybe he's going to pay 3 Encore the Pekora and then hand Encore the Rusia. But then he's got no stock, no hand, and is playing at the Mercy at the top of his deck to deal 7 damage with. 8 damage, sorry.
It looks like he only has 1 card in hand.
Yeah, which we know is the Mel counter.
Yeah, so using that, I'm guessing it makes sense to Encore over spending the stock if you're thinking of using the line of play you just mentioned, since you need every piece of stock for this, since he only has 3. Being brought to 3-5 here feels really bad.
Yeah, so like I said, he's going to pay 3 stock for the Pekora and hand Encore the Rusia. But this is the problem, like he's got no hand, no stock. His compression when he refreshes is going to be really bad. Like, you know, he's going to draw. He can't afford to clock, because if he clocks the 3-6, draws, refreshes, he dies.
Yeah.
So this card has to be something special, if he even has a chance of getting it.
So depending on what he grabbed, if it's a level 3, then probably just see the Brainstorm being pushed up, trying to use some vanilla swings to close out the game, but otherwise looking pretty grim for Fantasy.
And the problem is he still needs to trigger icons, because Mauricio's already refreshed 3-6, so he can't bank on the refresh damage. Watame comes in, doesn't really do much here. And yeah, Fantasy is swinging for 3 lots of instances of 2. So he needs, I think, he needs to deal 8 damage, so at least 2 of these attacks need to reveal a soul icon for Fantasy to even have a chance of winning.
So we see the Pekora swing, no triggers,
No soul
so that's only
icon.
for 2.
So he needs everything to stick and to reveal soul icons on his next few attacks. Which is not impossible, but you know, now that he's going to refresh to 3-6 with no hand and no soul, I think this is definitely Fantasy's last turn here.
I mean, miracles can still happen, but it's looking pretty good for Mauricio right now.
Yeah,
There's
Mauricio
some-
had pretty good compression on his refresh. You know, he had lots of he was on 2-5, so pretty good clock compression. He had 4 stock, so good stock compression as well. His hand isn't the healthiest thing in the world, but it's definitely healthier than Fantasy's.
Yep.
And even though he refreshed the climax, as we can see, if I'm in Mauricio's shoes, I would still be expecting at least 1 cancel to come in here. Ooh, climax from Fantasy as well, and yep,
Yeah,
cancel off the top. So I think Fantasy has no shot of winning this game anymore, unfortunately. That's another no icon, so 2 damage. It sticks, but again, it doesn't do anything here. And now Mauricio has 3 stock, is level 3, can start slamming his Watame climax salvages, can play maybe the Matsuri to stop wash a little bit, and just push Fantasy a little bit deeper. Fantasy triggers there. His Rusia doesn't really do much. 3 damage sticks, but again, Mauricio has all the body in the world. He's got 2 soul on the board in the Rusia still. He's got an empty lane to swing into. He just needs to deal 1 damage. He could even push forward his back row to side for 1.
Yeah, so in this scenario, even if you don't have the climax, the Korone he just played allows him to confirm his triggers, possibly even side for 1 if he has the Marine to play, like playing the Marine, using her ability, siding the Rusia for 1 would be pretty good. A lot of options in this turn at least. Just need to find that 1 damage. And I'm pretty sure he will.
Yeah, he knows the top 2 cards of his deck, so he can always use the Coronator front. He's going to go here first for a massive overswing, which I do like. It's probably going to cancel, which it does. And then he knows that this Coronator can just side for 1, which is guaranteed lethal. There it is. Trigger the choice. I think it's just...
slow roll.
The cancel. So miracles can indeed happen. So now the Coronator is fronting for 1. Triggers, whiffs. Fantasy could still cancel 1 here, salvaging the Marine, and he doesn't do it. That's going to be the game. The chances were there. The next card was the climax. What a shame.
No.
So close.
Fantasy making it exciting until the end. I love to see it.
Again, it just goes to show you that, 1 soul pip on the trigger check can change everything. If Mauricio had revealed a soul icon there, Fantasy would have survived. It's, again, really showing you again, I'm just going to keep using this phrase. It's the war of attrition of utility. By going deep, Mauricio could guarantee that he had all of the pieces he needed, and despite losing the tempo and the advantage in the early game, he was able to stick his Rusias. He had the extra power to keep them on the board, he had the extra hand to keep them on the board, and that's what extended his lead, and he was able to overcome the damage deficit.
Yeah, definitely an interesting matchup. Mirrors are usually a bit played differently than you would against other decks, and we've seen some of that here, where power lines were pretty comparable. So sometimes both Russias were crashing into each other instead of like one overpowering the other. Just showcase like that you do need some intricate matchup knowledge even against your own deck. And yeah, and it paid off for Mauricio at least. Even with all the techs that Fantasy had, we barely saw any of them. We did see the Pekora like do some work, but it wasn't enough. And just a straightforward build actually managed to seal it in the end. Well played by both players.
For sure, and it's like I was saying before, right? You know, how the different angles of attack in Weiss have to be approached differently. If your opponent's trying to play a slow board-based game, the way you beat that is different to if your opponent's playing a high damage rush advantage based game. And we see there that all the tech options that Fantasy were playing were good against the likes of Mushoku and against Danmachi and against, you know, all these other standby decks, but perhaps not as good into the Rusia match, because Rusia is all about confirming damage, stabilizing the board, and keeping your things alive as opposed to destroying your opponent's board, because your opponent's in the mirror match, everyone has hand on core, so you're never getting rid of the Rusias. It's just whose Rusias have the bigger impact. And we saw there Mauricio was able to utilize his Rusias for the big impact because he had all his pieces in him. He had all his chickens in a line already.
Yeah, we definitely saw that with that one turn where he managed to shuffle back 8, as well as set up his like quote unquote finishing turn, which he actually never got to use. Definitely very strong turn there. I think that turn pretty much sealed the deal in regard to that matchup. Too big of a lead for Fantasy to catch up, and we saw him struggling. Like, sure, it was possible even with some extra triggers, but you know, Mauricio wasn't sweating. I wouldn't be sweating in that position. Exactly. Seemed pretty fine.
Yeah, for sure. And like I keep saying, you know, Rusia is one of those builds that I think has fallen off in favor of, you know, the more aggressive, you know, because there are so many decks now that are trying to break boards like Danmachi that I would consider the Rusia build to be unstable and, you know, not really viable anymore. But in this case, you know, the fact that they both made it X1, which again is still surprising to me, but this was probably the best matchup they could have asked for compared to, say, Tokyo Revengers or Danmachi, which might have maybe deconstructed their game plans, which meant that at least one of them is going to be moving through to round 7, possibly even top 8. And yeah, we'll see how it does against the rest of the meta. But that's going to be it for round 6. We are going to take a break here. You know, thank you for Nando for joining me here. But I think for the last round, it's going to be me and Leon leaving you out. But this isn't the last you see of Nando. He'll be back for the very end. But until then, you know, don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this break. Okay, here we are, everyone. This is the end of Swiss, the final round. Round 7 is underway of the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 Europe Side Weiss Schwarz Tournament. I'm joined once again by Leon. Leon, it's the end of the day. We've made it. One more round left to go. How is it? How are you feeling? Pretty intense. Yeah, that's a good point. You know, it's the last round. Some people have everything to play for. Some people are guaranteed made it. Let's take a look at the standings and see what's going on. So here you go. We have Tanjiro going into the final round with an XO record. Seems very good for him. And then we have a lot of players on X1. Yeah, a lot of these, I'd say half of these people you can see on your screen right now are guaranteed to make top 8, and the other half need to have very good breakers. We've got Stella DNB, Mr. Yarbaka, the RC of WCC, Mauricio DV, who we just saw on stream last round, Hakase, also from WCC, still on a 5-run, El Yisus from Chile, still on a 5-1, Dundi and Serio Tenan. Again, these guys they're not guaranteed, but they're pretty comfortable making it in. So let's take a look at 9th to 16 and see who's really fighting for the last spots, see who's going to maybe bubble in. In the last X1, we have Softly for the win, so it's going to see how they work out. And then we have the X2s. You've got Avis, Bao, Asuna, Roy, Stock Games, Kuro, and Alex Denk. Man, a lot of really high caliber top names here, you know, in the list, and it's going to be a real battle to get into top 8.
That's true, yeah. I mean, if you're looking at the 5 and 1s, once they win, they're in, right? But the 4 and 2s, they really need to win, and they still have to get fingers crossed. Otherwise, they might not make it.
Big risk of bubbling, which is, you know, you never want to be 9th place bubble.
Yeah.
So, you know, moving into, let's move on to the next game. So, as much as we would love to show Tokyo Revengers here today, there's only one Tokyo Revengers left, and it is going to be Yarbaka, who's currently X1, but unfortunately, due to various reasons, we're not going to be able to show him on stream. but I think the stream game we have lined up for you is just as exciting. We're going to have WCC's Darcy versus Thundy, also known as, I think his name's Felix, is that right?
No, I don't think it's Felix, no.
No, okay, Felix is someone else. I'm getting my Germans confused here. But Darcy versus Thundy, two very well-known names in the community. They're both active on Discord. They're both active on online tournaments. So I think when we say high caliber skill, this is definitely the matchup that when you say like top tier players going against each other, this is definitely a matchup that goes into that book. And they're both playing very solid meta decks as well. We've got the tried and tested Kanata Marine deck for Hololive from Darcy versus, as we've seen, Mushoku's 8 standby from Thundy. So without further delay, let's jump straight into the deck lists. So here we are, Kanata Marine. This has been touted as the Hololive deck to play. You have such an insane mid game, you just farm up and you have a massive defense with the 2-1 Kanata that changes into the 3-2 Kanata. You've got soul modulation out of nowhere. You've got incredible finishing power with the Marine, which you can build up to really easily with the Kanata. And the Kanata is easy to put together because you have so much filtering utility with the Aki Clock Salvage at level 0, you have the Miko Drop Search, and you have a very powerful level 1 game in the form of Miko and Roboco. This is just a super standard deck, very defensive. In my opinion, it needs to high roll a little bit. You need to hit your brainstorms. You need to be able to hit, stock soul climaxes every single turn. But once it gets going, it's very, very hard to, take apart. Like, even if you break the Kanata board against things like Danmachi or Mushoku, they can still use Kanata to salvage more for the next turn and just rebuild at virtually 0 cost compared to the Rushia.
Yeah, this deck is really insane. Especially because when you look at normal decks, you have one Climax combo at level 1 and then one Climax combo at level 3. But with the Kanata Marine build, it just plays so differently because you have a combo at level 2 that just basically serves for you staying at level 2 longer. And then once you reach level 3, you're just gonna try and attempt to finish with the Marine.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a very solid and consistent deck piloted by one of the better players in the West. So let's take a jump over and look at Thundy's deck, which is Mushoku Tensei. And we had Mushoku Tensei earlier on stream, but I think that was a very greedy list, arguably, whereas this one I think is a lot more straightforward. You see the Paul again, you see less copies of the TD Burn 2 Roxy, and you see a much more utility-focused level 0 game.
Yeah, this list plays the event as well. I'd say let's jump into the game because they already started, and then I'm going to tell you about the event while we're in.
Sounds good.
Right. Oh my god, okay.
They're quite far ahead already.
They're quite far ahead already. So basically, we see an established board here. The Thundy just started his level 1 turn in the attack phase. We see that he got one 1/1 Eris off, another 2/2 Eris in the back row for his standby effect, and he also is playing the event that I wanted to tell you about. So while he does not have the event in memory at the moment, the pendant event is very important for many Mushoku lists, because what it does is, if you play it, you search a card from your deck and then you discard a card, which means you can set up your waiting room. But more importantly, on top of that, it goes to memory when you resolve it, and once you level up, you can then send it from memory to waiting room to search another card from deck, this time without discarding it. This just made Mushoku have such a high ceiling that it gets really hard to stop it when it actually gets going.
Yeah, exactly. Like, one of the weaknesses of standby decks has always been maintaining compression or maintaining advantage. And I say this pendant here, Amulet of Mega Race, definitely fixes that issue.
Yeah, definitely.
So we see here, Darcy's just flown up to level 1 on turn 2, which is exactly what you want in Hololive. You're trying to get to level 2 as fast as possible so that you can start tanking up and compressing and building an advantage with the Kanata engine. We'll see how that works out for him. And the one thing about Hololive, which I really want to point out, regardless if you're playing the Kanata build or the Coronet build or whatever, is that Hololive has a surprising amount of tools to deconstruct level 1 boards. So we see there, quickly update the names, but Thundy has his 1/1 Roxy in the middle, but it's very easy for Darcy to just pop those and get rid of those.
Yeah, definitely. I'm unsure what card Darcy just played, because there's a shine there, but I think it might.
It looks like the 1/0 Miko.
Yeah, I think so too. And that card is just a really solid card overall. It gets the 6k power if you have a legal deck and 2 characters on board. And also, it has a hand encore. So
And clock
what this
encore,
does is
actually.
clock encore. Oh, sorry, I
Yes.
misread. Yeah.
Yeah, which means that it helps you
Bottom.
accelerate from level 1 to level 2 so that you can start getting to your Kanata combo faster.
Yeah, this is actually insane for this deck.
Of course, Dundee taking a lot of, getting some cancels here, which is exactly what he wants as well. The weakness of the standby deck is that if you don't spend some time building up the compression by quote-unquote sustaining your board with standby, you can fall behind in damage. But he only took 2 damage that entire turn, and he now has all the flexibility in the world to just, build his stock, build his hand, and just start punishing Darcy for being behind on damage.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want as Mushoku Tensei here. We can see him resolving the Eris Chiori, which means when she goes to waiting room, is going to ditch a card, then reveal up to 4, and then add a card that is level 1 or higher. We see him adding the Roxy back row here, just to clock it, and then once he reaches level 2, he can put that in the waiting room to have a standby target. Pretty standard and straightforward play here.
Yeah, pushing out this level 2 here this early is very good for him. He hits a brainstorm as well, which is nice. And he's only at 1-4, so again, very low damage, and he's already so close. Like, I think he might actually refresh either at the end of this turn or start of his next turn. So, as we mentioned before earlier in the stream, like having a refresh at level 1 is exactly what you want, so that you can start setting up your level 2 and level 3 engine and building that compression.
Yeah, and this board state is actually perfect for him if he has a climax combo for the Eris in hand, because you can mill 2 with the climax. Then is left at 4 cards left in deck, attacks 3 times, and then gets the climax that he played into his waiting room.
And he can still stand by out a 2-2 while he's at it as well. This is really
exactly.
good. So we'll see if he does have...
Yeah, okay.
He's got the
plays
climax swapper. Yep.
Worth
And this is
noting that
insane,
the
'cause he
climax
has-
swapper also boosts the character by 1.5k, so there's no way that the Miko is gonna get backed up. But he isn't playing any level 1 backups anyway, as is normal for Kanata Marine build, so... That's
Yeah,
just,
this is one card I really like in Mushoku builds that we didn't see from Hakasei's list, but it's the 1-0 Accelerate Gizlane, which is basically if he wants, he can choose to clock himself to get an on-reverse top look at top 4. Of course, he doesn't need to do that because A, it would take a card out of his deck and he wouldn't get to refresh his climax back in, and he's already going down to 1 card in deck at the end of turn. But it just, again, it fixes the quote-unquote selection issue that standby decks normally have, because you can standby this out at level 0 if you don't have the 1-1 Eris, and then it can then every turn clock 1 to basically salvage 1, which is really strong for selection, given that standby decks are naturally going to go through their wit deck into their waiting room for standby to begin with.
Yeah, it's also a great card just in matchups where you expect your 1-1 Eris to be reversed, since it's a card that you don't need to pay stock for that can actually still contest boards.
Darcy getting some really good cancels there, but I don't know if it matters here because Bundy just has so much compression set up for himself now, and he's got this huge board that Darcy's gonna have to work really hard to get past.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure if Darcy really wanted to stay at level 1 here.
Like, he can clock encore the Miko to push him up to 1-5, and then he can and then he can clock draw for turn to go to 1-6, and then maybe brainstorm refresh to go to 2.0, and obviously refreshing into the brainstorm is exactly what he wants to see, but I don't know if that's going to be good enough here.
Well, we see him just using his level 0 then to clock himself.
Aki, yep.
Yeah. So he can just clock to reach level 2 now. He has 3 stock.
Yeah, the only downside is that by refreshing here, he's lost a lot of clock compression, and it does give him a big waiting room to choose from for selection from the Kanata combo if he has it. But then if he goes for the Kanata combo, unless he brainstorms right now, he's not going to be refreshing those climaxes back in. And if he chooses to refresh first, he has less selection from the Kanata as a downside. So it's kind of like a worst of both worlds situation. Like, he's not going to be able to play the optimal turn here.
Yeah, that's true. But I think it's still a really good turn for him, like, overall, if you look at the past turn for Thundi. You get 2 early plays here, you get the climax combo off. Probably has the other one in hand, maybe. So that's also just really good for him. You can just keep it and loop it next turn, right? He still refreshes with 6 climaxes.
Yep, it's still not bad, and he's got a lot of compression from the Kanata's combo. So we see that both pieces on the screen, the level 2-1 changes into the 3-2 on climax play, and the 3-2 at the start of bad attack phase, if you have the climax, you can either get 2 stock or 2 hand and get push a huge advantage out of that. And one of the really cool things about this engine, like I keep saying, is the quote-unquote surprise soul modulation, because the climax is a 1k stock soul, so it gives a soul to all your board, but it triggers at the same time as the change. So what you can do is you can either choose to change first and then use the stock soul, in which case the 3-2s will gain the soul, or you can use the stock soul first to give soul to the 2-1s, which then change into the 3-2s, so you can control exactly how much damage you're doing, which I think is a really cool aspect of this deck.
Yeah, this is actually insane. Just the fact that this is possible is just modern Weiss, right? We talked about it earlier.
Yeah, and in this case, I think Darcy is just trying to push Thundy as hard as he can. Thundy already has the better compression lineup, but I think Darcy chose to change and then stock soul to give the 3-2s the +1 soul. So I think this is swinging for 3, it looks like. Cancels on 2. But the important thing here is that Darcy did manage to salvage a lot of cards. He's gotten quite a decent setup put together, and Thundy's going to have to work. Nice cancel there for Thundy, but yeah, staying on 1 is exactly what Thundy wants, because now Thundy still has to work quite hard to get rid of Darcy's 3-2s, and not being able to play a 2-1 anti-change is going to really help, hinder him from doing that.
Yeah, however, in Mushoku Tensei, of course, there is always the possibility of just playing a Ruiger to actually let you reach level 2. I'm trying to get it up on screen right now. It's this one. Basically, this card, without even spending stock, and just expediting 1 card in hand, allows you to just clock yourself up if you so desire. Normally you play 4 of this. This Mushoku Tensei deck is playing 3, which is also fine though, it's very valid. But if he has it, this can help him reach level 2, or he just takes 2, and then you just do it.
Yeah, levels up naturally anyway, so
yeah.
it's still pretty good for him. The important thing here is that being on level 2 as a standby deck, you now have the ability to stamp out some level 3s, which can be very powerful. And this is the one weakness of Mushoku, is that if you push your opponent too hard, they just play these big things like early plays or Kanata in this case, and just overrun your standby targets. So you're running a, maybe not out of steam, but instead of spending time this turn getting closer to his 3-2 Gizlane burn, or setting up his end game, Thundy might have to spend some effort this turn rebuilding a board and fighting back the Kanata, which I don't think he wants to do.
Yeah, if you're in a situation like this in Thundy's shoes, or in any Mushoku Tensei player's shoes, you have to look at the cards you're dealt, right? If the card you're dealt means your opponent just reached level 2, played 2 Kanadas, and there's no way you're gonna get over them, then you shouldn't. But if you have a way to get over them, you can try and assess the situation and then try it, just as Thundy is doing here.
Yeah, so you see the Eris early play coming down. It gains 1/5 power, which all of his board is pretty big to contest the Kanatas, but at the same time, we see double of the Kiryu Koko Brainstorm in the back row for Darcy there, so those Kanatas are still 12k, which is well within counter range here.
Yeah, and also, I'm not sure what he salvaged with the Kanatas, but he might have just salvaged another Kanata backup, and could just play the backup.
Yeah, that's what's really insane about the engine as well. The Kanata 2-1 that changes into the 3-2 is itself a 2-1 counter, meaning that if you don't have you can either use the counter to, as a counter and keep your counters alive, or if they bot deck somehow with, say, Watame or an anti-change, you can still just rechange just as easily. So salvaging the 2-1 is just a really solid play no matter what. So Thundy has to either play around this 3k counter, or even if you remove them, he gets past 14 or 15, he still has to deal with Kanata coming back the next turn anyway.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure if it's actually correct trying to contest Kanata here. But he does have a standby, so okay, that changes. Oh my god, I can't talk. It's been a long day. The situation changed suddenly, because with the Roxy, of course, all of his front row characters in front of the Roxy are going to be 2k stronger. He also has the Ghislaine, so 1k as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of power pump to his board there, so he can easily contest. And I think here Darcy's seeing that he doesn't get there even with the counter. So Darcy's effort is probably better spent just keeping his characters alive through other means.
Yep.
Yeah, the Roxy there from the standby target, giving his characters a +2k to the board. Meanwhile, the Giz lane on the far right also pumping some more power to the board as well.
Yeah, so I think, if I'm not mistaken, we just saw Darcy use the hard counter and just use it as a normal backup.
I like that play a lot because he needs to save the 2-1 Kanata counter to obviously change with again. And the strength about the counter is that you are getting a lot of hands, so discarding 4 is feasible, but in this case, he's not trying to save himself too much damage. He did end up taking everything, and he's flown up to level 3, so there is an argument that, you know, healing down from like 2-6 is much better than healing down to 3-0 from 3-1. But at the same time, looking back at Darcy's list, he doesn't actually have that many healers. Like, the only healer he has is the 3-2 Kanata itself.
Yeah, that's actually kind of scary for him. But then at the same time, Thundi also only has 4 healers. It's just that Darcy is just one entire level ahead in damage.
Yeah, and the problem with being only 2-1 for Thundi is that as strong as a finisher as Marion might be, it's not strong enough to just end games from 2-1. And, you know, Darcy can spend another turn here, as we see, setting up Kanatas and, you know, farming some compression, farming some stock, farming some hand. But he's still at 3-0, and 3-0 or 3-1 is definitely lethal range for 3-2 Giz lane burners if Thundi manages to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what's gonna happen here next, because the Kanatas might just run into a backup from Thundi himself.
Darcy hits one on the Brainstorm, draws 1. And this is kind of the other issue here, is that at least with the Rushia package, you have the 2-1 flare that can pump your Kanatas even more. Sorry, pump your Rushias even more. But in this engine, you don't have room for the, I think it's a 2-1 Toa that pumps specifically the Kanata. So you only have the Coco to give it power. You have no real other way of like getting it past 12 or 13. And no matter how much plussing you get, you're having to constantly spend resources, as we see Darcy doing here, to, you know, rebuild a board or like get his good selection going. So even if he managed to like set up for Marion next turn, unless a lot of damage sticks this turn for Darcy, I don't think the Marion's going to do much either.
Yeah, he does play something that could help him, which is the other Kanata. Let's see if I can put that up on screen.
Yep, it's the Bomb Disposal Squad. So it can bond to either the Kiryu or the 3-2 Kanata, and it can also help fix his hand. So we see he just discarded 2 door climaxes. He discarded 1 for the bond, and he's discarding another one to retrieve the Marion. So that shows us that his hand was very clogged, which is unfortunate. But he is going to be able to remake triple Kanata on this turn, which is going to get him probably 6 stock. He has more than enough hand for the Marion, and the Marion can find themselves the climax anyway. So he is going to be able to set up, and the 6 stock from the waiting room is going to give him all the compression he needs going into his refresh. He's only got 5 cards in deck, so this is a pretty good turn for him. It's just a case of, is this 6 stock compression going to be good enough going into your refresh?
Yeah, this is not bad at all. And especially when you consider the fact that, of course, the Marine doesn't really need a lot of stock to begin with. You can do triple Marine with as low as, I think, 4 or 5 stock?
I think it's 4 that you need, yeah, which he's definitely going to have, you know, 1 from the stock soul and then 3 attacks. So if he really wants, he can just salvage 6 here as well. We see that he's salvaging the rest counter, which is going to be live with all those cards in his hand. But I think it's going to be 2 to hand and 4 to stock, which I do like a lot. The only downside is that, you know, he won't have enough hand to do both rest counter and Marion if he chooses to do that line of play. But we'll see how he navigates the rest of this turn. It's going to be really good. He's only got 5 cards in deck, so that climax in play is going to go back in on the refresh as well. And the important thing to note is that even though Darcy's been putting effort and resources into rebuilding his board this turn, he's still been able to advance his game plan of finding Marines, you know, compressing his deck a little bit, and getting into a position where next turn he can just make triple Marine and try and burn Thundi out of the game. Whereas conversely, Thundi's only had 1 Brainstorm, not much drop searches, he doesn't have the 1-1 Eris on board to filter anymore, and so he doesn't have the Amulet in play either. So Thundi's not been advancing his game plan very much outside of just, you know, blind draws and random Brainstorm salvages.
So it seems Darcy sided into the 2-2 and the 3-2. Of course, in the end, Thundi just cancelled anyway, but I wonder if that's actually correct. Surely he wants to play the rest counter, but maybe you would just want to push for more damage and hope stick something so the Marine can actually attempt to finish.
The concern here is that because he resolved the change before the stock soul, those counters are 3 soul swings each. And I think you have to assume that at least 1 or 2 of those attacks is going to cancel. And what it also means is that Thundy will, if Thundy takes 1 damage, he goes like 3-1, 3-2. The Gizlane heals, so all that extra damage is not really doing anything major. All it does is push Thundy to level 3, where if he has the pieces, he can just Gizlane Darcy into potential game here. And I think Darcy just doesn't want to take that risk. He wants to force Thundy to have to like overreach to play the Gizlanes for game, or maybe this buys Darcy that 1 turn that he needs, because 2-5 is actually Marion lethal range.
That's true. I mean,
so if Thundy doesn't put himself to level 3 here and doesn't go for the Gizlane burn, I don't know if he has a way of killing Darcy. And I think that's kind of what he's playing towards. Like we said, that the fact that Kanata is a very defensive style of deck and can sort of spend a bit more time just waiting for its pieces.
Yep. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that. You're actually absolutely correct. If Thundy doesn't realize that he might just need to go to level 3, this could actually spell doom for him.
Yeah, so he's chosen not to clock. The alternative option is that he is on 2-5. He does have quite a good bit of clock compression, and he's going to check 3 clean this turn and go to 7 stock. So his compression is not bad either. So maybe he's just saying like, okay, I understand what the situation is like. I'm just going to bank on like, surviving the Marine turn, which is definitely doable for him. You see the Rudeus come down. This is the offering a hand Rudeus.
Boosting the
pumps
errors.
Yep, so he can get over the Kanata, and then he plays his last standby from hand. He is going to take the Mill 2 off of the Eris level 1 there, which I think is a little bit greedy, because it means that standby will now not refresh into his deck.
Yeah, he actually does not have a choice. You have to mill there. So that's... You could argue maybe he should have just not played the Eris. But if you played, you have to mill.
Yeah, so maybe he's just looking for the selection. I mean, we did see that he standbys out the 3-2 Gizlane, which he needs to end this game. I didn't see what he salvaged with the Eris combo, but he's basically banking on his compression this turn being good enough that it doesn't matter, which I think is an okay risk to take. But triggering a standby here it's actually not bad, because I think he did give double trigger to something.
Yeah, if you trigger a standby with the 3-2 Roxy on board, you can give Twin Drive to any character.
Yeah, so you can at least pay it out. So it's not the end of the world. It is just a case of, triggering standby on the first attack here is very bad, because he doesn't want to replace the 3-2 Roxy, and he doesn't want to replace his 3-2 Gizlane, and anything else would be wasting an attack. But no, he is actually going to replace the 1-1 with a Paul, and we keep saying that Paul is a very, very interesting card that we're both big fans of, and giving up this attack could actually be good here. Like, is there an argument of just passing the turn and like just not attacking with the 2-2? That way the standby refreshes in, do you think?
I don't think so, because if you go that route, you can just give the Eris the Twin Drive and then use the Twin Drive and get the other Climax back. And the other Climax is actually your level 3 Climax combo.
Right, so that's the one you actually do want to refresh in. No, I think
exactly.
you're definitely right. But yeah, we see the pull there, very effective. The important thing is that if Darcy shoots a Marion into that pull, he risks taking do damage himself. And yeah, Darcy just takes a bunch of damage off of the refresh. The swing for 3 connects. The Twin Drive here might be what he needs to end the game, but no.
Oh my god.
Oh, the Soul Icon, that's lethal damage.
So that's why he played the Eris.
Yeah, so the standby there will whiff because of no waiting room, but again, Darcy, this rest counter doesn't do anything because this is the last attack. Darcy needs to cancel here or it's just all over. This is a huge turnabout.
Yeah, this really shows you why he played the Eris. He knew he was 4 cards in deck, 2 of them climaxes, so he just wanted to get rid of the 1 climax, at least 1. But he was pretty unfortunate and just didn't mill any climax. Gets another one as shuffled. Oh my god.
Yeah, refreshing another climax. So if this doesn't stick, he might lose, but it cancels! Darcy, what a play! Of course, he keeps one of the boards alive with the counter, but it's not looking good.
He also uses the Encore, which probably tells us that he has a rest counter in hand.
Yep.
It's still really risky though. 2 attacks against Marine is more than enough.
Yeah, you're on like 2-6 with losing 3 climaxes. Like even though Thundy's compression is really good, I think there's still a chance that he just gets triple married and just dies from here. I think that's a very real possibility.
It's 4 climaxes even. Remember, he didn't pay out the level 3 climax.
Right, yeah, so it's stuck in stock as well. That's even worse. Like,
And that's something
So-
I don't understand. If you know it's there, why didn't you just pay it out? If you know that the other one is also still in deck. 'Cause that actually also makes your line of just passing the turn very solid. If you mill with the Eris, and then you know you have 2 climaxes left in deck, 2 cards in deck even. I think just not attacking at all might have also been valid.
well, I mean, again, the point is, as we saw, the last attack was a climax as well. So at best, he pays one out and puts another one in, but that's still better than just putting 2 in, right? So yeah, I definitely agree. Like, not using the twin drive there was very strange.
We see
He's gonna
Darcy here.
salvage there.
Yeah.
If I'm in Darcy's shoes, I think there's no reason not to chase combo, right? Like, he just discarded a door combo for the Kanata salvage. Like,
Maybe he has an extra door? He's playing the other Kanata actually.
yeah, so this is the Towards the Future Kanata, which is the booster one, level 3.
Yep, I have it on screen right now.
Yeah, so it pretty much prevents backup, which is not too bad, and it gives him a soul. So he has a little bit more damage output here with the Marion, which is nice, but again, I don't know if it's going to do that much. So we see double Marion come down. I don't think he has the third one. But yeah, the gate coming down here would just be too much damage for Thundy to cancel. And Darcy's positioned his board in such a way that the Paul won't be able to revenge burn the Marions. So the first one coming in, pay 1, ditch 1, burn 2. It cancels, very nice.
We see Thundi not even using a counter here, so maybe he doesn't have the counter.
And then for 3 damage, does stick, so Thundy does level up. But he's still only on 3-2, which is... It's not the most dangerous position to be in, but I wouldn't say it's great either.
I mean, this could definitely end his game right here.
So yeah, we'll see whether or not Thundy does actually have the counter. That's going to be really relevant here.
I think if he had the counter, he would have used it during the first attack, right? There's no way he wouldn't.
The burn 2 sticks, and this is a swing for 3, so Thundy needs to cancel here.
2. Ooh.
He doesn't cancel, so
Darcy
his
taking
compression
it.
was good, but yeah, like getting those 4 climaxes stuck out of his deck was just nail it in the coffin. Thundy was in such a commanding position, and then he was just unable to get those last climaxes out of his deck, and it just all went downhill from there.
Yeah, really unfortunate for him actually, but still really well played by Darcy as well.
Yeah, he identified the threat, and he knew that no matter what Thundy does, if Thundy would need to, like we said, being on 2-5, he knew that he was at no risk of losing to Thundy. So he was able to just spend that 1 extra turn on Kanata, farming up his resources, and then eventually, being patient enough to push for game, banking that he would eventually cancel, which he did. And despite drawing a bunch of climaxes, he was able to sculpt his way into a winning position, which, again, just goes to show you that these 2 really good players understand their deck very well, and were able to just, navigate their way through that turn in a way that, here's how I lose, here's how I win, here's how I dodge the losing condition, and here's how I get myself on the track to winning. And even from Thundy's side, there was a moment there where Thundy could have just won the game out of nowhere with a 3-soul swing, and Darcy got a very lucky cancel, but it could have been, it was just the flip of a coin at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, in the end, both of these players just played really well. And I'm not sure about you, but one thing about casting these really good players is they play so fast. It's so hard to follow. But yeah, really congratulations to Darcy. Maybe Thundy makes it to top 8 anyway. I think there's 3 to 4 people making it into top 8, depending on if our X and 0 player won or lost.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yeah, it's still, it's fingers crossed. It's not the end of everything yet. There is still the chance, but that is going to be it for the end of round 7. So we are done with the Swiss rounds. So we're just going to cut to a quick break, and then afterwards, myself, Leon, and Nando will be back to bring you the standings, as well as the final bracket, as well as, say goodbye for today until we see you tomorrow. So we're just going to go for a quick break while we set up the last bits and pieces. So join us in just a few minutes for the top 8 announcement. See you all very soon. And here we are at the end of Swiss, end of the day. Gentlemen, we've made it through the tournament. This is it. We have the top 8 ready to go. But before we announce the brackets and the standings, let's reflect. Like, what do you guys want to talk about? Like, what have you seen that you wanna has stuck with you today so far?
I mean, it's definitely gonna be SAO, right? Seeing, look, listen, I might be biased towards the deck. I know it lost, but for me, it was great seeing it do well despite losing. Also, while I wasn't commentating it personally, I think the Roshan mirror match actually pretty hype. What about you, Daniel?
Yeah, I definitely wanted to bring up the Risha mirror match as well. It's pretty interesting seeing, as Ben said, a deck you wouldn't necessarily expect to still perform that well. And then there's two of them facing each other off, even fighting for that top 8 spot. It was pretty awesome to watch how the two slightly different builds played out and how the players themselves adapted to it. Sadly, we didn't get to see Tokyo Revenges yet, but I've heard that there's a good chance we'll see that tomorrow. Any preferences from you, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit biased because the one Tokyo Revenger is my teammate, so I want to see him maybe go all the way, but it's definitely a very interesting top 8 bracket. But before we reveal to you your top 8, let's take a look at the bubble. Let's take a look at who didn't make it, 9th to 16th. Here you go. All the X2s and some X3s who just barely missed out, Shout out to Avis in 14th. She lost her last round. Good chance she may have made it in. She's top of the X3s. Her tiebreakers must have been pretty good. But unfortunately, along with Asuna and Roy, they're not going to make it in. And as for the X2s, not barely in. It's got T-Tai, Kuro, Stockswap Games, Dean, also in the Serio Tanan, and Bao, our German friend on 8 wind. Yeah, he's got 8 wind climaxes in a dream, and unfortunately, he's going to bubble in at 9th. Not quite there. But of course, there's still a chance. Maybe someone tomorrow fails deck check. Maybe someone doesn't wake up in time. We might still be seeing 8 win Sal on stream tomorrow. But for now, these are the players who didn't make it. So commiserations to them. But of course, well done for getting this far. And let's take a look now at our top 8. So we have in 8th place. So on the X2, 7th and 8th, barely squeezing in. We've got Thundy and El Yesus, both who we've seen on stream playing really, really well. So well earned from them with their good tiebreakers. And then from 6th upwards, we have X1s, which is going to be Hakase, Softy for the win, Mauricio DV, WCC's Darcy, Stella DNB, and Tanjiro. So Tanjiro there we can see got paired down and unfortunately ends up losing. But as the only EXO going to the final round, he still made it into first place in Swiss standings. And so here's your top 8. And now let's take a look at how the bracket falls and exactly what games are going to be playing tomorrow. So just to let you know on the decks, we've got Tanjiro on Dan Machi versus El Yesus on 8 choice Slime. Mauricio on choice, I think it was choice Rushia Hololive versus Softy FTW, who is also on Hololive. Let me quickly double check the build. It looks like Nene Botan. So pants level 1, standby level 3, full memory package. We have not seen that yet, and I think that's a very interesting way of building Hololive. So good to see that they made top 8, and let's see how they do tomorrow in the Hololive mirror. Following up, we have Stella DNB on Tokyo Revengers. He's the only Tokyo Revengers left, but he is saying, I'm going to counter everything. I'm going to wipe the meta. I'm going to revolutionize the meta, and he's up against MTI, which is, as you keep saying, one of those decks to beat. And who knows? You see how that goes out tomorrow. And finally, at the end of top 8, we have the team kill, WCC versus WCC, Darcy versus Hakase, with Hololive versus MTI. What do you guys make of this top 8 distribution? What games do you want to see?
Well, first of all, definitely hoping to get at least one Tokyo Revengers game in, depending on how far Saladin and B can make it with Tokyo Revengers. We might have enough chance. However, I don't think he has the easiest path to the tops. One of the biggest contender against this rogue Tokyo Revengers build will definitely be Kanata Marine, in my opinion, and we see Darcy in his half of his bracket might be able to face him in the semifinals and crush the dream. We'll have to see how that plays out exactly, but that's definitely, to me, the more interesting portion of the bracket.
For sure. It's also worth mentioning, actually, that Stella DNB's one loss during Swiss was actually Darcy in the Swiss round. So he's, if Darcy wins his top 8 game, then Stella DNB is going to get the chance for the salty run back.
Yeah.
What about you, Leon?
Personally, I really want to see Tokyo Revengers taking revenge onto MTI. Get it? Okay. maybe
Yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
I really want to see that game because I really want to see Tokyo Revengers. I also think we haven't seen Tanjiro play yet, so I am looking forward to maybe see him in semifinals. Maybe against the Hololive build we haven't seen yet. Personally, that's the two matchups I would like to see. And I think we already know that we are gonna look at one of them, right?
Yeah, I think everyone has been itching to see, you know, this spicy Tokyo Revengers list floating around. So that's probably going to be the game we're going to watch tomorrow morning. So again, 11 a.m. CET. Tune back in. You know, we'll be here doing top 8. But for now, you know, I just want to, you know, let's come back to us for a bit, the three of us. I just want to keep talking about these matchups and the distribution. So our top 8 is Danmachi, Tokyo Revengers, 3 Hololives, 2 Mushokus, 1 Slime, and 1 Danmachi, 1 Slime, 1 Tokyo Revengers, 2 Mushoku Tensei, and 3 Hololive, which is a little bit diverse, but is still pretty much what I was expecting to see. And I think it's really interesting to say that, you know, at the back of the Springfest season, everyone was like, wow, Mushoku Tensei is the deck to beat. It's like the best deck in the format, to the point where we have decks like Hololive, Tokyo Revengers, and Danmachi that are literally built to specifically beat these decks. And yeah, here's what we see. You know, we've only got 2 MTI in the top 8, 3 Hololives, and a Tokyo Revengers, and a Danmachi. But what I find really interesting is that, you know, it's not all Danmachi and Tokyo Revengers and Hololive. Like, you know, maybe all of these anti-Mushoku decks ended up playing against each other and knocking each other out, so that all the Mushokus got to squeeze on by without any issue. And in the same way, these Hololives, you know, of the 3 Hololives we see here, there's a Kanata Marine, there is a Rushia deck, and then there's a Memory Botan Nene deck. You know, the latter two, the Rushia deck and the Memory deck, these are decks that we would maybe have seen be less popular because it's worse into Mushoku, it's worse into Danmachi, and so on and so forth. So maybe with Tokyo Revengers and Danmachi destroying all the Mushokus and, you know, like keeping each other on the lowdown, that's where we see these Hololive decks get to flourish, because now they get to play their uninterrupted game state, right?
And definitely, as I said at the start of the tournament as well, Hololive is such a big set, and it's pretty much reflected in all 3 decks being completely different from each other in Top Cut. Especially the Nene Botan one, I'm really interested in seeing how that one functions. The other one we've seen on stream, I think even both of them, at least once today. Especially Hololive with Rushia, we've seen the Mirror even, so we know those decks in and out, but that one is pretty much a mystery to me and probably to a lot of people at home. Yeah, the other most interesting one is the sole Danmachi that survived. I know there were a lot of Danmachi players, do not know the exact number, but this is the only one that survived, and he made it to the top of the pack of all decks. So I'm curious to see what his secret is and how he managed to stick around.
I mean, it definitely reflects the usage statistics. You know, we had Hololive as the most played set today, so it makes sense that a lot of them make it through to top 8. You know, second most was Mushoku, and then finally we have Danmachi and Tokyo Revengers, you know, coming in to like pick off the last few. What are your thoughts, Leon?
Yeah, personally, I've already been talking about the fact that Danmachi is not really playing too well into 1k1 decks and is much better into standby decks, right? So I'm not surprised to see only one Danmachi in tops, that due to the fact that we had so many non-standby decks. However, I'm kind of surprised to see Slime there, but I'm positively surprised. I think it's cool, and I think it's, personally, this is a perfect example to me of a meta just healing itself, just by set releases and not needing to ban anything. It's just diverse on its own, right? If you would have told me that it would be so diverse at the start or end of BSF, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But here we are, and I think that's wonderful, actually.
Yeah, you would have expected, like, you know, 3 MTI, 3 Hololive, and like 2 Danmachi or something. But you know, to see Slime and, you know, 1 Danmachi sneak in is really cool to see. And it's, again, like we mentioned, you know, how different decks have to be played against in different ways. But, you know, up until now, if you'd asked me what the best Slime build was, I said I would have thought it was 8 standby. But the problem is that we've seen that Mushoku is the quote-unquote best standby deck, and even it gets completely dismantled by the likes of Danmachi and Hololive. So I'm guessing 8 standby Slime has an even harder time against those decks. And we kind of just see, like, say, you know, that natural progression and the natural healing of the format as it tends towards that end position. But yeah, that's been some really interesting so far. And of course, the action doesn't end there. This might be it from us in Europe. We're done for today. But NA has already started. They're well underway with round 1. So I'm sure we're going to rate them after the end of the stream. So if you still haven't watched enough Weiss Schwarz, don't go anywhere. The NA stream will be starting very shortly. We'll be heading you over there. And then if not, as mentioned, tomorrow we have the top 8 for EU starting at 11 a.m. CET. So we hope to see you guys there for the final to see who will be crowned the champion of Europe. But until then, I think that's going to be it from us. We've seen some really cool games. We've seen the meta evolve and show itself. We've seen player skill as come into a huge effect. Like I think all of these names in top 8 have some prestige to them. Like none of these guys are new to top 8. None of them are new to the spotlight. So it's going to be really cool to see some more high-level gameplay coming through. But that's going to be it from us. Have you guys got anything else to say?
Very excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, same. I think the games today spoke for themselves, right? We had some really cool games. We had some really close games. I mean, almost all of them. And I'm just looking forward to seeing all those players compete tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely. So to end it up, just to wrap up, thank you very much for everyone for watching. Thank you for those of you who played in the event. Thank you to the support staff for running it. So again, we'll be heading off to NA very soon. So tell those guys we said hi. And if not, we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a lovely day. Take care. Bye-bye.